Recently, an extremely popular game has emerged, where every character possesses a unique set of skills. Yet there is one character that almost no one bothers to touch. He has a blink skill, but the difficulty of mastering it is nothing short of a nightmare. Ironically, our main is the type who likes things the harder they are. Ground this character relentlessly until reaching maximum mastery. After defeating the final boss of the game, he Yaisaikai immediately logged back into the game, became someone left with only the blink skill as his sole asset. Blink was originally an extremely difficult skill to control, yet he used it as flexibly as his own limbs. Every dash claimed a life, dodging skills as smoothly as Faker. Without further delay, the story officially begins. Mythical game released 10 years ago as a dating simulation for women, but in the end, it attracted a massive number of male gamers. The gameplay allows players to choose from countless different characters, from easy yet highly effective characters to extremely difficult ones that are almost useless. Among them exists a character considered trash, hard to build, hard to play, and only a masochist named Wilson has used him for 10 years. That character clenched his fist and spoke, "Let us begin. It is me, the player Wilson." The story begins on an ordinary morning. While the male lead was drinking water, his gaze suddenly stopped at the computer screen. Oh, there is a new post on the forum, perhaps an update. A flood of toxic comments appeared, calling the game trash, asking where that stupid dragon came from to wipe all data, saying their character died and they could not log in. Wondering what the hell was happening, their character had disappeared. Wilson widened his eyes in realization. That was the final boss of the dating simulation game. He had thought finishing the romance meant finishing the game. A line of dialogue was left behind, stating that this boss could not be destroyed. The Black Demon Dragon had 99% magic resistance, no cooldown, constantly creating difficulty by absorbing magic and counterattacking with spells. Wilson suddenly realized this was a famous rancor. The cup in the male lead's hand slowly lowered. He muttered, "The final boss." A monster immune to magic in a world full of magic already sounded absurd. Such shameless buffs, and it even deleted players' characters. So it has come, the Black Demon Dragon, Black Knight 13th Moon has appeared. Wilson began piecing everything together. In the mythical world exists a cult named Black Demon Cult. They seek to support Persona Gates from another world to dominate everything. Once the conspiracy is complete, the Black Demon Dragon will descend. Main seriously analyzed, 90% of the continent has been occupied by Persona Gates. I only focus on PvP, so I ignored the storyline. This time it is truly chaos. But am I not specialized in dodging its attacks? Let me gamble once. Wilson's hand slowly moved the mouse. Clicked confirm when asked whether he wanted to face the Black Demon Dragon. Main gathered all his confidence and declared he would display the skills he had honed for 10 years. Life and death battle with the Black Demon Dragon officially began. Lines of inner monologue appeared, briefly introducing my character Wilson. This is the only character who can hardly use magic even though everyone else in the game can. So even top players avoid him. Even Nana is considered stronger than him. Of course he can still use magic, but only one type. Dark purple mana gradually surged with power, erupted, and enveloped the entire surrounding space. Even Main could not help but be stunned by the sight. The corner of his lips barely curved into a smile. Main shot through the air, that was Blink. After a beat, he landed safely. His cold face stared straight ahead, calculating. Wilson's Blink allows instant movement from 3 to 10 meters. Because the position is random. Without good control, one would die instantly from impact and speed. The male lead thought the mana cost and cooldown are unreasonable, and there is a 2-second immobilization after use, so no one bothers to use it. But Wilson is different. He has completely mastered Blink, can control both direction and distance. He even knows how to avoid the penalty. Since the character has no mana, this skill consumes no resources. It is purely movement. I have been obsessed with this character since everything depended on skill level. 10 years, I have played only one character who does not use magic to fight. The power that Main always believed in was unleashed, his upright stance awaiting the outcome. Male lead radiated absolute confidence in himself. In the end, he defeated the final boss, Black Knight 13th Moon. Even Main could not believe it. I actually killed it. Even knowing he was wearing a full set of rare relics, this was still a trash character. No matter what, the feeling was incredible. I have to show the community that I just soloed the Black Demon Dragon. But the male lead received a glaring red notification for triggering a glitched ending. 90% of the world had been destroyed. Next line appeared. You were very close to the true ending. Main froze and wondered what the hell was going on. System continuously urged him to proceed to the true ending. The room was left with only the screen's light, then Main vanished. In a strange place, the male lead's eyes snapped open. He lay sprawled on the cold ground. His body ached. He forced himself to sit up. What just happened? Where is this? A strange sound caught his attention. A bright mirror appeared. Maine curiously stepped closer to examine it. His eyes widened in shock. What is this face, Wilson? Strange events had not ended. A strange interface gradually appeared before Maine. Displayed Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. The male lead immediately realized this was Wilson's opening quest. And now the one who had to complete that quest was him. Could not believe what he was seeing. His hands plunged deep into his pockets. His fingertips touched something inside. It was an acceptance letter to Stellar Academy. Unbelievable, but this was certainly the mythical world. His current identity was Wilson. Panic surged. He tried to think logically. That voice said he had to reach the true ending. But with his knowledge, this game has no true ending, only countless endings. Wait, could it be? In 10 years, no one has ever unlocked the true ending. Damn it, there is no more time to think. If I remember correctly, right after Wilson wakes up, pursuers will storm into this house. They will shout frantically as they search. Where is that bastard hiding? Maine held his breath and searched for a hiding place. In his mind, there was only one thought. This is bad. They are really here. One man in the group suddenly cast a suspicious glance. He discovered the house ahead. He aggressively ordered, "Rush in and search immediately." Understood. Wilson was flustered and anxious. What should he do now? There is a time limit to dodge them. He cannot keep running like this forever. Just as Maine fell into confusion, the system interface suddenly appeared. A simple notification appeared. You can use Blink. The male lead suddenly came to his senses. He can still use Blink. Blink's skill originally came with a mana leakage mechanism, and Yusin is someone who cannot store mana. Therefore, the only hope left is the magic he devoted his entire life to mastering. His racing thoughts quickly pulled him back to the present. The system continued to remind him, you can still activate Blink. The skill description clearly states, maximum range 9 meters, 1 charge stored, cooldown 3 seconds. Maine hesitated. The system says to use Blink, but he is not playing with a keyboard and mouse now. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out as the pursuers accelerated toward him. The male lead heard every step closing in, cold sweat streaming down his face. Damn it, they are really here. There is no time to hesitate. He has to gamble. A group of thugs quickly closed in on the house. They shouted excitedly, "Found him, grab him. Do not let him escape, stand still." Maine ran with all his strength. The first tutorial task is to use Blink to shake off the pursuers. Vast forest quickly became silent and desolate. Wilson realized they were wearing magic boots, their speed far superior. To survive, the only option left is Blink. Calm down, he has used this skill thousands of times. Knows exactly how to measure the distance precisely. The pursuers roared behind him, "You bastards, stop right there." The male lead glanced back quickly. The distance had been significantly reduced. Tactical thought flashed through his mind. The fatal flaw of Blink is that a miscalculated distance means instant death upon impact. That train of thought was cut short by a savage shout. "I will send you to hell, die." Wilson felt that a moment slower and he would be finished. Blink was activated instantly. The distance between him and the group behind suddenly stretched apart in an instant. Bakusen's face showed clear shock. Even he could not believe it. He finally succeeded. The group froze and shouted, "What is that Blink? Is he a mage?" The leader immediately shouted, "Do not panic. After using Blink, he will be paralyzed for 2 seconds. This is our chance." Surround him, but after looking closely, the leader's eyes widened. Wait, why is he still moving? Maine not only could move, but suddenly accelerated, his figure gliding across the snow. As he ran, Yusin reminded himself, "Careful, be even more careful. Must take advantage of this rough terrain. Anyone who cannot grasp Blink now will never pass the next stage." In reality, 99% of Wilson players cannot pass the tutorial. The remaining 1% who do still cannot control the distance and Blink chain. Countdown 3, 2, 1 sounded. Maine blinked again. The pursuers were horrified. Using a skill in this terrain, is he insane? Where are the mages? Move up. Use magic to shoot him down. Group quickly adjusted their formation and prepared to engage. Wilson frowned slightly. Are they really going to use magic? This is the second part of the tutorial. Use Blink to dodge magic. Male lead recalled that in the game he could observe behind through the screen, so dodging attacks was not difficult. A blue system light appeared. Notification, mana leakage syndrome activated. Sixth sense disabled and perception speed increased. Male lead's gaze flicked to the side in surprise. His legs kept running, while the incoming attacks grew increasingly dense. Wilson was hit, his face tightening as he endured. This is exactly the moment to use Blink. Skill activated successfully, helping the male lead escape the danger zone. Fragments of darkness shattered and appeared right beside him. He let out a breath of relief. He was almost dead. It was not over. Maine's legs kept pushing forward. The final part appeared, making his eyes widen once more. The third part of the tutorial, use Blink to cross the abyss. Ahead lies a pitch-black chasm with no visible bottom. Understood that only by calculating the distance precisely could he reach the other side. After that, he would encounter a few passing mages and escape. That would be the end of the tutorial. To cross, he must release Blink within exactly 0.1 second. Slip once and death is certain. About 20 floating stones lay before his eyes. 0.1 second sounds easy but is hard in practice. Even so, it is not impossible. But the problem is a loud noise surged forward right ahead. They have appeared. The male lead sensed the pursuers were much closer than expected. The distance was only about 100 meters. The 3-second cooldown left him without enough time to cross the abyss. Thus, the most realistic way to survive is to kill them. Snow and ice covered the ground. The weather grew harsher. Mane landed firmly and steadied himself. Thought flashed through Yusen's mind. This is insane. How could he think he could manage after such a chase? If this were a game, the system would have blocked the pursuers. But this is reality. There are no rules forcing adherence to the game. Killing someone not for the storyline or hatred, but simply because they are not worth worrying about. His gaze turned sharp and cold. They are here, come, I will deal with them all. The pursuers finally stood facing Bak Yusen, recognized him and blurted out, it is him. Grab that brat. The underlings immediately rushed forward in response. Mane remained calm, his steady gaze observing ahead. Leader sneered inwardly with smug disdain. Daring to stand alone against us, foolish. It is over, Mane calmly calculated. Distance 8.7 meters, blink activated. The pursuer's eyes widened bloodshot in disbelief. Let out a choked sound, ah. A violent impact rang out. The male lead struck decisively, his eyes icy cold. The opponent fell into a catastrophic state, his body nearly torn apart. Fresh blood splattered onto Wilson's face, each drop slowly rolling down. Blood seeped through his fingertips, yet he felt no regret, because killing them is to survive. For survival, the male lead acted with absolute resolve. After finishing that man, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the corpse flying. His companion caught the body in panic, chaos written across his face. These men seemed to have their mad nerves touched, their eyes and expressions twisted savagely. A shout rang out, he is running. At all costs, do not let him escape. As he ran, the male lead thought, I only dealt with one. Next time it will not be this easy. What should he do? Why has it suddenly gone silent behind him? Could they have stopped chasing? Wilson's bad premonition immediately came true when he looked up and saw the opponent ahead. Are they going to use magic again? If so, then feet standing on this rocky outcrop will face deadly danger. The leader shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates do it now. Immediately they cast their spells, magical light erupting violently. With just one arm, he pushed out a torrent of raging light. Wilson looked at the danger before him and suddenly understood many things. The most important thing now is to escape the center of danger. As he ran, he cursed inwardly, damn this wretched magic. Suddenly, the male lead looked toward the cliff ahead and noticed something unusual. That very moment made him decide to unleash his move. Wilson activated Blink with perfect precision, escaping the explosion that was incinerating everything. Destructive force was so immense that the entire rocky field was crushed into the ground. Immediately afterward, the pursuers appeared behind. A satisfied laugh rang out. Serves that insolent brat right. But when that man lowered his gaze into the deep black pit, he saw no trace of the male lead. The smile vanished instantly. He panicked. Where did he go? That very moment, Wilson seized the opportunity. He charged straight toward the position where the leader was standing. That man took a few beats before realizing the male lead had appeared above his head. In that instant, Wilson once again made use of his ultimate blink technique, a move that demanded perfect balance before and after activation, so fast that in the blink of an eye he had taken down his opponent. The underlings behind stiffened at the sight. What the hell is this? Everything happened so quickly that they could not comprehend what had just occurred. Fear gripped their throats. Not one of them could utter a word. The male lead struck decisively, his eyes cold and unwavering. The brief, suffocating moment of execution ended with two men collapsing. He had to take advantage before they recovered. The group behind trembled and muttered, this man is too bizarre. His reflexes are nothing like a normal mage. Wilson cast a quick calculating glance. His reflexes truly surpassed most players, but that was only true in this world. Cannot keep dodging at such close range forever. He must eliminate them all. One man growled threateningly, I have figured out how you move. He only knows blink and a dagger. As long as we guard our necks and faces tightly, he cannot do anything. He shifted into a defensive stance, blade pointed straight at Wilson. That man shouted loudly, come here, brat. I will show you what pain feels like. In response, Wilson used blink with chilling precision. The man still looked confident, each swing of his sword filled with force. I have got you now, writhed in pain. But his eyes suddenly widened in terror. Before he could understand what happened, Wilson's blink had driven the blade straight through his throat. The remaining men immediately focused intently, tracking every movement of the male lead. An angry voice rang out, damn it. Before he only knew how to hide, and now he dares to fight back. Wilson replied calmly, yes, that was before. I should thank you for helping me grow stronger every day. Last man roared in fury, damn you. We went easy on you. Pay with your life. The male lead's feet began to move. His figure shot forward with clear resolve. The spear in Wilson's hand pointed straight ahead without hesitation. His arm swung down decisively and mercilessly. The opponent predicted that he would blink into an unguarded spot and throw the spear in a surprise attack from behind. As long as he turned around, he could counterattack. He spun around and thrust forward, but no one stood before him. His pupils shrank in fear. The space behind was completely empty. From the very beginning, Wilson had feinted, taking a fake hit to deliver a lethal counterattack from the front. The system notification popped up. You received additional experience and rewards from the Constant Latio project due to unique developments. That was the entirety of the reward main received after the bloody battle. Heavy panting echoed without pause. His hands slowly tightened around the sharp blade. His eyes slowly surveyed the surrounding scene. Looking at the blood-soaked ground before him, he became even more certain this is not a dream. The first blink in real combat, also the first battle. It was also the first time he killed a human to survive. His body ached, his hands covered in blood. Wilson struggled to stand. He looked around and told himself he had to leave this place immediately. As he prepared to move, he accidentally bumped into something. Wait, his gaze stopped on the blood-soaked corpse of the opponent. The male lead frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. A bit ruthless, the reality is he has no money left. Let me see, this should be about 2 million, better than empty hands. After pocketing the money, Wilson remained pensive. The next problem is harsh weather and the obstacle right ahead. His legs must face it head-on. He must cross this cliff. Just then a voice called out, "Is anyone there?" Wilson saw a noisy group in the distance. Recognizing them as the mage group from the tutorial, he immediately waved and shouted, "I am here." Someone called back, "There is no bridge. Can you cross?" Wilson steadied himself and replied, "Yes, I am coming over." The female mage relayed to the group, "Wait, he says he can cross." Another person worried, "To cross this cliff, at least a third-rank knight is required. Can he do it?" The female mage was slightly stunned. Wilson activated Blink and dashed forward swiftly. Everyone was astonished at Wilson's action. He confidently crossed each icy stone with a precise chain of blinks. The mage group buzzed. What was that? A jump spell? No, that was Blink. Among them, one person observed silently with intense focus. The red-haired female mage retorted, "Blink. How can that skill control direction and range? How is that possible?" Yet Wilson continued moving with extreme accuracy. The red-haired mage stood agape in speechless shock. A few curious gazes appeared. Are those two together? The red-haired female mage began to break out in cold sweat. Mage suddenly cast magic, crimson light flaring. The attack shot straight toward Wilson. A shout rang out, "Careful." The male lead immediately sensed danger. Damn it. In the emergency, he had no choice but to use Blink to dodge. Escaping the damage zone, Wilson turned his head back. Stone dust and fragments were crushed and scattered. He felt a chill down his spine thinking of the mercenaries earlier. Truly too dangerous. Cooldown 3 seconds remaining. Dodging all magic is impossible. He must find another floating stone to hold onto. Every development was too unpredictable, clearly reflected in his eyes. That mercenary was gathering mana into terrifying dark purple sparks. Wilson's legs seemed to stiffen, his ability to act restricted. He braced himself to dodge the incoming magic attacks. At the same time, the stone beneath his feet split in two. Wilson's body wavered, feeling as if he was about to fall. Everything was slipping beyond his control. Emmett, the floating stones are all too far away. He can only hope to fall at the right beat. The perfect blink moment arrived. He reached out and grabbed onto a stone. At last his hand managed to clamp tight. He is still alive, but that massive surge of magical light was still hurtling straight toward Wilson. The dangerous distance was closing faster than ever. He is about to die. Suddenly at the brink of death, an opposing surge of blue light appeared. The two forces collided head-on, creating violent devastation. Shattered rocks clattered down. The male lead's eyes focused on the one who had just appeared. What was that magic just now? An ice spear fused with lightning. Who can merge two elements like that? Not only that, the trajectory was calculated perfectly. No mana wasted. A strike almost flawless. One who acted was a member of the mage group, a blue-haired female mage with a mysterious aura. Mercenaries were pinned in place. How is this possible? Miserable screams rang out. Two mercenaries met their due end. Main let out a breath and quickly moved toward the mage group. He looked as if searching for his savior and voiced his thanks. The female mage replied coldly that she did not need gratitude. Wilson felt slightly deflated but accepted it. In his mind, he briefly thought, her voice is beautiful, but her aura is distant. In any case, those men were merely bandits who had ravaged villages. In truth, most of their actions were manipulated by the Black Demon cult. Everything ended here. Once across this cliff, it is mage territory, and they will not dare follow. Moreover, they do not even know who he is. That moment, the system interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 2, Enroll in Stellar Academy. Wilson wondered in surprise. Is this already Chapter 2? Stella does not sound bad, but he worried how he would manage studying at this age. Night fell, the carriage rolled forward quietly. Dim lights swayed with the rattling of the wheels. Inside the carriage, Wilson drifted into a restless, drunken sleep. After a series of upheavals, his breathing grew heavy from exhaustion. In his dream, old memories resurfaced, a little boy softly calling mother. When I grow up, I will become a mage. The mother smiled and replied, I believe in you, Yusin. He felt it all. His parents had struggled to raise him. He will study hard to make them proud. For days he studied until he fell asleep at the desk, his mother gently covering him with a blanket. But then an incident occurred that made his mother anxious when meeting the doctor. He said, my son has mana leakage syndrome. Wilson shook his head in despair. Impossible. Are these Wilson's memories or his own? Or are they real memories? A child crying out in pain. Male lead jolted awake in fear. His head throbbed, both hands clutching tightly. Wilson's eyes gradually adjusted to the scene outside. It was already bright morning. The red-haired female mage spoke. You are awake. We are about to reach Lagiacha. The carriage continued forward, wheels grinding over thick snow. Everyone get down and rest here for a while. After a long time sitting, the male lead stretched to relax. The eyes suddenly lit up. The blue-haired female mage appeared. Her appearance made Wilson freeze briefly. Her face remained cold, turning away without a word. That very aloofness only made him remember her more. Wilson thought to himself, things are better than expected. The timeline is fairly close to modern. Though it is a magical world, in safe cities trains and airships are still common. They will reach Lagiacha and then continue by airship. Lagiacha lies on the road to Arcanium, the center of the magical world with mage towers and 5 great academies. Among them is Stellar Academy, where powerful mages and outstanding students gather. Wilson pondered, Stella is full of geniuses and nobles. He does not understand why he was accepted. He frowned, he has not even fully checked his skills yet. The system described Ritmana syndrome. The sixth sense consumes mental power to detect mana. Wilson understood clearly. Without the sixth sense and acceleration waves, he would have died. His weak physique prevents him from concentrating mana within his body. Mana leakage syndrome is a congenital curse, but allows Wilson to sense surrounding mana. It helps him detect attacks, even without looking directly. Acceleration waves make it feel as if time slows, surpassing ordinary reflexes. Wilson pondered, this skill is essential but cannot be used long due to heavy mental consumption. Overall, the initial stats are not too bad. Wilson's sensitivity is very low. This is a point that must be improved. This world has levels for each stat and separate skills. The maximum stat is 9 stars, but extremely rare. In 10 years of gaming, he only reached 8 stars. He decided to prioritize increasing sensitivity to improve reflexes and the sixth sense. Looking at the stat panel, Wilson could not help but shiver. This is troublesome. Mana leakage syndrome is a life or death issue. Without improvement, it is hard to survive long term. Stella is the only choice to restrain the syndrome and prevent the world's annihilation ending. Honestly, he does not want to go there. He only hopes for another path. The system reported you have missed several notifications. Before Wilson could check, someone urged him to set off quickly. He nodded and replied, let us go. Blue-haired mage's gaze swept over Wilson with puzzlement. High above, an airship hovered and approached. A voice rang out, approaching Arcanium, please remain seated. A disdainful glance swept over. Look at that guy, like a country bumpkin riding an airship for the first time. Do not understand why Stella accepts this type. Whispers spread. The arrogant young masters mocked, claiming he would defile the academy. Wilson paused briefly, then he sighed and ignored it. In his mind, he scoffed that brats exist everywhere. His indifference only angered them more. That man shouted loudly, brat, stop. Another hurried to restrain him. What are you making noise about? At that moment, the young master's gaze suddenly changed. Peerless beauty appeared. Princess Bizian caught Wilson's attention. Bizian, princess of the kingdom of Adalbithon. Her beauty captivated every gaze. The purple-haired young master stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness. The princess only glanced indifferently, and turned away without responding. The coldness left the group standing stiff. Princess Bizian walked past Wilson. Wilson thought to himself, she is the enemy of the world. In the game, Bizian is an important character, always opposing the heroine. No matter which route, she dies tragically in most endings, or takes her own life when oppressed by the entire academy. This time she had to endure humiliating treatment before the crowd again, as if the developers deliberately poured their resentment onto her. Male lead suddenly remembered hearing that she was extremely famous among male gamers, so beautiful that if anyone dared approach her, she would deal with him immediately. Wilson's stomach growled loudly. He decided he had to find something to eat. Pastry stall appeared, its display incredibly enticing. Wilson could only grit his teeth and stare. Why is everything in Arcanium so expensive? A notification sound rang out slowly. Attention to all passengers. We will dock at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please gather at the ground floor. Once again, only 10 minutes remain until arrival at Arcania. Please prepare. Wilson smiled faintly. At last, everything officially begins. In any case, this is now his reality. Move forward. He stood quietly in a corner, lost in thought. Soft sigh of relief escaped. Fortunately, he made it through. But can he survive at Stellar Academy? No, more precisely, can he continue living in this world? Wilson's eyes gleamed with longing. If only he had something more useful right now. Thinking that, he remembered he had not checked the notification earlier. System displayed. The Starlight Project grants you a special reward including a weapon, a lower tier skill, and corresponding experience. After reading, Wilson nodded. This system still has some conscience, so what should he choose? Reflection or Briar's Lightning? But the search shows high-tier equipment will be downgraded. Then what about hyperspatial blink? The result indicated it is an upgraded version of blink and cannot be obtained directly. The reward can only be used for enhancement. Wilson frowned. Must it truly be downgraded? System explained that due to insufficient narrative energy it cannot fully materialize. This energy accumulates as the player explores the story. Wilson immediately asked, so at present I cannot possess overly powerful items because I am still a newcomer. Eyes narrowed slightly as he examined the interface. He asked further about the chromatic glasses. The system remained silent. After a while it replied that the item can be issued. Wilson did not hesitate. Fine, I will take it. Holding the glasses in his hand, Wilson hesitated slightly. Never thought he would one day need to use them. The chromatic glasses store all information gathered while playing the game. In this world, it is impossible to remember or look up data of hunted monsters, so players created personal storage items for information. And Wilson once did the same. When he put on the glasses, the effect manifested immediately. The system displayed the chromatic glasses data, along with sealed functions. Wilson curiously opened the chromatic folder. The categories appeared including alchemy, hunt quests, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Seeing that list, he nodded. That is sufficient. This world is like real life, so it is hard to rely entirely on the system. But the glasses allow him to recover nearly half of his former ability. While focusing, Wilson was distracted by murmurs nearby. Who is that? You mean the daughter of the traitor Dutchman? How does she dare appear here? Lower your voice or she will hear. Wilson began to pay attention to the name ISO. He remembered the chromatic glasses have a function to check story character information. Immediately ISO's data appeared. False heroine, Ice Lightning Mage. Family declined after her father's death. Wilson was slightly surprised. So she is the false heroine. This world is based on the novel Do Not Love the Princess about the heroine Ace losing all her relatives. She grows up confronting the schemes of Hong Bizian and eventually ends up with the male lead. But in the game, the plot was altered. The character Flame was added and replaced the role of the true heroine. Flame has her own storyline. Once an ordinary person in the modern world, fond of the novel and reincarnated here. Therefore, Wilson understood that in the game, Aso becomes the false heroine while Flame is the true heroine. No matter how players try, Aso cannot survive in any route. Thinking carefully, Wilson felt this matter has nothing to do with him. But is he merely imagining it? Feels as if he has met her somewhere before. In the end, Wilson reassured himself. It must be an illusion, better prepare mentally. The scene of Stellar Academy appeared. Students gradually gathered in full. Someone standing above began to speak. As you already know, the Black Demon humans are corrupted sorcerers using power from another world to invade through persona gates and ancient dungeons. The duty of mages is to protect the world. Some students whispered that the speech was too dull. Next is the oath ceremony of the 4 most outstanding freshmen. Step forward. Exemplary students advanced one by one. Wherever they passed radiated brilliance. Wilson clearly sensed the protagonist aura emanating from them. But the most prominent is Yu Xiang, top entrance scorer, talented and handsome, arousing everyone's curiosity. Wilson stared. So this is the legendary Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang possesses 9-star mana, potential close to a god, able to control every element. Wilson realized that even if not reaching the grand ending, he must pull Yu Xiang to the righteous side. Yet he still hesitated inwardly. That person must be Flame. However, it depends on her actions. Since both come from the modern world, cooperation may be the best choice. But everything becomes complicated if she sees him as an enemy. He has informational advantage, so he should not disrupt the storyline. Wilson told himself he will act cautiously, though his role remains unclear. His gaze became firm. The heroine can purify the Black Demon humans, but also brings disaster to those close to her. Staying near her will surely affect him. His role should only be distant support. Limit deep involvement in the main route. The ceremony ended. Students applauded enthusiastically. Chapter 2 mission, Join Stellar Academy, completed. The scene shifted inside the academy. Wilson sat in the classroom, his eyes scanning around. Having graduated long ago, returning as a student feels strange. But something reassured him. Before him was a fine watch. The Stella watch proves student identity and grants many privileges. Wilson intended to make use of it and then go out. Suddenly, the classroom door opened. The teacher entered and asked the class to settle down. Announced the start of a test. Only writing tools allowed. Anyone wearing glasses must be checked first, leaving Wilson stunned. It turns out Stella Academy conducts placement tests on the first day, harder than ordinary university. Wilson quickly received the paper. He felt frustrated, not knowing what to write. Placement test ranks students from F to S, unlike the entrance exam. Most playable characters belong to Class S. Wilson ranks last among 1141 students. Submitting a blank sheet would likely place him in F. But Wilson felt he had overlooked something. Meanwhile, the exemplary student today appeared relaxed. Ma Yu-Xiang sat deep in thought. In truth, at this moment he was merely sitting idly to pass the time. Yet unexpectedly the test had been changed. Moreover, the answers had already been completed. The male lead let out a faint sigh as if he understood. No wonder he felt so weary of life. Ma Yu-Xiang had a languid personality. Born into one of the most powerful families on the continent, possessing genius intellect and outstanding talent, so everything came far too easily to him. Therefore, whether Yu-Xiang chose good or evil depended entirely on the actions of the female lead, while the demonic cult had always harbored the intention of wiping out humanity. This would certainly spark Yu-Xiang's interest. From the very beginning, the greatest trouble was still his family background. He suddenly glanced back at his own test. After all, observing a genius made one reflect on oneself. Wait, he could still use the bun glasses. He had relied on them to accumulate skills learned in the library. Thinking it would not hurt to try, he slowly took out the glasses. The teacher immediately noticed. Wait a moment. What are those glasses you are using? I already told you. If you want to use glasses, you must let me check them first. Hand them over. He did not hesitate and gave the glasses to the teacher. The teacher held them up and examined them very carefully from front to back. Wilson worried inwardly. This is bad. If they discover these are magical glasses, he will surely be expelled. Suddenly, a beam of light shone straight onto the male lead's face. The system sounded a notification that it had detected a lost component of the bun glasses and asked whether to retrieve it. The male lead panicked and refused. No, do nothing. After a long observation, the teacher still found nothing unusual. I cannot sense any mana. Next time, remember to ask for permission first. The male lead happily took the glasses back, inwardly sighing in relief. Fortunately, the original function had not been exposed. He put the glasses back on. The moment he wore them, the answers immediately appeared clearly. He rejoiced inwardly. This was truly a lucky break. Perhaps he could even rank first. With these results, he would certainly escape F rank. He might even leap straight to a rank. Just as his determination surged, the teacher signaled the end of the test and asked everyone to submit their papers. All his hopes vanished in an instant. He stood stunned. He had only answered 3 questions. Teacher collected all the papers and checked the quantity. A strange expression flickered across the teacher's face. He took off the glasses and silently wondered. He thought he would finally escape F rank. It seemed it was still beyond Yusen. A heavy sigh echoed without end. Suddenly the teacher called out loudly, "You there? Hand the glasses to me immediately." The teacher observed them intently, shaking his head in confusion as he looked. "Call Dr. Grayan here to help me." Hearing that, the student immediately responded yes. The male lead completely did not understand what was happening. Could it be that even though he had been so careful, he was still suspected of cheating? The teacher brought the glasses to the doctor's office and asked for his opinion. Dr. Graham, professor of magical engineering, meticulously examined his glasses. He remarked that the boy solving this question was rather suspicious. The teacher immediately asked whether it was cheating, but the doctor firmly denied it. He could not sense any magical artifact energy. Clearly, he had solved it by his own ability. Ha, how interesting. I did not expect to encounter such a case. Professor Lee Han-gyuan remembered to apologize and guide him properly. Professor Lee lowered his voice to apologize, saying he had misunderstood him. The male lead politely replied that it was fine. Yet inwardly he thought that if the original function had activated, he would be finished. As long as it was not discovered, he was fortunate. The story continued at Stella Academy. The scene shifted to the office of Professor Lee Han-gyuan. He and another female professor were carefully reviewing each test paper. First question of one paper was marked again. Professor Lee focused his gaze as he read. The female professor beside him called out to him, "Is this a first-year student's test? I heard this year there are many outstanding students." She was Elder Eden Taman from the council. Professor Lee responded with a yes. Notable figures included Princess Bizian of the Fire Nation, Adalbert from the renowned Fire Mage family. Jeremy Skelvin, crown prince of the Skelvin Empire, who since the age of 12 had surpassed his older brothers thanks to his magical talent, and also the successor from the most powerful full moon magic tower in the world. Taman chuckled with interest. I heard the questions given to elite students from great families were very difficult. There would surely be impressive answers. Professor Lee bowed his head. As long as the elder was satisfied, he felt relieved. Yet in his heart countless thoughts still lingered. As Eden Taman said, this year's placement test had a new grading mechanism. The first 3 questions were extremely difficult and contained many intentions. The purpose was to test reflexes. If they could not solve them, would the students quickly move on to another question? Secondly, it tested how students handled a problem they had never encountered in books. The era of rote theoretical learning had passed. Now real combat and flexible creative thinking were emphasized. In fact, that question did not require a complete answer. More than 1,000 out of 1,141 students had left it blank. The rest tried, but still could not produce the correct solution. Among all the students, only 3 had answered correctly. Yu Xiang, the genius likened to a rising star with a mysterious background, and a commoner student specially admitted by the principal whose talent was only slightly inferior to Yu Xiang. The last one was Becky Yuzhen. Yu Xiang had long been regarded as a genius, yet Bitch Yu Sun's entrance score was very low. Still, she solved all 3 questions while leaving the rest blank. Eden Taman curiously asked why Li Han Guan paid such attention to that score. He replied that he simply could not understand a student's result. Eden Tai Men nodded in agreement. After all, those formulas did not determine everything. Li Han Guan asked whether she thought this child was a genius. She merely smiled and said perhaps it was just coincidence. Professor Li still could not let go of the thought. He turned his head back. A sigh escaped as he carefully reviewed the male lead's file again. He had been specially selected thanks to his highly rated speed control ability. It was indeed Principal Dixon's decision. Though he studied combat magic, he leaned toward agile movement techniques. Professor Lee told himself that sooner or later he would know whether it was coincidence or if this child was truly different. The students gathered and chattered noisily. I heard the placement results have been posted. I am so nervous. My mother said if I do not get into Class A, I should not go home. The male lead thought wearily. In the game, he only needed to click to see. Why did he have to check in person here? The class information was posted very clearly. The blue-haired student noticed the male lead. He is Wilson Wright. I heard he got 0 in the magic practice section yet still entered Stella. The standards are truly strange now. The male lead ignored all the gossip and walked straight inside. He only needed to see which class he was in and leave. It was nothing serious. His gaze focused as he searched. In the F class list, he did not see his name. His heart pounded. Could it be that because he only answered 3 questions he had failed? That could not be. The people around were also in an uproar. How could Wilson not be there? There must be some mistake. The descendant of a marquis family ranked 29 was still in Class A. The one with a perfect theory score ranked 17 was also in Class A. How could this be? Male lead felt something was wrong. Should he step forward to look more closely? Without hesitation, he walked closer to the notice board. His eyes widened in shock. The name Wilson appeared in the special class. Why was his name there? He could not believe it. What on earth was going on? Class S, the dream rank every student longed for, the place that gathered the most outstanding students of Stella Magic Academy. Class S had only 41 people and existed in a single tier. Wilson scratched his head in confusion. He had entered Class S. There must be a mistake, and he would have to frequently meet the main character. Getting involved with the main character would only shorten his lifespan, and he could not even change classes. It seemed he would have to survive as quietly as possible. There would be a way eventually. At that moment, a girl suddenly noticed the male lead's presence. Story shifted to a vast and luxurious villa estate. Inside a dark and oppressive room, mother mercilessly punished her daughter without hesitation. Coldly interrogated her. You got 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Aisal of the Fallen Duchy answered 2 correctly. She was professor of fire element Hong Jil. With a stern expression and relentless questioning, she continuously belittled Paisan, saying she could not answer questions that even worms could solve, that she was inferior to worms and should consider herself as lowly as that and start over. Do you understand, Bizian? The exhausted girl replied, Yes, mother. The woman's gaze was venomous as she stared fiercely at her daughter. A weary sigh echoed in the air. Listen carefully, Bizian. You must never become like me. A person expelled from the kingdom, trapped in this shameful position as a professor, and turned into a stain on the nation. She slowly sat down on the chair, her voice lowered to a whisper. You must become someone far beyond your sister. Her eyes and smile exuded malice. You understand what I mean? Bizian's face flushed red as she slowly replied, Of course, mother. In truth, her heart was completely lost. She only knew how to live according to what she was taught and handle everything by formula. Even magic, spells, or formulas she had never learned. Fear surged within her and she burst into tears, wondering why. Why did her mother torment her to this extent? The scene shifted to Class S. Students had settled neatly into their seats. He sat quietly at his desk, his mind in turmoil. He was finished. This place was filled with anomalies, and he had no intention of befriending them. Whispers about the male lead rose again. Why was he here? What was going on? Do you know, our family strongly opposed him being in Class S, but that person only said Wilson was qualified. It sounded strange. He clearly felt that he was being treated as an outsider. It was understandable. They had worked hard since childhood, so they were disappointed to see someone like him in the same class. Moreover, classes changed based on performance, so it was not unusual. Even Class S was the same. Some people were still demoted to lower classes. Looking carefully, there were still students from Class A who rose to Class S later. He would look into them afterward. Even so, this feeling was still extremely strange, especially when looking at the game characters standing before him. In just a few years, most of the students in this class would become famous across the continent. Even 5 of them had the potential to betray the Magic Council. Yu Xiang was one of them. He subtly glanced to the side. If only everything could stop right from the beginning. Professor Li appeared, settled down. He was slightly surprised to see the teacher. Li Han greeted the class. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Some of you may have met me already, but I will introduce myself again. I am Professor Li Han, in charge of Class S. The students began whispering upon hearing his name. Was that Li Han, the one who had hunted nearly 4-digit numbers of dark demons? He was called a level 7 magic warrior, truly a different class. He immediately asked the class to keep quiet. It seemed this class gathered many outstanding students, and also one specially admitted student. As you know, this is a place to train battle mages or magic warriors. You will undergo a harsh training environment for 3 years. I do not require everyone to keep up with me. I only hope you show your full ability during that time. Does anyone have any questions? The entire class fell silent at his question. Li Han nodded. Then let us begin the lesson. At that moment, Bizian appeared at the classroom door and walked in. She was slightly surprised, thinking that someone as serious as Bizian would be late. She walked straight toward the professor. He was curious what exactly had happened. Should try using the glasses to observe. The system displayed information about Bizian. Most notable was her cruel mother with a predetermined fate. Nodded, everything had not changed much. The predetermined detail of death caught his special attention. He suddenly thought, if Isal died by flame, then Hong Bizian would also find it hard to escape. Perhaps that could be considered the unavoidable fate of a villain. He would try to save her if possible, but at present he was not qualified. The teacher reminded Bizian to find a seat. He reassured himself that he should keep his distance. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Bizian was walking toward a seat near him. Her gaze carried an unreadable indifference. He repeatedly fell into astonishment. He was truly preparing to sit down. In the end, Bizian sat right beside Becky Yusen. He was stunned. What was this feeling? Could everything have deviated from the start? Professor Li Han announced, before we begin studying, we will hold the inheritance ceremony for you to receive your wands. Class S would hold the ceremony together with Class A. Hearing that, he could not help feeling curious. Although the ceremony was rather cumbersome, he was truly looking forward to it. At Stella Academy, there were 2 major events. One was the Soulmate Pact, and the other was the Inheritance Ceremony. A top academy like Stella, the Inheritance Ceremony carried immense significance. Professor Li inquired to everyone present. Many wands from low to mid-rank had been prepared. Your task is to choose the wand that you feel suits you. After choosing, changing wands is very complicated, so consider carefully. He gradually understood that it was not he who chose the wand, but the other way around. In this world, wands only responded through resonance to those they acknowledged. It meant high-rank wands could not be used casually. His gaze lifted to observe carefully. He hesitated, unsure which one to choose. If it were before, he would have chosen an F-rank wand. But now in Class S, he could not be careless. He had to choose the one most suitable for his current position. Wands were divided into rods and staffs. Rods for knights to cast quickly, while staffs were for bishops focusing on a single powerful strike. The whispers rose again. What do you think he will choose? In Class S, resonance with a wand should not be a problem. He ignored all the whispers. Let them say what they wanted. Suddenly someone called out, "Hey." He flinched slightly and turned around. "Who are you?" The other replied, "I am Lake." The unfamiliar name made him think. It was the first time he had heard it, so that was it. Lake curiously asked which wand he intended to choose. He only replied he would pick one at random. He advised him to choose a wand suitable for a commoner's status. Do not do unnecessary things that would trouble the professor. He left in annoyance and reminded him not to cause trouble either. Lake flushed red with anger. He shouted, "Bastard, do you want to fight?" He was weary of this troublesome man. Observing carefully, Wilson realized he was the son of Marquis Sepulin, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy. His level of bullying was very low. He felt slightly disappointed. Was that all? There was nothing special about him. U.S. Lake pointed forward, saying he would choose that one, telling him to watch closely. His eyes instantly recognized what kind of wand that was. Idem Yuri Ito Mirio. It had to be the highest-ranked wand here, a high mid-tier wand. High mid-tier wands were usually reserved for professional mages. Even the most gifted students could only reach the limit of a low mid-tier wand. Even many seasoned mages rarely used low mid-tier wands. Therefore, that high mid-tier wand placed here aside from Edmuri Edamiri was mostly for display rather than for anyone to truly use. Teacher reminded them, stand before the wand you have chosen. The other students stepped forward one after another and followed. Every gaze was fixed intently on the wand each preferred. Xian had also chosen a suitable one for herself. The light of the resonance ritual suddenly flared before him. The surrounding students were stunned. Was that not the wand Hegel chose had an Amicote and Yu, a common high-tier wand? Even Prince Skelvin had only reached that level. Princess Hong Bizian also chose Siwa Vita Lahavin, also a common high-tier wand. How many people could actually accomplish this? This year was truly insane. Uksek rushed forward excitedly. Just wait and see. I can do it too. Everyone looked over in shock. Was that not U.S. Lake? Could he resonate with a high mid-tier wand? All eyes focused on him. U.S. Lake smugly thought, watch closely. I will show you what a true Class S genius is. His hand tightened around the wand. A violent surge of light exploded. He watched with a puzzled look, just as expected. U.S. Lake failed and collapsed onto the ground, gasped heavily, unable to rise. The other students panicked. He is badly hurt, called the professor. High mid-tier wand was indeed impossible. It was better to give up early. Ma Yu Xiang stepped toward the wand area, ignoring all the attempts to stop him. Wait. Yu Xiang calmly walked forward amid the whispers. The owner of that wand seemed already decided. Crowd murmured endlessly. Was it Ma Yu Xiang? Was he going to take the staff? I do not think he can endure it. Determination was clear on Yu Xiang's face as his hands touched the staff. The surrounding light erupted violently, so intense it swallowed everything else. He frowned under the pressure of that radiance. Yu Xiang smiled in satisfaction. This time the staff rested completely in his grasp. The other students stared wide-eyed, unable to believe a freshman had obtained a common high-tier staff. So it really happened, he thought. He had predicted it. From now on, many more would clearly know his talent. Yu Xiang's gaze swept toward him. Wilson stiffened under that stare. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiang flashed him a brilliant smile. He stood frozen. What was going on? What was wrong with him? He suddenly remembered that Flame also possessed a high mid-tier staff Terravon. But this was the moment when the branching paths began to diverge. Flame succeeded in obtaining Terravon. Yu Xiang would notice her talent. That would open Yu Xiang's path. If Flame chose another staff, he would head in a completely different direction. He had to use Flame to draw Yu Xiang to his side. Calculation gradually formed in Wilson's mind. His gaze turned toward Flame as she calmly stepped forward. Terry Vaughn was right before her. He was curious what Flame intended to do. She continued forward without hesitation. Her steady gaze did not waver. He thought urgently, choose Terry Vaughn. Yu Xiang would surely notice Flame. Everything would end in a good direction. Yet events moved completely against his expectations. What was this? Did she not like Terry Vaughn at all? How could this be? Did she not know its value? Or had she not been given enough information? No matter what, this was bad. Flame could resonate with any staff because she was the main character. If she chose some strange staff, he would lose another crucial option. At this point, he decided he had to act. He had to push Terry Vaughn toward Flame. Flame was moving forward very quickly. He immediately used Blink to approach Flame's position. Flame quickly sensed someone beside her and turned her head. She was surprised to see he had appeared at some point. While he smiled in greeting, Wilson spoke. I was only curious which staff you intended to choose. Flame coldly asked what was it to him. He showed goodwill. He only wanted to help because she seemed confused, but Flame firmly replied it was none of his concern. After speaking, she left quickly, so fast he could not stop her. He hurriedly called out, wait. An uneasy feeling rose within Wilson. Flame should have been friendly with everyone. She was originally sociable. Why was she so cold now? Could not give up. His life depended on this. He called again, wait. I truly only want to help you. Flame turned back and shouted, worry about yourself first. Still tried to explain, but he felt there was a staff extremely suitable for her. Flame angrily retorted, what did he know about staffs? He panicked and wondered what he had done wrong. The main character paid no attention to a side character like him. She think he could not obtain that staff. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Terry Vaughn. Yes, that one. That moment he suddenly sensed something unusual. A violent sound erupted, purple light spreading everywhere. The light was so intense he could not open his eyes. He instinctively shouted what was happening. When the light faded, the staff was in Bitch Yusen's hand. A shockwave spread and everyone was stunned. He was terrified. Why was it in his hand? Flame was supposed to obtain it. This cursed development pushed him into an inexplicable dead end. Flame glared at him in fury. The air grew heavy and oppressive. The story continued at Stellar Academy. Flame walked silently across the schoolyard. Whispers rose together. Have you heard? Tier 2 students obtained common high-tier staffs. Really? Only 5 had done so before, and now there were 2 more. But strangely, one only used Blink in the test. Blink was basic magic. The whispers reached Flame's ears and made her ponder. The scene shifted to the study room. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows. Flame walked along the corridor and muttered. It was finally quiet. All day wherever she went, she heard people talking about the 2 students who obtained common high-tier staffs. Yet even now she still could not understand it. Believable. He truly obtained Terry Vaughn. Who exactly was he? She had read the original novel 3 times before coming here. Yet this character named Wilson had never once appeared. Flame kept pondering. People always said no one could resonate with Terry Vaughn, yet he had done it so easily. Could it be that he was deliberately showing off in front of her? No matter how she thought about it, arrogance served no purpose. At that moment a voice called out, Flame, are you planning to study on your own too? During the question, Flame turned her head. A friendly smile appeared on her lips. Flame replied jokingly, do you all think I am a bookworm? The other girl laughed and said, of course not. You always say you are free, yet you are constantly in meetings. Flame shook her head in denial. Girl curiously asked, Flame, why do you keep calling us kids? We are the same age. Flame awkwardly explained it was just a habit. Where she used to live, people often treated her like an adult. In truth, Flame thought to herself, living inside a novel made it hard to be carefree like a child. Girl continued, so are you studying alone today? The expression of the person before her made Flame hesitate. This must be Jackie. That was her style of dress, so similar to hers. At first she had even mistaken her for Jackie. Flame replied no. She had a meeting to attend first. They could have a drink another time. After speaking, Flame left, waving as she walked away. On the way she let out a weary sigh. Turning to being a student at this age was truly not easy. Suddenly, a direct collision occurred. Flame held her forehead in pain after the hard impact. A voice called out, Flame. She looked up and recognized H.E. Gulryang. Gulryang anxiously asked if she was all right. Flame reassured him she was fine. Gulryang still seemed uneasy, his eyes carefully observing her. You do not look well. Is something wrong? Flame felt slightly embarrassed. Was he worried about her? She quickly denied it. Nothing was wrong. The young man asked further, are you heading to self-study? Flame nodded and asked back if he was going to the private training room of Class S. They looked at each other and chatted. Training every day, how could one be lazy? You are truly serious, Flame replied with a soft smile. Gazes met in a gentle moment. Gulryang formed a faint smile. His hand slightly lifted near Flame's face. Then he quickly left, leaving behind the words, see you later. Flame stood still for a moment watching him leave. In the end, everything felt strangely blurred. That moment her eyes caught something unusual. It was the girl from earlier, still standing there watching. Jackie was still there. Flame raised her hand intending to greet, but Jackie suddenly turned and ran away. Flame stood stunned and reassured herself perhaps it was nothing. She continued walking because this was not the time to worry. The scene shifted to the study room. A special supplementary meeting was taking place. According to the original work, Aso and Hongbai Xian would attend this meeting. Flame wanted to see the female lead and the villain face each other, so she hurried over. Door slowly opened. Flame stepped inside and looked around. Wilson, Mayu, Xiang, and Aso were already present. Flame realized most of the important characters had gathered here. Let us see, the host was a rank student. Quite surprising. This was a meeting for students who wanted to advance. It made sense that famous Class S students were present. Flame carefully observed each person. She did not expect Mayu Xiang to appear and even smile brightly at Wilson, which made her more suspicious. Clearly, this was no coincidence. Wilson had not even solved anything beyond the 3 hell questions. Perhaps from the beginning he had known that solving them would place him in Class S. And indeed, he had been assigned to Class S. A frightening thought suddenly crossed Flame's mind. If Wilson truly knew the future, then his previous actions truly sent chills down one's spine. Wilson suddenly sighed. He gloomily thought he wished someone would throw this name away out of his sight. Yu Xiang proactively asked, Becky Yusen, why are you here? With your ability, you do not need to attend these sessions. Or do you have some unspeakable reason? Wilson forced a smile and replied he was only forced to join because his grades were too low. Just that answer alone made Wilson break into a sweat. He still did not understand why Yu Xiang paid such attention to him. That moment a stern voice rang out. All right, everyone stop talking. Today we will discuss the ranking test. As you all know, this test was extremely difficult, and the first 3 were called hell questions. I will explain each question clearly. The woman observed the students and irritably thought, why were those people here? Gaze quickly focused on someone. Was Wilson? No, this might be a good opportunity. She had heard Becky Yusen had the lowest score. She revealed a self-satisfied smile. It was enough to show him how much more capable she was. She loudly said, "Pay attention, this is how I solved the first question." This was actually a trap question, meant to lead everyone into a dead end. As she lectured, most students diligently took notes. Only Ma Yu-ziang kept staring at Wilson. He directly asked, "What do you think? Was that viewpoint reasonable?" After asking, Yu-ziang even smiled with interest. Wilson froze, asking if he thought it was correct. He himself did not even understand the lecture. After a moment, Wilson told himself honesty would suffice. "No, I do not know." His answer rang out loudly, causing the class to freeze. The entire room erupted. "What, Wilson?" Someone whispered that Kai had made a mistake, causing Kai to angrily snap the chalk. Wilson was bewildered. Why was everyone looking at him like that? Chalk in Kai's hand broke in two. She coldly asked, "Did I make a mistake?" "In that case, Wilson, why do you not come up here and explain this part to everyone?" Her words made Wilson stiffen. Was this? What on earth was she saying? Wilson turned to look at the person beside him. Yu-ziang softly said, "You can do it." At that moment, Wilson understood clearly this was his arrangement. In any case, he was forced to step up to the board. He could do it. Vizian's eyes followed every movement of Becky Yusen. Wilson quickly picked up the chalk. He put on his glasses and looked at the three hell questions. They looked like a jumble of incomprehensible text. The question roughly described a mage chanting, causing the Mother Earth to shed tears and the dust to double. Why did that happen? The answer was simple. The dust was not crying, but merely in a state of separation. Wilson rubbed his forehead and thought to himself it was amusing to him, but a difficult problem for them. One had to be truly bored to devise such a question. In any case, this question was not solved mathematically, but by deducing the state of the dust. It was truly hard to put into words. Though his method was somewhat flawed, he still arrived at the correct answer, mostly thanks to luck. If faced with a similar question, he would certainly not pass. He turned to Kai and said he could not teach her the complete solution but could point out the mistake. Kai exclaimed in shock, "What?" Continued analyzing the foundation of Earth, yet questioned whether the same method would work if it were replaced with water or wind. Did she think that method could be applied? If so, he would use a different approach. That meant she needed multiple approaches for the same type of question. Answering correctly by luck did not mean truly understanding the examiner's intent. I was completely speechless and did not know how to refute. In the end, she admitted he was right. He trembled slightly. Had he disappointed her too much after all that approach? His explanation made Kai diligently write down every word. The other students did the same. No one took their eyes off the page. Flame did not expect such a strong effect. Impossible. Everyone was recording every word he said. Aso and Hung Bai Xian should have been debating, yet both were engrossed in analyzing his method. Could something like this truly happen? Sunlight outside gradually faded. Ma Yu-ziang waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow, Yusen." He left with a bright smile, his face full of delight. Could only helplessly wave back. He cursed inwardly, damn it. Getting involved with Ma Yu-ziang would not end well. He did not want to see him again in this lifetime. Suddenly, he realized something. He thought perhaps everything stemmed from the phone. Though he could not use it now, it had drawn Ma Yu-ziang's attention. For some reason, he kept seeking him out. Previously, no one except Flame had ever used it. Lost in thought, he encountered Bizian. Her face looked sorrowful, her steps slow. He immediately recognized her. Was that not Hong Bizian? Was she waiting for someone? This had nothing to do with him. He should just walk past. Just as he intended to pass by, a voice called out, "Wilson." Bizian calmly approached where he stood. She said she had something to ask him. Froze, not expecting Bizian to seek him out. What was it? Bizian curiously asked, why he had not clearly explained his answer earlier. He was flustered. It was not that he did not want to explain, but that he did not know how to explain a question that had no answer. Perhaps she had misunderstood. He replied he had not explained anything. Bizian looked slightly surprised, then nodded. She understood. It meant he did not want to speak there. In truth, he had no such intention. Bizian proactively suggested she would compensate him. He would pay a worthy price. He only needed to explain clearly for her to understand. His mind was in chaos, and he could only frown. The scene shifted to the study room. He sat opposite Bizian in silence. The previous test questions lay on the table. He wondered why she would pay him to explain those 3 questions. Bizian coldly replied she had her own reason and told him to speak. "Yes, my lady." He was puzzled. She had only missed 3 while he had missed almost all. Did she not find that strange? Bizian shook her head no. What shamed her was that she still did not understand their answers. If she could find the solution, she was willing to do anything. This further convinced him she was a model student. But why did she come to him? She was a princess. Surely she had many people to ask. Bizian sadly said that among 1141 first-year students, only 3 solved the 3 hell questions, and he was one of them. Hearing that he was stunned, what did she say? Bizian admitted those questions had no answer but Ma Yusen Flame, and he had all passed. That was why she felt so ashamed. He quickly asked her to wait. Were those 3 questions traps? No one could solve them, Bizian nodded. Had he not realized during the test? He exhaled sharply, crazy. Now he understood why he was placed in Class S, and why Flame had paid attention to him. He did not know the details of this world's setting, nor those trick questions. But Flame was different. She had read the entire novel, so she understood the background, even if she did not know the game. For example, those 3 trap questions. Because a side character, who did not exist in the original, appeared, Flame had to acknowledge Becky Yusen. Damn it, no wonder she behaved that way. He went blank and Bizian asked what was wrong. He reassured her it was nothing. His gaze remained deep in thought. He reminded her not to forget she had promised to do him a favor if he explained the answers. He had only one request, to turn his staff into a magic sword. Blacksmith of her kingdom could do it. Bizian was surprised, but that type was usually used only by low-level mercenaries. He smiled and explained it suited his preference. In truth, he did not want to say it was because of his flaw. Could she do it? Bizian pondered. Finally, she nodded. It was very simple. The agreement settled. He continued he would show her how to solve this question. The method was to change perspective. Its way of thinking seemed something Bizian had never considered. Hongbai Xian's weakness was using magic too mechanically, which made her easily trapped. She would only realize that in her second year, after being left far behind by Flame. Could not help immediately, but at least could guide her in the right direction. So he would pull her toward a new path. He asked whether she knew about trick riddles. Bizian froze again at the unfamiliar term. A trick, she seemed to have heard of it. Gave an example. What lies between knee and knee? Bizian thought, then answered the inside of the knee. He shook his head wrong. The answer was the word, and Bizian looked confused. He patiently explained. He asked what word lay between the 2 words knee. Did she understand? Bizian grew angry at feeling teased. He quickly soothed her not to be upset. Calm down, sit and look at this question. It had its own formula and trick, so she could not rely solely on intuition. Creativity was the key factor. Did she dare to break away from habit to create? His words seemed to awaken something in Bizian. She replied sadly that she could not. He smiled faintly. Exactly, so although understanding many spells was important, mage the most essential thing was the way of seeing the world. With just a small shift in perspective, magic would also change. She fixated only on what she saw. Magic was not merely memorizing and casting. Her shortcomings were pointed out by Becky Yusen, leaving her silent. Continued, she might be better at analysis than him, but she lacked the most important trait of a mage, creativity. Bizian's hands gradually trembled. The surrounding air seemed to sink. Felt a flicker of worry. Her condition seemed serious. Wilson hesitated and scratched his head, as if he understood what I meant, even though it sounded a little confusing. Bizian nodded lightly. Of course I understand. He quietly chuckled. It was truly amusing. Even he himself was not sure what he was saying. Great that you get the point. Then let us begin. What would a man say to a horse when carrying it onto the bed? Bizian paused to think. He deliberately repeated the question. What does a man say to a horse when putting it on the bed? Bizian could only shake her head in defeat. I do not know. He smiled and explained. The answer is it is time to go to sleep. Next question is why they refuse to work harder. I am not sure, because they always lie down while working. Wilson still would not let her off if rock, scissors, and paper joined a race. Then what? Bizian shook her head again. I do not know. He cheerfully explained. Then the rock would roll while the scissors and paper would stay still because their shapes do not allow them to move, understand? They can only remain motionless. The more excited he was, the sadder Bizian became. Her face lowered clearly. Her reddened eyes looked as if she was trying to hold back her emotions. He also realized that at this rate she might go mad at any moment. Wilson threw out another question. Then what would the cloud say to the sea? What would the cloud say to the sea when it started to rain? The question made Bizian think with all her might. Nervously waited for her answer. Finally, Bizian spoke. I am falling into the sea. He was completely stunned by that answer. Oh, you got it right. Just one correct answer was enough to make Bizian happy. Her face brightened up. She also felt happy. It was rare to see her smile like that, whether in the game or in real life. Wilson praised her just like a princess. Your creativity is truly on another level. Bizian waved her hand. That is enough, skip it, give me the next question. He immediately continued, the next question is. The scene gradually shifted into dim light. The students moved about busily. At the same time, he wandered along absent-mindedly. He looked exhausted, breathing heavily. I spent 3 whole hours just using trick riddles to challenge Hongbizian. Honestly, I only hope she does not remember everything I said. He truly prayed for that. Hongbizian was clearly a talented witch with outstanding intelligence, but her weakness lay in her overly rigid way of thinking. If that weakness was exploited, it would work. Even though she was a villain, thinking about it still made him feel guilty. I must quickly train Terry Vaughn into a magic swordsman, so I need to try harder. These things are completely different from my previous abilities. That is enough thinking. It is better to go find the books needed for class. It is definitely around here. I cannot be mistaken. After walking for a while, he finally realized. What I need is right in front of me. A gloomy scene appeared. Inside the old room, cobwebs stretched across every corner. You could clearly feel how badly this place had deteriorated. I know clearly. The bookstore owner had a strange habit of pretending to sleep in order to secretly observe customers. In this shabby, nameless bookstore, the notes of Mela, the top student of Stellar Academy 10 years ago, were hidden somewhere. On the screen, you only needed to press a button to view it immediately. But in real life, you had to have the actual book to read it. Moreover, choosing study books directly affected leveling speed. At first, I bought books from famous shops. Only later did I discover that the best books were in stores without signboards. Taking the magic engineering class with Ma Ella notes would guarantee a perfect score. Even wearing bun glasses would be fine, and perhaps I might even find a secret formula. With just a glance, he recognized it was here. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and pulled the book out. That very moment, another hand reached for the same target. He was startled and looked to see who it was. Turned out to be ISO. She asked curiously, "You know me?" He replied at once, "Of course, you are famous." ISO thought for a moment, then said, "I remember now. You are in the supplementary group. Your name is Becky Yuzen, right?" He was slightly surprised. Does she not remember meeting me before entering the academy? She even praised him. I really liked that debate. It is a pity you did not fully explain it, and I could not solve that question either. All right then, ISO prepared to leave. Anyway, it was nice meeting you. He watched her back as she walked away. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the book had not been taken. Why did she appear here? ISO picked up the book and silently looked outside. Then she slowly lowered her hand with a soft sigh. Somehow he understood that the reason was the book. In fact, this shop specialized in selling used books, so the customers were usually poor students like me. Someone from a fallen family like ISO, who had lost everything, could only come here. Her father had probably been killed by the subordinates of the Black Demon. It was sad that a princess like her had to buy used books, and even consider the price because of lacking money. Moreover, in the original novel, ISO had a tragic ending, even dying before Flame, who later became the protagonist. It could be said that ISO was the unluckiest character in the game. Placed a large stack of books on the table. "I would like to pay." The shop owner was surprised. "All of these? All right, this kid is stronger than he looks." He glanced at ISO. She also turned to look back at him. Wilson asked, "What is it?" She muttered, "You seem. I mean, you only choose good books." He even thought she was about to scold him. Replied, "Not at all." ISO asked curiously, "All of those? Why are you reading books on advanced ceiling theory?" Ceiling theory is an ancient art that requires items. So nowadays, when alchemy and magic engineering have developed, very few people use it. Continued, "This one. It is indeed not very useful, so you know that too." Precisely because Wilson understood clearly, he decided to take it. ISO widened her eyes in surprise. "Huh." He said smugly, "Everyone thinks that way, so taking this class makes it even easier to get high scores. I will go ahead." Just as ISO said, few people choose to study ceiling theory. But thanks to that, I save time and achieve higher scores more easily. These books this semester will be easy. ISO seemed to look at him with completely different eyes. The scene shifted to the second day. ISO walked while thinking. The first period is nihilism theory. Anyway, this is an easy class to score. It should be fine. She arrived at the classroom and looked around. Everyone chatted noisily. "You are taking nihilism theory too?" "Yes, but I think there is a problem." "I registered because I heard it was easy. The rumor spread too far, so all the top students came here, and that is the end." Hearing that, ISO could only console herself. "Then I will try harder in other classes." Finally, the lesson ended. Everyone dispersed. "I am so hungry, I have not eaten anything. Let us go to the cafeteria." "That is settled." ISO walked silently with a gloomy face. A heavy sigh sounded. At this rate, it will be hard to win a scholarship with so many talented people. She was thinking so much that even her steps became unsteady. "Maybe I should eat first." Thinking about it, this term I only have exactly 60 meal tickets left, so today I will just grab some bread. While walking, she suddenly bumped into a familiar sight. Someone sitting attentively in class. Was that not Bak Yuso? ISO felt a flicker of curiosity. Why is he here? There was even a professor on the podium, but the number of students was sparse. All of them were those with poor performance. It seems this professor is about to lose his job. ISO suddenly understood the issue. If I enroll in this class, I can get high scores without spending too much time. That way I can save my strength for other subjects and still have a chance at a scholarship. ISO could not help feeling regretful. Could it be that Wilson already knew this subject was easy? Had he already calculated the study path for Xuanxi? It was hard to believe that she was paying that much attention to him. No, that cannot be. It must just be a coincidence. The scene gradually shifted to the academy campus. He focused on listening. Surely you all know the origin of magic. Creation Mage, the white-robed mage, spread magic across the world from humans to other races. This professor is Ladin. He once taught the elves natural magic. He passed material magic to the dwarves, and he granted elemental magic to humans. Then he entered the meditation hall. After listening for a while, he felt a headache coming on, not knowing how he would endure these 3 years. At this age, having to sit and study again was truly insane. In the game, it would have been done with a single click. This class was actually very important. It might reveal the true ending. For now, it was only speculation. He suddenly noticed something unusual. As ISO always taken this class, I do not remember any key character ever enrolling in it. Thinking that he reassured himself, it probably has nothing to do with me. The professor continued lecturing. Humanity curiosity did not stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled everywhere, secretly learning magic from other races, yet still were not satisfied. Even so, they could not learn anything further. After that, the creation mage left behind 12 divine moons and vanished. Does anyone in class know about the 12 divine moons? Aso quickly answered, it is said they are guardian deities maintaining the balance of the continent power, scattered everywhere and fulfilling their mission until 1,000 years ago. The professor nodded in confirmation. That is correct. They possess special power to protect the world. For example, the divine moon of summer, the 6th moon called Crimson Summer, carries blazing red flames. That flame is said to never extinguish. If you descend to the bottom of the Elementa Sea, you can still see that flame. Anyone curious may try. He chuckled softly. Is the teacher joking? Any living being that invades the territory of the Sea King Alamanca dies instantly. The professor pointed to Bolivian, a massive whirlpool in the ocean frozen by the 12th moon called Azure Winter. Each divine moon has its own power, but a miracle happens when they combine. The student asked curiously, what is that miracle? The professor replied that no one knows the answer. Fallen into slumber for 100 years, and he silently acknowledged that. At least while playing the game, I encountered several divine moons, but at most only 5 during limited events. I gathered this information from other players. No one has encountered more moons than I have. If my guess is correct, the 12 divine moons are definitely related to the true ending. 10 years no one has found the real conclusion. Perhaps the answer lies in what no one has touched. I only met 5 moons after risking my life many times. If I want to see the true ending, I have no choice but to start over from the beginning. Blazing red light suddenly appeared. The female professor loudly reminded them, power is not everything. No matter how strong an attack is, if it does not hit the target, it is useless, said Hong Jiel, the fire class professor. She was guiding the students in practice. Her serious gaze followed every movement. Attack shot straight toward the dummy. The impact created a dazzling flash. Professor Jiel carefully evaluated the result. Her eyes widened without blinking. The dummy remained standing in place, black smoke slowly spreading. Nothing changed. The dummy was completely unharmed. The other students began to pay attention as well. The professor bluntly criticized, that was terrible. The one who launched the attack was Bizian. She had not executed everything perfectly. Bizian sat silently with a sorrowful expression. I have disappointed Mother again. She must be very upset. At that moment, someone approached. A voice called out, Princess. A red-haired girl stood before Bizian. Are you all right? Saying that the girl sat beside Bizian. She kept praising her. You are truly amazing, Princess, leaving Bizian confused about her meaning. The red-haired girl said, you use the same type of magic as I do, but much stronger. Bizian replied coldly, so what? I did not even hit the target. The red-haired girl still excitedly praised her. But your magic is really cool. To be honest, I have known of you since I was little. Bizian suddenly remembered this girl is also a fire mage like her. It seems her name is Axuang. I have heard that name somewhere before. That a genius fire mage had appeared, yet still could not compare to my magic. Bizian continued, your accuracy is commendable. Axuang humbly replied, if you train more, I could never compare. Bizian stood up in frustration. This suits only the weak. Talking with you makes me feel more at ease. After saying that, she left goodbye. Axuang stood there blankly for a moment. Her eyes were filled with contemplation. The scene shifted to the villa district. A room appeared before her eyes. Bizian stepped inside with heavy steps, breathing heavily. Greeting sounded, Princess. It was the voice of the female bodyguard in the house. Welcome back. She is the personal guard of Hongbizian, i.e. Terran. She also mentioned that tea and sweets were prepared. Thank you. i.e. Terran reported on the task of adjusting the appearance of the magic staff that you assigned earlier. Because the staff is of high quality, they believe it can be forged into a high-grade sword. However, there are still a few questions. Bizian was curious to hear them. Aya Edarin explained that. I heard it continuously absorbs mana from its owner. Bizian sprang up in shock. What would that not make it a dark artifact? The guard hurried to explain. Not the same. It resonates with natural energy. Bizian remained full of doubt, unable to believe that something which absorbs its owner mana could harmonize with natural power. Then why is that magic staff only ranked at intermediate level? The guard affirmed that this very point is the key reason. What do you think about it? Its original ability was to greatly amplify the user mana. It could even be pushed to high grade, because it only absorbs mana without returning it. Its rank was dragged down to intermediate. Vizian exclaimed in shock, "High grade. How could a student possibly use such a thing?" Even the guard looked astonished. Vizian frowned and continued, "I know clearly that it does not possess the ability to resonate with anyone from the start, but I do not think an ordinary person could use it, unless they possess an enormous amount of mana or are completely empty. I truly cannot understand. Even an ordinary person could notice this. No matter what, he is certainly a very special case." Several days passed since the new term began. He continued attending the professor class, the lecture voice echoing steadily throughout the room. Offensive magic requires a far higher level of detailed comprehension than other types of spells. That is why this mana guidance class is classified as mandatory. From now on, in duels you will train guidance focusing on release and accuracy. On the blackboard, the professor slowly wrote each line of chalk. Then he presented a trajectory problem. From the northern point 760 m away, Chensu moves south at a speed of 12.6 m per second. What distance is required for Iron High to cast a water spell? The whole class immediately fell silent. The students began whispering. "What if it is water?" Another hurriedly stopped him. "If you are not water type, do not answer. Is he making it difficult for us?" He sighed, feeling that everything was truly too dull. Why does this class waste even more time than the previous lessons? Suddenly the professor called Becky Yuzen to stand and answer. He thought irritably, "Damn it, my turn again." Just a few minutes later, he had completed the solution on the board. The professor widened his eyes in astonishment at the sight. "Excellent, you solved this so effortlessly and in such a simple way. Is your original attribute water?" He immediately denied it. "No." "Very good, then we will move on to the next question." The class ended, he left the room. Just then a voice sounded, "Excuse me." Iso appeared, causing he to turn around. She said, "I have a few things I want to ask you." He was slightly surprised by Iso's request. "What do you want to ask?" Iso thought for a moment and said, "I have been observing Wilson for a while, not about ranking, but his intelligence, it even rivals top scholars. The problem was completed in the blink of an eye. That is almost impossible. The difficulty of the question is at least university level. No, precisely professor level. Even though Stella gathers geniuses, what is Wilson's true identity? First I thought not, but now I am certain that person must have a strategy for course registration. If that is true, what is your next course?" Asa wanted to gather more information. Being asked so directly, he hesitated, unsure how to answer. "Are you asking, do you like me?" Asa was startled. "What, that is disgusting," he added. "I am the one who finds it disgusting, is that not so?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "I am already an adult, so why am I acting like this?" Then asked again, "Why are you so interested?" Aso spoke frankly, saying she had looked over the courses he registered and noticed they were all fairly easy classes to score high grades. "I'll ask you directly, where did you learn those strategies?" Because this matter was very important to him. The main character thought to himself that he did not understand what she was trying to dig into. Outwardly, he only replied asking what she meant. Those classes were merely a coincidence. "If that is all, then I will take my leave first." Aso still refused to give up. She hurriedly called after him, "Wait." In her eyes, there was a clear glimmer of anticipation. She looked as if she was trying to hold on to the person in front of her. Gathering all her courage, she raised her voice to plead, "Please wait for me a moment." Main character stopped out of curiosity. "What is it? Why are you following me? If it is about studying, then ask someone else. There is no shortage of talented people here. Or simply copy me. Did you not say you had already researched me?" Iso immediately explained that anyone who studied the Moon God course was almost guaranteed an A+, so it was not too important. But if she studied together with him, it might affect his grades. The main character suddenly thought that if she lost her scholarship, then she would suffer the most. Yet in this situation, she was still worrying about someone else. Even if it was a bit troublesome, the female lead truly still carried the aura of a heroine. Ace eagerly asked for a suggestion of an easy class to score well in, while the main character firmly replied that did she think that gaze could persuade him. Aso innocently said that it was strange. Normally just looking at her face would make all bad luck disappear. The main character asked in surprise whether she was serious. Girl burst into laughter, saying she was only joking. She knew he would react like that, so she had prepared a few things as compensation. The main character wondered to himself why these kids were so fond of compensating others. Where did they learn such things? Aso suddenly asked if he knew about the seventh magic. The main character froze at once. "You know," the girl responded in surprise, "truly, not many people know about this. Because it was an abandoned tower that had vanished, and countless barriers surrounded it so that no one could approach the place where it once stood." The main character abruptly interrupted, startling Iso. "What is wrong? Are you all right?" His mind was in turmoil as he thought he was about to go mad. This was an extremely crucial piece of information. Thanks to it, Ba Lem could increase his level of influence over the main character. Moreover, in the original plot, Flame knew about this. ISO also knew and only revealed it to the main character, not to a supporting character like him. He hurriedly brushed it aside, saying it was a frightening story. He did not want to hear it. There was nothing interesting about it. The two continued their exchange. It was not as scary as he thought. Was he afraid of ghosts at this age? Fine, then she would tell him. ISO said awkwardly that he had just pretended he would not tell, and now he changed his mind. Bitch Yusen nodded and replied that his father had just changed his mind. The main character also began to hesitate. Just the fact that ISO wanted to give him something was enough to make him think. Answered ISO that this matter was unrelated to grades, but it was extremely useful for registering a meditation journey into the void as a specialized class. ISO asked blankly about meditation, registering that subject as a cultural class. The moon god course and meditation were prioritized. Did he like cultivation? Wilson awkwardly explained that his master was also a bishop like her, and through meditation one could enhance magical ability. Is meditation alone truly enough? In reality, this had not yet been fully researched, but it was different for bishops who wielded large-scale destructive magic. Meditation was crucial for accurately casting formulas and equations. More importantly, it was the mind, the thing that controlled magical power. I have never told anyone, but you are an exception because you are cute. ISO replied in surprise that earlier he had said she was ugly. Even so, she still smiled brightly with gratitude. Thank you. Even if it does not help me raise my grades, I will still register for that course. After saying that, ISO smiled and turned to leave. That smile left the main character stunned for a moment. Truly felt a bit worried, saying that might change the future. But if he ignored her, ISO might once again suffer another tragedy in this world. If meditation could help her then, that would surely be a good thing. Suddenly Bitch Yusen widened his eyes, as if he had just realized something. Wait, he had only just remembered that he was also a mage. So why had he still not trained until now? The game Wilson trained extremely harshly, awakening his physique, restoring mana and growing very quickly. The main character reasoned that in the game one could gain experience with just a button press. But now he had to do it himself, and it was already late. There were no quests or monster hunts to earn extra EXP. I really should thank ISO. Returning to the lounge, the main character had to admit this dormitory was truly spacious. At Stella, all students lived in the dormitory. The dormitory system was a side feature of the game that allowed free decoration. But for Wilson, it was his only home because his village had been burned to the ground. The dorms were divided by rank. The room sizes were the same, but the number of occupants depended on rank. Naturally, the S-class trainees occupied the highest floor. Bak Yusen felt a bit lonely, but eventually made use of that. He let out a long breath. Then let us begin. Stats were not everything. Because this was reality, he had to get used to this body. In the game, Wilson was a genius who could control sword energy, thanks to the endlessly circulating mana, both inside and outside his body. No one paid attention, so no one knew. But Wilson was a swordsmanship genius who had once reached the pinnacle. I must walk that path once more. His breathing guided the flow of mana. If he gradually increased the amount of mana absorbed with each slash, he could gather enough in a single strike. Skills did not only increase through EXP, but had to be used continuously to level up, which meant training was indispensable. Time quietly passed very quickly. The morning light gradually shone through the window. The main character still persisted in training silently. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered before his eyes. He was certain this was the sensation Bitch Yusen once experienced. Though the leaking mana flow was faint, he could still feel it. The mana detection and blink skills had both leveled up. The main character felt extremely satisfied. I have moved one step closer to my goal. No matter what, I must find the true ending. A poetic scene appeared before his eyes. Someone's footsteps were approaching. Lem felt the grass and the artificial breeze, yet the sensation was strangely real. The Stella dormitory was in fact a pocket space located within the academy grounds. Thanks to that, everyone could freely manipulate the spatial structure and its properties. Sports events, other activities, dungeons, spatial gates, and monster training all took place here. Trainees gradually gathered in full. The gazes observing from around were intent and focused. A total of 141 people were present, 50 from A1 and A2, 40 from Class S. According to the novel, there should have been only 39. I thought counting myself would make 40. I did not expect another person to appear. So where did Wilson come from like this? In the novel, there were only 1,140 first-year students. Adding me makes 1,141. In other words, Wilson also existed in the original work. I will slowly find out everything. It is fine, I can do it. After all, only I know the content of this novel clearly. The lesson was about to begin. Suddenly a commotion arose. Prince Jeremy appeared. Had he finished registering for classes? Jeremy immediately replied that he had. The others excitedly said they had also registered for the soft magic research class because they heard he joined. Truly, then let us help each other. The moment he appeared, that person drew every gaze. That was Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he confessed to ISO, but was rejected and eventually became a villain. Gentle on the outside, but every action was calculated. I must be careful to avoid involvement. Jeremy suddenly glanced toward Flame. He raised his hand in greeting with a radiant smile. Lem responded as well, thinking to himself that he was truly handsome. No wonder so many people flattered him. His faction was the most famous force in the academy. I must gather them, because from now on this world is my reality. The future needs to be prepared. Jeremy's gaze became extremely intense. He had noticed Flame. That moment, the professor signaled for everyone to focus their attention. Before today's lesson begins, we will conduct basic training. I need to clearly understand each of your abilities in order to guide you properly. I will personally oversee the class. If you are dissatisfied, then do not say it. You already know, a professor has the authority to add or deduct points. Failing to meet the required standard will result in expulsion. Now I will explain the training content. We will practice in a simulated dungeon. I will recreate real situations with traps and monsters to test you. Feeding a level 1 monster earns 4 points. A level 2 monster earns 8 points. If you seize a point staff, you will receive 20 points. Top 5 trainees will receive a small reward and shopping privileges. Trainees who score no points will have points deducted. Anyone afraid of failure or unwilling to be alone may form a team. But remember, the points will be divided equally among the team. If you eliminate another trainee, you will take all of that person's points. That is all good luck. At that instant, the ground began to shake violently. The trainees cried out in panic. What is happening? The ground is shaking. The scene turned chaotic. Everyone struggled to keep their balance. Flame could not hide her surprise either. This was the Jack and the Beanstalk dungeon map. The surroundings quickly transformed into a dense forest. The trainees scattered in different directions, some going alone, others forming teams. In the distance was the sight of Flame walking alone. She held her staff in hand and thought to herself, then I will see this game through to the end. Suddenly a voice called out, Lem. He turned and saw red-haired Jackie. The other asked if she planned to go alone. Flame replied, Jackie. She thought that forming a team was advantageous in a dungeon, but going solo made it easier to earn points. So she coldly said, sorry, this time I want to try on my own. The red-haired girl chuckled and said, I guessed as much. Splitting points is troublesome. Flame nodded, yet a trace of suspicion flickered in her heart before she told herself to ignore it. Lem said goodbye and left. Jackie also turned away without another word. Flip stood watching her figure gradually disappear into the distance. Flame felt slightly uncomfortable. She wondered if she was overthinking it. Why did she keep feeling as though someone was imitating her? She sighed and reassured herself. Focus on the main goal. Things will be different later. An hour after the dungeon opened, in a distant corner, a blue light suddenly flashed. Flame looked rather exhausted, as if she had just gone through a battle. She muttered, truly tiring. I wonder when the training will end. Suddenly she sensed that something was about to go wrong. Immediately after, a gigantic vine shot straight toward her. With lightning-fast reflexes, she raised her staff to block. A surge of blue energy exploded and struck directly into the vine. After a few seconds of struggle, the vine gradually shrank back and collapsed. She observed her surroundings and thought not only monsters, but even plants could attack. As expected, training at Stella could not allow the slightest carelessness. She currently had 18 points, which was not bad. Just one more point staff would close the gap. Thinking that, she continued deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. In the distance, a faint shadow flickered. The glaring sunlight prevented her from seeing clearly. She nervously thought it was a monster. No, it was a human. But how could a student conceal himself to such an extent? It is fine. She told herself. She was also camouflaging according to the terrain. With control, defense, destruction, and healing abilities, an ambush at this moment seemed like a reasonable choice. She quietly, step by step, approached that shadow in silence. When she was close enough, she could not help but freeze in shock. That person was Becky Yusin, yet he was walking alone. She remembered many people wanted to form a team with Yusin. Could it be he refused them all? Truly puzzling. What surprised her even more was the point staff in his hand. Bold idea suddenly flashed through her mind. This was the perfect opportunity to test him. At this moment, Yusin was completely unaware and continued walking forward. Lem secretly gathered power, forming a large cluster of light from her staff. She believed that at a distance of 15 meters, the opponent would find it difficult to defend in time. A strange formation appeared. Fierce orange energy surged around her body. Gaze locked firmly onto Wilson. Lem shouted, light bullet. Immediately a bolt shot straight ahead. The attack closed in on Yusin. He suddenly realized he was being ambushed. Yusin instantly used Blink to leave his position. When the dust settled, Flame stood stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Yusin had vanished without a trace. He trembled with anger and exclaimed, how strange. How was that possible? How did he evade a level 2 spell at that distance? It was truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, Yusin continuously used Blink to retreat farther from Flame. Only then did he dare to breathe out in relief, muttering that was close. Luckily, the mana detection skill had leveled up. His Blink skill had reached level 1, with a maximum range of 12 meters. He still had 2 uses left. By taking advantage of the terrain, he could counterattack, but avoiding was still the best option. Thinking that, he used Blink twice in succession to move farther away from Flame. He glanced back and thought this distance was enough. His goal was only top 5, so there was no need to take risks. Reward for 5th place was an italic plate that significantly increased stamina and strength. The top 4 originally belonged to the main characters. They only needed 3 more point staffs. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Hey, you guys, come over and look at this one." In front of him stood a group of unfamiliar trainees. One of them sneered, "Oh, is that not Beck Yusin from Class S?" He immediately recognized the person before him. It was Jaden, who had been quite prominent in the academy lately. Looking at those standing behind him, Yusin thought in annoyance they were also Jeremy's followers, all useless. But then he noticed another problem. He already had 3-point staffs. For a group like them to obtain that many points was hard to understand. Someone mocked that he had cheated to enter Class S. Aiden laughed mockingly, saying that solving a few simple questions to enter Class S meant Stella had been fooled. Yusin wearily thought they never got tired of talking. Seeing Yusin remain silent, that man smugly called out his name. "Since we met here, hand over the point staff obediently." He coldly replied in short, "I am not free," which made the blonde man even more interested. That man wore a sly smile. "Are you trying to resist? Alone you plan to fight us?" he said while pointing his staff provocatively. That man laughed loudly, still planning to use a mid-range staff. If you cannot even use magic, what is the point of a staff? Yusin for a moment did not know how to handle it. With only low-level Blink, it was hard to fight the heirs of great families, even with 3 uses. Then he suddenly thought of another way. That was to make use of the point staff in his hand. Moreover, the dungeon terrain was his advantage. Thinking that, Yusin extended the point staff forward. He said calmly, "Here it is yours." Aiden saw him yield and laughed in satisfaction. "That is more like it. Do not celebrate too soon. Retribution comes quickly." Right after that, Yusin curled his lips. Seeing the opponent lower his guard, he rushed forward as fast as lightning. Raiden's eyes widened in shock, unable to react in time. Yusin snatched a point staff from his hand, a provocative smile on his face. He used the point staff as a weapon, striking directly at the opponent's formation. Formation shattered. That man gritted his teeth and cursed, "You damned commoner." Immediately after, he was knocked backward and slammed hard into a tree trunk. Raiden was so furious he nearly went mad, opening his mouth to hurl curses at that bastard without restraint. But at that very moment, all of them froze when they realized he had vanished. Before they could understand what was happening, a familiar voice rang out, "My heavens." Following the sound, Raiden spun around and saw Yusin grinning as he said that was close. But thanks, now Yusin had 2-point staffs in his hand. Raiden screamed hysterically for them back. Yusin stuck out his tongue and replied, "I do not like that." Yusin felt quite satisfied with his plan, thinking to himself that the 3-point staff was truly effective. He had once accidentally learned in the game that the point staff was originally a bugged item, nearly worthless yet extremely sturdy. It could not be destroyed by trainee magic and possessed strength comparable to many magical tools. For magic users, it was convenient, and for Yusin, who specialized in close combat, a weapon with high stats was even more effective. On the other side, Raiden gritted his teeth and swore in fury, "How dare that bastard steal my staff?" He turned and roared at his lackeys, "Damn it, what are you doing? Charge and attack." Just then, the dungeon suddenly shook violently. Raiden only had time to think, "Damn it, why now?" Then shouted for everyone to stand close and prepare magic. They must not lose sight of him. But this very moment of chaos was the perfect opportunity for Yusin. He immediately ran. That unusual action was noticed by one of them, who yelled, "Wilson is running." Right after, they all unleashed their staffs, forming blue energy blasts shooting straight at Yusin, while shouting, "You will not escape." Terrifying streams of aura shot toward him. Yusin only had time to think they were not bad but still inexperienced, then used Blink and vanished just before being engulfed, driving them mad. While they were still staring ahead, Yusin had slipped behind them, confidently thinking that with 10 years of gaming experience, exploiting terrain was second nature. Raiden cursed in rage that they only needed 1 hit, but the dungeon shook violently once more. Seeing the others flustered, Raiden tried to calm them down. "He is still around here. Wait for the tremor to stop, then attack together." He also reminded them that if magic failed, it would trigger backlash, so they had to be extremely careful, then scan the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze met Yusin standing right in front of him. Before they could react, Yusin swiftly struck the formation with the point staff. The force was so strong the formation could not withstand it and began to crack. Immediately after, that very formation counterattacked Raiden and his group. One of them cried out in panic, "Damn it." Series of explosions followed. The shattered formation rebounded. This was the side effect of magical backlash. Yusen quickly retreated to a distance. He stood watching them suffer from their own magic, gleefully thinking it was all settled. As the smoke cleared, Raiden staggered up and cursed that dog Wilson. Yusen raised 3-point staffs and said with a smug smile, "I will take these." He even teased that one day he would give them to his girlfriend, leaving Raiden stunned as he demanded, "When did you take them?" Raiden screamed for them back, but Yusen only smiled in satisfaction and said, "This is enough. Taking all would be troublesome. That was fun, I am leaving." With that he used Blink to leave, abandoning them trembling with rage. Raiden howled like a madman, and the entire scene was witnessed from start to finish by another female trainee. Yusen had already run far away, laughing gleefully and saying heh finally met them. He thought that in a direct fight he would have been robbed, but in a dungeon it was different. This was the experience of a veteran. Even so, he still felt something was off, as if he was being watched. By the time he realized, it was likely already too late. A massive flame suddenly shot straight toward him. Seeing this, Yusen was so shocked he blurted, "What is this?" A rain of fire appeared from nowhere, flames falling continuously and burning everything to ashes. Terrifying explosion resounded. Yusen could not resist and only managed to use Blink to evade. He ran desperately, face pale as he cursed inwardly. What kind of terrifying magic was this? Looking at the forest reduced to ashes, he had yet to recover and thought that was almost disastrous. But what was that magic? Did someone want to kill him? From within the smoke, a figure emerged. He stood blocking his path and coldly said, "Hey, you commoner, why did you not conveniently take another staff?" The one who wielded fire was none other than Princess Hongbazian. Yusen was astonished and wondered why she appeared here. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Is there some misunderstanding? It is not like I can just take whatever I want, and what does that have to do with you?" Hearing that, Hongbazian also felt she had spoken a bit abruptly. Yusen suddenly realized her intention. He said directly, "You want me to rob them so you can rob me back. What kind of madness is that? Do not forget I once taught you." Hongbazian placed a hand on her chest and explained she was royalty. "But since you understand, then let us fight." She said she did not want to rob a commoner, but in this match she had to defeat him and take what she needed. Yusen felt a chill down his spine and retorted, "Why bully the weak?" She immediately asked, "Where are you weak?" Hongbazian continued that she had seen him toy with and defeat those people using magic. She recalled wandering in the dungeon and telling herself she had to earn points quickly if she did not want to be scolded by her mother. Suddenly she sensed movement approaching. It was Raiden and his group chasing over. One shouted, "Where is Wilson? That bastard is cunning." Princess Bizian also noticed their arrival. At the same time, Yusen began to run. Seeing his exhausted state, she thought that was bitch Yusen and Raiden. She hesitated whether to intervene. No matter how strong she was, she could not face 6 people at once. She decided to wait until their magic weakened before acting. Suddenly she was stunned by the sight before her. Yusen refused to wait for death and attacked one of them from behind, continued using magic to strike the formation, making even Hongbazian at a distance feel surprised. She had not expected that a commoner besides Blink could use other magic. Seeing that, she pressed her lips and made up her mind. Fire formation enveloped her body. The power of the fire element surged fiercely. Immediately after, an extremely powerful surge of magic shot forward. Yusen instantly sensed that terrifying might. He used Blink to dodge to another position in a flash. The oppressive force of the flames grew closer and more violent. Yes, a vast sea of fire was chasing him. Yusen continuously used Blink, leaping and landing to evade. Hongbazian calmly observed, her cold expression unchanged. Yusen glanced back and thought her magic was too dangerous. Luckily, his instincts were sharp. He had already used Blink twice. How would he deal with this now? Bizian suddenly asked why he was not taking out his staff this time. Yusen said speechlessly, "You are holding my staff." She coldly asked what about the one issued at enrollment. Only then did he remember, and awkwardly replied, "Ah, so that is it." Seeing him feign ignorance, Hongbazian grew even more displeased and asked how long he intended to hide it. Eyes suddenly turned red with agitation. She stared at Yusen thinking she was serious, yet he treated it as a joke. Angrily, she declared, "If you are not serious, then I will defeat you right here." Yusen felt goosebumps and thought he was not joking at all. Hongbazian was about to continue saying, "If you are not serious then." Before she finished speaking, behind her a sea of flames blazed fiercely. Face was filled with determination as she said, "You will die here." In her heart, she vowed to crush him today. She controlled the flames to surge straight toward Yusen. At this moment, Yusen could no longer remain calm. He frantically dodged, leaning to the left. Just as he avoided that attack, he was horrified by what followed. A stream of fire grazed past his head, forcing him to drop instantly. A fraction slower and he would have lost his life. But this was no time to gasp for breath, because the sight before him left him stunned once more. Yusen sprang up, eyes wide as he stared at the vast sea of flames surging ahead. Cursed inwardly, "Damn it, even with Blink her attack range is too wide. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, he heard a strange sound behind him and turned to look. Something was rising up from behind his back. At that instant, a reckless idea flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he activated Blink, his figure shooting upward like lightning to higher ground. At this height, the sea of fire had not yet spread. Yusin glanced back, the flames behind him growing fiercer and spreading in a terrifying manner. He hid behind a boulder, thinking he had narrowly avoided it this time, but the situation was still extremely tense. He looked down and understood that even if he closed in on Hong Bizian, the fire barrier around her would erupt instantly. Clearly remembered Vi battling countless fire mages, but Hong Bizian's power was clearly far beyond his initial expectations. If not for this mountainous forest terrain, he would likely have been defeated in less than a minute. Before he could think further, Bizian directed her magic at him again. Yusin watched a barrage of sparks shoot out like a violent storm. A thought flashed through his mind. Would he make use of the staff in his hand? His eyes hardened with resolve. It was not certain who would fall here. Cutting off his thoughts, he charged straight into the blazing sea of fire. A violent explosion erupted instantly. Countless sparks swept straight toward him. At that moment, the mana leakage effect activated. His sixth sense awakened, his perception accelerating abruptly. Time in his perception seemed to slow down. Yusin easily observed each strand of magic flying toward him, calmly analyzing their trajectories. Immediately after, he swung his sword repeatedly, slicing apart Hong Bizian's spells. Seeing her fire magic shattered by a commoner, Hong Bizian widened her eyes in shock. Impossible. How can he block magic with a weapon? What kind of absurdity is this? Meanwhile, Yusin struggled within the fierce battle, keenly feeling the pressure of time. This was not a keyboard and mouse game, but a direct confrontation with living magic. The encroaching pressure intensified, his sixth sense sharpening until sight and hearing seemed to merge as one. Hong Bizian remained stunned and confused. The mountainous forest terrain should have been an absolute advantage for fire magic. She bit her lip in frustration. With no other choice, she decided to pour all her strength into her staff to increase her firepower. On the other side, Yusin desperately kept slashing apart each spell, fighting for every second of survival. He retreated swiftly behind a tree to catch his breath. Thinking he could not keep defending, he had to break Bizian's shield. Decision made, he dashed through the sea of fire toward Hong Bizian's position. Yusin sprinted with all his might, flames chasing closely behind. His footsteps grew increasingly rapid and urgent. Once close enough, he immediately used Blink to close the distance. The sudden approach greatly shocked Hong Bizian. She gritted her teeth in anger and spun around. Yusin had stepped directly into her fire formation, their gazes colliding with fierce tension. He calculated inwardly that a fire mage would unleash a repelling burst within a 2-meter radius when approached. Thinking that, Yusin smiled faintly. For others, this would be a fatal situation. But for Yusin, with 10 years of experience, it was nothing unfamiliar. He immediately used Blink to retreat, leaving Hong Bizian staring in shock. Without hesitation, Yusin gathered momentum and charged again. He decisively used the point staff to strike directly at her protective barrier. 9 cracks appeared across the shield. Bizian was stunned, unable to believe it. How did he do this? Yusin did not stop, continuing his relentless assault until the shield completely collapsed. The shattered shield left Hong Bizian severely injured, her body thrown backward as she cried out in pain. Yusin stepped toward her. He smiled brightly, crouched down and said softly, "I won." Hong Bizian felt utterly humiliated. As a princess, she had lost so miserably. He asked resentfully, "Who are you really?" Yusin stood and replied, "I am just an ordinary student." Then he added meaningfully, "But the one hiding over there can come out now." Discovered, Flame awkwardly stepped out. Fa Lem approached the two of them. She asked in surprise, "You did not need to hide. And how did you know I was there?" Yusin forced a smile and replied, "Call it intuition," though inwardly he knew it was mana perception. Flame clearly did not believe such a vague explanation, only saying, "Oh, intuition." He continued, "How did you break the shield with such an ordinary staff?" Yusin froze instantly. Fa Lem pressed further, "Speak, or is that intuition as well?" Yusin thought it was troublesome. These matters could not exist in the original plot, yet he could not tell the truth. An idea flashed. He pointed at the point staff and laughed. "Well, this staff is very sturdy." Flame retorted irritably, "What does sturdy have to do with it?" If that were so, knights would have beaten mages long ago. Yusin admitted inwardly that she was absolutely right. His evasive answer only deepened Flame's suspicion. She said, "I have long found you very strange." "Wilson, who exactly are you?" Pigeon standing nearby was ignored but heard everything, inwardly filled with surprise. Faced with the barrage of questions, sweat poured down Yusin's back. He wondered if his identity was about to be exposed. He told himself he could not tell the truth. Flame bore no goodwill toward him. It was too dangerous. Yusin could only say, "Even if you doubt me, I am not a bad person. Flame asked in confusion, what do you mean? Yusin smiled and replied, I only want to help you. That statement only confused Flame further. Help with what? Speaking in riddles was truly irritating. Yusin did not explain further and turned to leave, waving goodbye and leaving Flame fuming. Today's actions made Hong busy and look at him differently, as if she was plotting something reckless. Yusin thought it was finally over, and only hoped the two of them would leave him alone. Suddenly something struck him repeatedly. Culprit was Bizian. After throwing it, she stood there in surprise. Yusin clutched his head in pain and shouted, if you have something to say, then say it. Why throw it? Bizian replied, I thought you would dodge. Yusin was speechless. The mana leakage effect had limits and could not be maintained forever. Thinking that he groaned, holding his head in pain. Thought the duration depended on mental strength. Now exhausted, so his reaction slowed and his head throbbed. Then asked, why did you throw the staff? Bizian answered simply, you won, so take it. Looking at the important pile of point staffs, Yusin thought taking them all would skyrocket his score, yet he did not truly need them. He bent down and picked up one, then stood up smiling and said, thanks, I will only take this one, you keep the rest. After speaking, he turned and left, not forgetting to wave. As he walked, he indulged himself, thinking they must be admiring him. Truly a benevolent and cool man. But in reality, it was not so. Flame irritably said that man had mental issues. Bizian also sighed that commoners were problematic. Even so, Bizian still wondered about Yusin's true identity. Outside the dungeon, the professors were intently observing every action of the candidates. The displayed images were extremely clear and vivid. One remarked that this year's S-class first years were all rare talents. An old man stroked his beard and smiled, saying it was quite a spectacle. That was TLES, an elder of the Magic Council. Beside him, Zarina Ayan of the Blue Tower nodded in approval. Seeing them appear, Professor Li Han-won was inwardly astonished. It was only a practical session, yet it had gathered such prominent figures. Thinking carefully, it made sense. To recruit talent, one had to observe early. Surely other professors were also watching. Suddenly murmurs rose around them. Look over there. Li Han-won also turned his head. On the screen appeared two male students preparing to clash. Everyone quickly recognized them. Hae Gunryang and Ma Yuseong had encountered each other. At that very moment, Hae Gunryang immediately took the initiative to attack, swinging his staff and condensing a terrifying surge of mana before firing it straight at his opponent. In contrast, the demon prodigy Yu Seong showed no fear at all, calmly standing still and observing the entire situation. When the attack closed in, Yu Seong did not panic but leaped high into the air. Not stopping there, he executed 3 consecutive mana jumps to completely evade the incoming force. That display left everyone astonished. Zarina Ian exclaimed in excitement that it was unbelievable he could activate 3 consecutive level 3G mana jumps. Even Professor TLES stood stunned and asked if he had truly done that at only 17 years old. Professor Li Han-gyuan stared at the screen, thinking that an ordinary mage would be over 25 before reaching level 3. Yet Yu Seong at 17 already wielded it with such mastery. This is utterly absurd, someone blurted out in shock. Look, both of them are smoothly controlling 3 elemental attributes, making the battle between these evenly matched opponents increasingly intense. Witnessing this, Mage Lai grew contemplative, knowing that ordinary people could only control 1 element. 2 was already an extreme rarity. More precisely, mastering 3 attributes showed they possessed innate talent granted from birth. While observing, Professor Lai suddenly widened his eyes. He cried out in shock, is that the final boss? At that moment, a gigantic hawk appeared, its sharp, murderous gaze causing Yuseong and Gunryang to halt in alarm. Before they could react, the hawk suddenly opened its beak and shrieked in agony, the cry echoing throughout the dungeon. Immediately after, its massive body slowly fell. Sight left both of them speechless, completely unable to understand what was happening. The hawk crashed down before them, lying flattened against the cold ground. A gentle voice asked if the two of them were fighting. The voice belonged to Aso, the girl standing above looking down. He added apologetically, sorry for accidentally interrupting your battle. Watching this, Professor Lai Dam Chiu wondered who that girl was to appear so suddenly. Monsters only appeared under strict conditions. They were not only rare but extremely difficult to defeat. Yet that girl had hunted it alone. However, the professors behind showed little joy. Some even lamented her background, the daughter of the traitor Moore. If her father had not caused that incident, her talent might have shone even brighter. At that point, he suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Could she be the princess of the Adolphi kingdom? Who was her opponent? That face was unfamiliar. He could not help but exclaim in amazement at the magic he had just seen. Could that be Blink? Speaking of Blink, for hundreds of years, countless scholars had tried to study and control it. Yet the outcome was always death or crippling injury, forcing them to abandon it. It was clearly a form of magic, nearly impossible to tame. Yet that child controlled Blink as naturally as his own limbs, an elder of TLS thought. In the silent atmosphere, someone could not resist asking who that young man really was. Professor Lilian Dapp replied that the student was named Becky Yuzen. He was an extremely special case, because Blink was his signature magic. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Someone exclaimed in disbelief that Blink had become his primary magic, entirely different from the innate talents of Yu Xiong or Gunria. The elder of the Magic Council remained doubtful, wondering why he did not use other magic, and seemed merely toying with them. If serious, the battle would have ended long ago. Before he finished speaking, someone entered and refuted that he was fighting seriously, making everyone turn in astonishment at the sudden appearance. Was that Eltmund Eltwin? He continued that from the beginning that boy had fought earnestly. It was just that no one realized. How interesting. I mean, the way that student fights reminds me of the spirit of ancient knights. Hearing this, many were shocked. Knighthood. Even TLES was stunned as he asked whether it was the legend of knights who vanished along with sword and magic. But how could such a young student achieve that? Professor Lai kept watching and gradually grasped the essence. It was the spirit of chivalry. The spirit of chivalry symbolized the fighting will of swordsmen in the world of magic, heroes who once rose to protect humanity. Knighthood always faced evil with only a single sword in hand. In a world filled with magic, fighting with a sword seemed impossible. Yet this student wielded his staff like a true blade. If Edmund Edwin's speculation was correct, then this boy was indeed a rare genius. He was the headmaster of Stellar Academy, the world's leading magic school. Eltmund Eltwin was also a level 9 mage, and among the 10 greatest sages of the continent. If that was the judgment of a great sage, then the first dungeon training session ended, and the S-class training ground returned to silence. Cha-E Gunriang continued to train diligently. He stood alone, using his staff to launch waves of mana at the dummy before him. After a while, his body grew tired, and his breathing became heavy. Suddenly, Gunriang realized the mana within his staff was nearly depleted. Yet he was not satisfied, inwardly scolding himself that this was still not strong enough. The 141 participants, 39 were eliminated. Aso defeated the final boss and ranked first. Gunriang ranked second. Yu Xiong placed only 6th, yet he did not feel victorious. He recalled every moment of the dungeon battle. The final boss appeared. If Aso had not intervened, he might have seen Yu Xiong's true strength. Thinking of that, Gunriang gritted his teeth unwillingly. Perhaps from their first meeting, he had already felt uneasy about Yu Xiong. He always appeared gentle, yet his results far exceeded all expectations. During training, I set up magic formations everywhere and calculated carefully. Yet Yu Xiong still easily resolved and blocked everything. No matter how hard I try, I cannot win. Is his talent truly an insurmountable wall? Gunriang fell silent in thought for a moment. No, now is not the time for self-blame. I must work even harder. At the same time, Hongbai Xian entered the training room. For her was the sight of Gunriang, creating a massive swirling force with his staff. Looking closely, she was surprised that the usually calm Gunriang was training so frantically today. Thinking this, Hongbai Xian activated her magic, her body radiating a brilliant orange fire glow. She aimed and released flames, creating a thunderous explosion. Her mood seemed unstable today, making her training somewhat frenzied. Flames continued to burn fiercely. The loud blast drew Gunriang's attention. He stopped and turned toward the source of the mana. Over there, Hongbai Xian had not yet calmed down. She angrily thought she had only ranked 3rd even with bonus points. If she did not improve, she would be reprimanded. Her frustration erupted. A powerful strike launched with dazzling light. Xian panted in exhaustion, while Gunriang observed beside her. He kept wondering what had happened to the princess today. Perhaps due to emotion, her magic was even more precise than before. Hongbai Xian's flame magic possessed immense destructive power, yet was astonishingly controlled within a short time. Even she herself was surprised by the result. Though unwilling to admit it, Wilson's special lesson truly had an effect. By applying those wordplay riddles, her magical ability had clearly improved. Wilson was only a commoner with poor grades and temperament. He was the only one who understood how to fix her weaknesses. Yet she still felt uneasy for no clear reason. Suddenly someone called out Princess. Xian looked up and responded to Zetorin, who reported that the telephone wand had been repaired. Looking at the wand before her, Hongbai Xian nodded and said, "Inform Bei Euson." Zetorin replied and left, but the princess suddenly called him back to wait. Zetorin turned back in confusion and saw Hongbai Xian's face flushed red. A while later, at the second auxiliary tower, Hongbai Xian held Wilson's wand, hesitating as she wondered why Yusen was present in this research tower area. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in realization. She turned away in hesitation, asking herself why she had come here instead of delivering the wand at the training ground. It was as if she had deliberately sought him out. No, No, it would be better to go back. While lost in thought, a voice asked what the princess was doing here. Hearing that, Hong Bai-Xian startled and looked up, awkwardly greeting Professor Hammery. It has been a long time since I last saw you. Ah no, I should call you Professor instead. Hammery replied with a smile. The memories of teaching magic to the princess feel like just yesterday. Yet in the blink of an eye she has grown this much. Time truly flies. Ah, but what brings the princess here? Hong Bai-Xian said awkwardly. I had a small matter, so I stopped by. But something urgent came up, so I was about to return later. Facing that awkwardness, Hammery calmly continued. That is understandable. It is a bit chaotic inside right now. It would be better if the princess returned later. Bai-Xian froze at those words and could not help asking again. Chaotic. Hammery further explained. Because of that student Wilson, the magic officials have all gathered here. So everything has become somewhat disordered, which only made Hong Bai-Xian even more curious and confused. Hong Bai-Xian wondered why they were looking for an ordinary commoner like him. Hammery asked in return. Surely the princess knows he does not use magic. Hong Bai-Xian hesitated before replying yes. Feeling of sadness and shame rose in her heart, thinking that the professor had watched that match. She truly did not know where to hide her face after revealing such a miserable appearance before the person she respected most. Hammery noticed the slight change in the princess's expression. She gently reassured her. The princess need not blame herself. The opponent had also gone all out at that time. Xian spoke softly, but he did not even use magic. Hammery laughed lightly. That is not the case. It is because of his faith. His faith? Hong Bai-Xian asked in surprise. Hammery nodded and explained. After watching the training session, the principal believed that this student was trying to restore the spirit of chivalry that had long faded. It made Hong Bai-Xian exclaim in disbelief. What is the professor saying? Becky Yuzhen pursuing chivalry? How could that be? After speaking, she stood frozen for a few seconds, recalled the way Bitch fought against her, and found it unbelievable. Yet it was true that he had used the scoring blade like a sword and shattered the protective shield. Even that magic staff was no exception. Thinking of that, she was completely speechless. She stammered and asked if not using magic at the academy would result in severe punishment, and that during practical classes points could even be deducted. Hammery replied in a low voice. That is right. He knows it clearly yet still chose that path. But is that not admirable? Even though he achieved results thanks to Blink, he still strives that hard. I believe that faith is genuine. After saying that, the professor took her leave, leaving Hong Bai-Xian standing alone, lost in wandering thoughts. She thought that anyone claiming to pursue chivalry in this era would be mocked as a meaningless joke. Yet Wilson was serious about that path. She had become angry and told him to stop joking. Who exactly was she? At that moment Wilson appeared, cutting off her thoughts. What are you doing here? And not only that, he was chewing on the 5th place prize candy Edelicy. Hong Bai-Xian was so flustered that her cheeks turned red. Regaining her composure, she replied, I did not come to see you. Before anyone even asked, she confessed, making Becky Yuzhen laugh. Oh, who said anything about you? Faced with that teasing attitude, Hong Bai-Xian shot him a sharp glare that made Yuzhen immediately fall silent. Then she handed him a box and said coldly, fine, take it. The moment Yuzhen saw the box, his face lit up and his eyes sparkled. Oh, is it a telephone? Thank you very much. He opened the box to look and gasped in amazement, eyes wide. Looking at the gleaming sword, he thought to himself, it truly is an invisible sword. Adol Lovis's craftsmanship is indeed impressive. If not for the princess's help, he would never have touched this treasure in his life. Thinking that, he asked if he could keep the box as well, the intention to sell it clearly written on his face. Hong Bai-Xian replied wearily, do as you like. Hearing that, Baek Yu-sun secretly rejoiced. He was about to get money. At his excitement, Hong Bai-Xian only shook her head, truly a commoner. That is all he can think about. However, there was still something she did not understand and did not dare to ask directly. After thinking for a while, the princess gathered her courage and asked Wilson. He was slightly startled and replied, yes, what is it? Hong Bai-Xian continued, did you truly not use any other magic at all? Faced with a sudden question, Yuzhen stood still for a few seconds, unsure how to answer. As for Hong Bai-Xian, after asking, she also felt somewhat tactless and blushed in embarrassment. She turned away and said awkwardly, it is nothing, I will go now. Yu-sun stood there blankly, watching her back gradually disappear. Then he also turned and left the place. As he walked, he thought, other magic, and recalled what Professor Lee Hangyuan had said earlier. Though the teacher appeared understanding and respectful of his belief, he still did not fully understand, but whatever, he would deal with things as they came. As long as he had this magic sword in hand, he felt somewhat reassured, thinking that he muttered, might as well test how powerful it is. While later, he arrived at the dedicated training ground of Class S. Holding the sword in his hand, he murmured, let us see. Just need to channel mana into it. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light like fire spread around his hand. Immediately after, a sharp sword gradually took shape. Looking at the sword, he could not hide his admiration. Wow, it is truly beautiful. It is even better than he imagined. Then he quietly thought, if Flame were holding it, it would probably be far more dazzling. The female lead Flame is a special existence. Though human, she can still handle elf magic. That wand alone is enough to drain others of mana. Yet Flame restores mana through natural energy. While he has no mana at all, no matter how much he tries to absorb it, it leaks out. In other words, the mana in his breath becomes the output for Terraphone. He suddenly remembered he had not opened the system for a long time and muttered to check his status. The status panel appeared with the attributes of Bak EU-san. Muscles 1 star 77%, senses 2 star 29%, agility 1 star 87%, stamina 1 star 55%, strike count 0 star 97%, mental power 1 star 43%, mana none, experience none, skill blink level 1, trait stagnation due to mana leakage level 2. Mana leakage trait level 2 increases muscles by 5%, agility 8%, senses 15%, activates sixth sense consuming mental power, detects mana within a radius of 18 meters, and increases perception speed in danger. Blood speed increases 1%. After reading, he happily thought, great, thanks to the 5th place herbal reward his muscles increased a bit more. Now that he has a weapon, he would probably train directly to accumulate experience. Thinking that he told himself to practice the sword seriously, he would be busy soon. The scene shifts to the next morning at the academy. In the classroom, a mage's voice rang out. From today, we will begin practicing magic. Everyone dispersed holding their staffs, and this was Professor Berrien of Defensive Magic. After explaining, he walked around observing the students, all of them focused, the sound of magic shield chants echoing continuously. Professor smiled in satisfaction. There are truly many talented students this year. Dividing classes by rank is indeed reasonable. Suddenly he paused in surprise. While everyone was engrossed in training, Yusen stood still doing nothing. He wondered if that was the Class S student from the rumors. Class S commoner who resonated with an intermediate staff and even ranked 5th in dungeon training. The more he looked, the more displeased he felt. Professor Berrien approached and asked with a forced smile, "You there, Yusen, you right. Why are you not training?" Yusen forced a smile and replied, "Sir, I am learning another defensive method, so I do not need basic magic." Professor pretended to be curious. "Is that so? I would very much like to see that method." But inwardly he cursed, "Arrogant brat, just a commoner daring to look down on my class. They say this brat only uses blink and no other magic. Then this will be interesting." Thinking that, he smiled warmly and said, "Why not demonstrate that defensive skill for the whole class to broaden everyone's horizons?" At that point he paused for a few seconds, and then turned to look behind. Continued, "Your opponent will be Mosso from Class B. What do you think?" Following his gaze, a student in the distance showed excitement and stood there with a smirk. The professor thought to himself, currying favor with Masul Dodden of the Skelvan Empire is not bad, especially if he performs before Class S students. On the other side, Yusen thought for a moment and replied, "All right, sir." The teacher eagerly told both of them to step onto the field. Immediately after, the two stepped onto the arena. Mosho smiled smugly, while Yusun appeared indifferent. Mosho's friends cheered, "Make that brat lose face." Mosho replied confidently, "Just wait." The noise drew Yusun's attention. He recognized Uslech and Redden's group and sighed, thinking they were all annoying. Since it is a mandatory subject, he would participate. Even without using magic, it is fine. If they want to see, then he will go along to the end. Professor Barain's bad reputation had already spread since the first year. Thinking about it was almost amusing. Then he smiled faintly. It is also a good chance to test the results of his training. Not bad at all. The professor announced, "This match will follow an attack and defense format. No other magic allowed." He allowed Mosso to attack first, and Mosso was already in position. The students below whispered, "If Mosso attacks, he will surely win. He is also skilled in earth magic. How could anyone withstand it?" Only Prince Jeremy Scanlon remained calm as he observed. Professor shouted, "Prepare to begin. Show your best skills." Immediately Mosso set up a magic formation, and a massive rock appeared. The students cried out in alarm. "That is second-tier magic. In basic practice, only first tier is used. Will Yusen be all right?" Meanwhile, Yusen remained calm, carefully observing every movement of his opponent. Osho thought angrily, "Arrogant brat, take this," then roared, "Earth-piercing stone." The rock instantly shot forward with fierce pressure. Yusen acted, channeling mana into the staff. Sword appeared. Without hesitation, he swung it forward. The slash seemed light but carried terrifying power. The rock was cut and vanished. Even the professor was stunned for a few seconds. Prince Jeremy Scanlon was not overly surprised. Also was so shocked that he shouted, "Impossible. My magic disappeared." The truth was that it had been cut apart by Yusen. Students below buzzed. It looked like he used a sword to cut magic, but the magic truly vanished. The most stunned was the professor. He thought it could not be shattered with a single slash. Could it be that Yusin had neutralized the magical phenomenon? In all magic, there are traces of mana. When the mana is separated, the magic dissipates. Perhaps that is how Yusin did it. Meanwhile, Yusun gazed at the sword and smiled in satisfaction. It is better than he thought, although he can only neutralize third-tier magic for now. Achieving this after just a few days of training is more than good enough. At this point, it is truly worth trying. This is the stage that belongs to him. He immediately adjusted his stance, ready to receive the next attack. Mosso ground his teeth and muttered angrily, "Damn it. A mere commoner dares to block my magic." The professor began calculating in his mind. If Monso loses here, it will be awkward. I cannot just stand by and watch. Thinking that, he spoke up, "Wilson, I admit your defensive method is effective, but it only blocks individual attacks, so it still has limits. For example, what if you are attacked in large numbers?" Those words were no different from secretly reminding Masul. Also immediately understood the implication. The corner of his mouth curled into a cunning smile. Yusun felt weary and thought to himself, this teacher really likes to say unnecessary things. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. On the other side, Mosso had already acted. He created more stones, truly a troublesome opponent. Instantly, all the stones were controlled and shot toward Yusun. The surge of magic power was terrifying. Faced with that scene, the students murmured, "Is that too much? He will get hurt. Why has the professor not stopped it?" Osho sneered confidently, "This is the end." He roared, meteor overwhelmed. The air became unbearably tense. Becky Yusun was so shocked that his eyes widened. He stood still, watching the mixed barrage of large and small stones rushing toward him. Yusun calculated quickly. There are 11 stones in total. If he cannot blink in time to cut them, and he can only block them all. The thought had just ended when the stones closed in. Yet Wilson calmly swung his sword and they all exploded instantly. Witnessing high-level magic being blocked so easily, Mosho's emotions shifted from shock to fury. He screamed inwardly, "My strongest magic was broken so simply. How, by what power could a commoner do this? This is madness." At the same time, Professor K also panicked. "Damn it, what is going on? If that Mosho loses, I am in serious trouble. What should I do?" In contrast, Beck Yusun was surprised by his own technique. He thought he had only tried to imitate a move from another game. It seemed fairly effective. This is called sword sweep, but the drawback is that it consumes tremendous mental power, so stamina drops quickly. Moreover, its defensive strength is weaker compared to blocking a single strike. So in reality, it is very difficult to use. He evaluated himself. Fortunately, this was only a practice match. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. After the stands, the students buzzed with discussion. This is the first time seeing something like that. It looks like a magic shield. Mosso is surely going to lose. Hearing that, Mosso clenched his teeth and cursed. He could not accept losing face to a commoner. So he poured mana into his staff, and a powerful aura burst around him. Faced with that reckless action, the students cried out, "Why is he still using magic?" Yet the professor continued watching closely and secretly urged him to keep attacking. Monzo shouted, "Die Wilson. I cannot endure this humiliation." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Teacher." Professor, who had been smiling smugly, was startled and turned around. What is it, Jeremy?" Jeremy Scanlon smiled with his eyes half closed. He gently asked, "Why not give bitch Yusin the right to attack?" Hitting the mark, the professor froze for a few seconds, then forced a laugh. At the same time, the students collectively protested, "This is a basic match. What if something happens? Is it not already over? Is the professor acting appropriately?" Brian was overwhelmed by the pressure. He worried that he had been too focused and ignored the students' reaction. How should he handle this now? Seeing the professor silent, Jeremy urged, "You will switch turns for Beck Yusun." Forced by circumstances, the professor had to announce the change of turns. All eyes focused on the arena. Becky Yusun immediately seized the advantage. The tip of his sword pressed against his opponent's throat. The result was clear. Yusun won, leaving Monzo with humiliation he could barely swallow. He had no choice but to accept defeat. Students exclaimed in astonishment, "Yusun finally won. He is stronger than imagined." It seemed Yusun had caught the attention of Prince Jeremy. That dangerous smile signaled an ominous future. Scene shifted to the luxurious royal palace, where a miserable scream suddenly rang out. Someone begged for mercy. Beside him, a strange girl stood helpless, unable to intervene. Also, after losing to the commoner Wilson, was being tortured until he was covered in blood. The one carrying out the punishment was Prince Jeremy Scanlon. After finishing, the prince wiped the blood away and told the girl Dijon. She replied, "Yes, please give your instructions." Jeremy glanced at the unconscious Masul and reminded her to take good care of him or she would regret it. Dijon hurriedly answered that she understood. She silently watched Jeremy Scanlon's figure disappear. In her heart, she was worried. That was a classmate, not a loyal retainer. In the Skelvan Empire, where strength decides everything, Jeremy surpassed his elder brothers at the age of 12 to become crown prince. Not being regarded as a loyal retainer, meant the Dorn family would be removed from the political stage. Once noticed by the crown prince, not only Monzo but even Baek Yusin would find it hard to live peacefully. Next day at Stellar Academy, everything seemed normal. In the magic class, students whispered about Baek Yusin's match, from chivalry to defeating the Dorn family. Bring it in passing, Flame thought irritably. Everywhere she goes, she hears the name Becky Yusin. She did not understand why it annoyed her. Just then the professor's stern voice rang out. Silence and focus immediately. The professor raised a vial and explained that alchemy requires absolute precision. That was Professor Mesentylen. He continued, today we will brew Tyran recovery potion. Everyone concentrate on practicing. As Flame worked, she thought irritably, even a slight mistake will ruin everything. Alchemy was inherently complex, so she wanted to avoid it. Just as the professor shouted over Antiris's mistake, the blonde girl flusteredly apologized. Standing at a distance, Flame thought that Mesentylen once said she would become a dark mage. To prepare, she could only believe and strive. A smug laugh drew Flame's attention. Wilson succeeded and laughed cheerfully. The feeling was exactly as expected. Flame thought in annoyance that Wilson was truly strange, laughing as if possessed. Whatever, it has nothing to do with her. She went to get more materials. After a while, the experiment was completed perfectly. Flame wiped her sweat tiredly, secretly glad that with high performance she finished quickly. Thinking back, she suddenly realized, where is ISO? On the other side, ISO was still diligently practicing. Flame let out a breath of relief. It seemed he was doing quite well. But was it truly fine? She remembered that ISO once obtained Mai's notebook. It even created a recovery potion more advanced than Tyrant. So why was he now only making an ordinary potion? While she was thinking, the professor shouted, Wilson, who allowed you to change the ingredients? Wilson replied that doing so yields better results. The professor was confused because the finished product differed from the instructions. Flame looked at the potion bottle in disbelief. The advanced potion that ISO was supposed to make was instead created by Bitch Yusun. The professor tried to stay calm, but still shook her head in anger. As expected of commoner origins, nothing ever turns out properly. Flame recalled the fateful line that led to ISO's tragedy. Those words became an obsession that followed ISO until the end of the story. If Wilson knew in advance, perhaps he deliberately took the criticism to protect ISO. Mezan holds great influence in Stella. Being targeted would have severe consequences. Wilson was truly reckless. Mezan angrily shouted, Baek Yusin, what kind of attitude is that? He scolded relentlessly and demanded to call his guardian. Only then did Yusin realize the trouble was serious. He felt uneasy and thought he had been too absorbed in alchemy, then said softly that he had no relatives. Mezan grew even angrier and shouted. Yusin thought that since he had been targeted, there was nothing left to fear. He told himself that tomorrow he would try brewing kimchi and cola potion. The result would surely be even better. Several weeks later, the argument between the two had still not ended. Mezan scolded him for using ingredients not yet taught. Yusin replied that changing the method yields better results. The professor was so furious she was speechless, her finger trembling as she pointed. Wilson immediately activated the professor analysis glasses. The information appeared, Mesentylen, Dark Invasion 21%, Alchemy Professor, Chapter 8 Boss. After reading, Yusin thought to himself that everything was going according to plan. Mezan is a villain who will be devoured by darkness if it exceeds 90%. Below 50%, it is hard to detect. Currently, it is 21%. He cannot accuse her yet, so he needs to stimulate it past 50% to report to the exorcism team. False dark contract holder like Mezan cannot turn back. Once the seed of darkness has taken root, it cannot be saved. Though it is only Chapter 4, he must prepare because this boss is very dangerous. Mezan continued to utter threats. He warned that if he did not correct his attitude, he should not expect good results in alchemy. Yusin sighed and told himself, all the better, it does not matter if she keeps her eyes on him. He might as well train his muscles while doing assignments. Ha ha. He has to provoke her until she explodes with anger. Not long after, Professor Mezan divided the class into small groups. Standing before his group, Yusin held his head helplessly. He did not expect the practical exam to be done in teams. This was truly terrible luck. It seemed that none of the students assigned with Becky Yusin were pleased. Every face looked as gloomy as a funeral. Even Aso carried many worries in her heart. Facing that suffocating atmosphere, Yusin awkwardly thought, why is everyone so tense? Then he forced a smile and spoke, hello, I am Wilson. The group members introduced themselves one by one. I am Kasahun, I am Maliguan, and I am Isomore. Immediately Maliguan covered his face and wailed, we are doomed. Falling into Professor Mezan's hands means we will definitely get low scores. Hearing that, Yusun lowered his head, feeling guilty as he thought it was all because of him. At that moment, ISO spoke up to encourage them. Come on, do not be pessimistic. Are you giving up before even starting? Another person stammered unfinished words before Aso continued. In any case, at least 3 alchemists from the association will grade the practical exam. Professor Mezin cannot deduct points arbitrarily. Hearing that, Kasahan and Maliguan immediately brightened up, their eyes lighting with hope. As if by mutual understanding, the two looked at each other and smiled radiantly, as though a spark of hope had just been lit inside. One said excitedly, "Then we must try our best. This is also the kind of potion I have long wanted to attempt." Yusin turned to Iso with gratitude in his eyes, making her momentarily surprised. Yet she quickly turned away, pretending not to care about him. Iso continued analyzing. The D-enhancement potion this time is not too difficult if we combine what we have learned. It is just that the ingredients are slightly hard to obtain. So who will gather the main ingredient? The fire lizard tail. Yusin immediately raised his hand. Let him handle it. Everyone knew the fresher the monster corpse, the better the alchemical effect. The whole group nodded and agreed to assign the task to Yusin. Aso thought to herself, seeing him so confident, perhaps he can be trusted. Yusin smiled confidently. Fire lizard tail. Then he must head to the volcano. The scene shifted to the alchemy professor's office. A student entered politely and said, "Professor, you called for me." The professor handed him a sheet of paper and said, "Deliver this notice to the first-year Group C alchemy students." Except for Group 12, the student nodded, "Yes, I understand. The alchemy practical exam will be conducted in front of professional alchemists." Mezin Tyrant sneered, "If you perform poorly before them, your alchemy path ends here, Wilson. You will pay for daring to oppose me." The scene shifted to the private training ground of Class S. Flame was practicing magic. Suddenly she heard someone call her name and turned around. Flame. A male student handed her a sheet of paper and said, "This is the alchemy notice. Please receive it." Before leaving, he reminded her, "Do not tell anyone." Watching his back, Flame sighed and thought, meaning do not tell Wilson's Group 12. Reading the notice, Flame froze when she saw the exam topic had been changed to Thailand's supplement potion. She curled her lips, thinking that woman thinks she will obediently follow orders. Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, and her eyes widened. If Wilson knew the rules, could he guess this? Instead of preparing fire lizard tail for the D-enhancement potion, now he would need Atalix spider shell for Thailand potion. The more Flame thought about it, the more excited she became, unconsciously crumpling the paper. This was the perfect chance to see how capable that brat truly was. Few days later, Wilson used a teleportation gate to reach Dribbly Arena to gather materials. As soon as he stepped out, he held his head and complained that the gate was convenient but dizzying. A voice sounded, "Welcome, Mage Wilson." Staff warmly welcomed him to Dribbly. Yusin quickly waved his hand, saying he was only a student. The staff smiled and replied that Stella students are treated like official mages. At the mention of Stella, people around began whispering, "That is a Stella student." Really, this is the first time seeing that uniform. He looks quite handsome. Staff asked if he needed assistance. Yusin thanked her and walked inside. As he walked, he thought that with a pass and Stella watch, he could go anywhere like an official mage, even using gates for free. Such a bargain. Every weekend, he took advantage of the gates to explore nearby cities, everything almost identical to the game world. Thinking that, he ventured deeper into the forest, observing and muttering that this should be the place. Today's target was a level 2 fire lizard, only slightly stronger than normal beasts, but resistant to magic and extremely fast. He had hunted level 1 monsters before, so he believed level 2 would not be too difficult. Yusin stood still observing his surroundings. Soon he sensed their presence, immediately channeling mana to turn the staff into a sword. They have arrived. He stood alone, highly focused on every movement around him. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at him with killing intent. The monster charged straight toward Yusin. Yusin was no ordinary person. His sharp instincts detected it instantly. Without hesitation, he spun and thrust cleanly once. The fire lizard died on the spot. The death was so swift, it did not even understand what happened before collapsing into a pool of blood. Yusin coldly looked at the spoils. The result was not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, one had been slain. He called out loudly, "One down. Anyone else want to come?" Suddenly, he turned his head. For him, several other fire lizards crawled closer, each one looking very fresh. Yusin smirked, time to harvest materials, saying that he rushed forward, the outcome naturally even better than expected. Finally, the day of the practical exam arrived. Iso stared in astonishment. She exclaimed, "They are this fresh." Yusin calmly replied, "Of course." Iso nodded. "At least he knows how to choose ingredients." Yusin said, "That is enough then." Iso happily said, "Great, now we just need to brew it." Everyone looked at each other with anticipation. At that moment, Professor Mesentyran spoke. "Are you all ready?" Beside her stood 3 alchemy judges. Mesentyran announced that the exam would be supervised by the association. Whoever performs well will have a promising future. Today's topic is Tyran Supplement Potion Type B. During that, Yusin's group went silent. The professor then asked if everyone had prepared the ingredients. Aso panicked and said, "Professor, we thought it was D-enhancement potion." Mezin sneered, "I already announced the change, did I not?" In truth, everyone knew. Only Yusin's group was unaware. Yusin cursed inwardly. She truly played dirty. He would be fine, but the whole group would suffer. Flame glanced at Wilson's group, her heart filled with hesitation. She turned away with guilt, leaving Yusin confused. Flame thought to herself, could it be Wilson did not know the rules beforehand? The professor called ISO and asked whether she had prepared the wrong ingredients. She stammered, unable to answer. Mezin coldly said that an alchemist confusing ingredients is unacceptable. She laughed sinisterly. It seems Group 12 will be eliminated. At that moment, Wilson raised his hand. Wait, Tyron's supplement potion is not difficult. He confidently said he can make it. Even using different ingredients would yield higher effectiveness. Still his familiar style. That arrogant attitude drove Mezin furious, yet she had to accept it. She thought the main ingredient is nutrient-rich magnet Atalix. Replacing it with fire lizard tail is truly madness. That is good. This chance will end his alchemy path. Thinking that, Tyron announced that they have 1 hour to complete the potion within the time limit. Looking at the fire lizard tail, someone asked in panic, "Wilson, are you crazy? What can that possibly make?" Wilson smiled reassuringly. Now there is only one way to gamble. Trust him, trying still gives more chance than being eliminated. The whole group regained spirit, each determined to go all the way. Wilson said with satisfaction, "All right, listen to his explanation." Speaking of alchemy, throughout his journey conquering the game world, alchemy has always been the field he loved most. He carefully recorded every formula, even the smallest details. Of course, the formula for Tyron's supplement potion Type B is no exception. At first, he had no intention of using it, because this was an achievement that Professor Mizhin in the future would spend immense effort to research. Thinking that Yusin confidently explained that the reason Atalix spider shell is nutrient-rich is because they require great energy for reproduction. Fire lizard tail also possesses a similar organ. As he spoke, Yusin pointed to a specific spot on the tail and continued, "It is this blood vessel. Can everyone see this vessel clearly?" He once heard that the Alakar tribe in the southern desert often used it to nourish their chieftains. They lived very long lives, so this vessel can certainly replace Atalix spider shell. Hearing that, Maliguan raised his hand and said he knew a little about the Alakar tribe's material processing techniques and volunteered for that part. Becky Yusin happily replied, "Then he will leave it to him. That is excellent." Yusin continued by asking about the mistletoe that needed to be dried using a special desert method. Kasa Hundap immediately responded that it is dried with solar energy. He once learned it from his father. With this amount of blood vessel, 5 minutes is enough. As for the next processing step, Yusin had not finished speaking when Aso quickly volunteered to take it. Yusin smiled and nodded, then he will leave it to her. Immediately, the whole group got to work seriously and with focus, each person taking a task, everyone giving their all because all their hopes rested on this practical exam. No one was allowed to give up. Seeing everyone so attentive, Wilson smiled, thinking the result had already exceeded expectations. Then he encouraged them. "Let us begin brewing according to the instructions. Do your best, everyone." A while later, Professor Tyron was so stunned that she stood frozen, not blinking. What shocked her so much was the supplement potion that Becky Yusin's group had just completed. Wilson calmly said, "Professor, this is Tyron's supplement potion Type B. Please examine it." The alchemists standing behind witnessed the scene and could hardly believe their eyes, whispering among themselves whether these children had truly done it. Even without a final conclusion, Tyron was already grinding her teeth in anger, thinking how ridiculous. Even she had spent many years perfecting this potion. How could these brats produce it so easily? One professor curiously asked to test it first. As she spoke, she reached out to take the potion and absorb it. In just a moment, she clearly felt energy spreading throughout her body, her eyes widening in astonishment. Another professor hurriedly asked what happened. The one who tested regained composure and replied that although there were minor flaws and slight waste of materials, its effect even surpassed the Tyron's supplement potion she herself had created. Hearing that, everyone grew excited, their eyes shining brightly. The professors took turns testing and continuously praised them. "Truly outstanding. Your knowledge is very innovative." Meanwhile, someone was trembling with rage. At this moment, Tyron was so resentful she could not react. She utterly refused to accept the reality before her. Immediately, Tyron raised her voice. "Give it to her. I will personally verify it," saying that she took Wilson's group potion into her hand. At that very moment, she froze with eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. Inside, Tyron screamed in denial. It cannot be wrong. The technique of converting monster nutrients into energy for humans was researched by her. This is clearly a perfect Tyron supplement potion. No, impossible. How could they create such a superior product in such a short time? Yet she calmed herself. In any case, she is the one grading. Do not think this is over. Peasant Tyrant was about to blame insufficient ingredients to eliminate the group when a voice said that the inspection is finished. But things did not go as she planned. Suddenly, an alchemy professor behind spoke up. It seems giving Group 12 an A+ might still be a bit low. Professor Mesentyran, what do you think? Hearing that, Mesentyran ground her teeth in fury and cursed inwardly. In the end, she had no choice but to accept the truth and announced that Group 12 all passed. Yu-sun went from nervous anticipation to bursting joy when he learned the entire group had successfully passed the exam. Just like that, B's entire team smoothly completed this practical session, everyone marveling and praising without end. Only one person was probably furious to the point of madness. Professor Mesentyran's face was clearly filled with displeasure and irritation. It was somewhat pitiful, but forget it. Haha, she secretly cursed and thought she would deal with Bikiyuzin later. At this moment, Mesentyran's dark erosion rate was quietly increasing. For the next few days, at the specialized training ground of Class S, the students were diligently training. After a long session of practice, Fa collapsed in exhaustion and complained, finally done. Even after coming outside, we still have to study. I am so tired I could faint. Suddenly her eyes widened when she heard voices chatting from afar. It sounded like they were comforting someone. You did very well. Right now you are still better than the princess. Stop crying, following Flame's gaze. A group of friends approached to comfort Akshuang, the red-haired girl standing at the center. Alim thought to himself, that girl seemed to be the rumored fire magic genius. The girl stammered that the princess's growth speed was truly terrifying. She had trained for so many years, yet sooner or later the princess would surpass her control. Rushing over here to gossip, and then being utterly shocked at first glance, Bizian's control ability was supposed to develop around 2020. How could she already do this in her first year? Could it all be because of Bikiyuzin? Thinking back to the alchemy test made it even stranger. The formula for the element B supplement was originally discovered by the future ISO, and then stolen and perfected by Mesentyran. Yet Bikiyuzin knew a formula that did not exist in the original work. Clearly, there was no such detail in the original story. Wait, he knew future information, but did not clearly know the contents of the original work. Could it be that he was not a transmigrator, but a regressor? If that were true, then everything would make sense. If Wilson came from the future, in that case, he would only grasp future knowledge and could not remember every minor event of ISO. In fact, in the original work, the demon EUC had also regressed once. The Thap N-Hat was the only one who possessed the power to control time. If that was his power, then it was truly terrifying. While deeply lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. What is going on? Why did He Gun Liang suddenly appear like this? As soon as he saw him, Lem immediately ran over and asked, what perfect timing, you know Bikiyuzin, right? Is there anything special about him? He Gunriang replied in surprise that he only found him slightly different. Lem pressed further, asking if there was nothing else. Gunriang calmly answered no. Lem disappointedly placed her hand on her forehead and sighed, I see. Gunriang curiously asked back, hey Lem, do you have feelings for Bikiyuzin? Lem answered frankly, it seems so. Lem thought to herself that Wilson was like her anyway. Both of them knew the original storyline in advance. Thinking of that, Flame muttered, no. Standing still like this does not suit me. Gunriang asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Since we are talking about Bikiyuzin, maybe I should go meet him and confess directly. Confess? Gunriang froze, not understanding what Flame meant. A confession. Right after that, Lem left, waving her hand as she said, thanks for listening, I am going now. Only Gunriang was left standing there with countless questions, his hazy eyes tinged with a bit of sadness as he watched Lem's back fade away. Gunriang slowly lowered the hand he had raised. Lem's words kept echoing in his mind. Even Gunriang himself did not understand what confession Flame meant. Could it be that she liked Bikiyuzin? This was truly maddening. Another long day came to an end. The scene shifted to the next morning. At this moment, Wilson sat alone in a daze, a cup of bitter coffee placed in front of him. He sighed gloomily, wondering what he should do next. Mesentyran's dark erosion rate had now risen to 37%. That meant in less than 3 months that event would occur. Mesentyran's corruption could randomly affect a student, possibly Flame's friend like Zeki, or Bizian's subordinate Akshuang, could even be the heir of the Moon Shadow Tower, Gunriang. If Gunriang were corrupted, it would truly be a disaster. Although the probability was very low, the consequences would be the worst, so he absolutely could not be careless. Among the three, the most likely one was. Just as he thought of that, Wilson widened his eyes in horror, because the person standing right in front of him now was Flame, and she looked rather displeased. Flame took the initiative to speak. What are you doing? Wilson replied awkwardly. What do you mean? Flame continued. Last time you still did not clearly explain your identity. After Yusin understood why Flame was always suspicious, he thought to himself, That question again? This really puts people in a difficult position. How should he tell her? Yusin glanced at Fa Lem in confusion. It was a very long story. Maybe he should just tell Flame the truth. Perhaps it would provide more clues for a better ending. All or nothing. Give it a try. Thinking that, Wilson prepared to speak. I am. Before he could finish, a series of system warnings appeared. Warning that the plot power was insufficient. Identity as a transmigrator must not be revealed. Warning that future knowledge must not be shared. Countless warnings flooded in, causing Becky Yusin to be startled in panic. Yusin tiredly thought he was going insane. What the hell was this? Then he suggested, everyone has secrets. How about we only tell half the truth? What do you think? Lem nodded and replied, all right, I agree. Hearing that, Yusin let out a relieved breath. Fortunately, Flame was willing to cooperate. Flame continued, then let me ask first, do you know the future in advance? Before he could feel happy, Yusin frowned and thought, I said only half, and she asked so directly. Then he countered, you are like me too, right? What is your purpose in coming here? Alian answered frankly, of course it is to prevent the world from being destroyed. This place is in danger. Yusin sighed, thinking that was fortunate. Although he was not certain it was true, he also did not want the world to perish. Then he continued, now it is my turn. Why did you act like that? After hearing it, Yusin was stunned. Act like what? Quite understanding, but answering anyway. Yusin said, for no particular reason. I only do what I believe is most right. The statement left Flame extremely surprised. After saying that, Wilson wondered if that was enough. Suddenly, Fa Lem became angry. Do not lie. How could someone be that kind? You must have some purpose. Wilson quickly explained that it was not as she thought. Oh, a purpose. Actually, I am not sure either, Fa Lem shouted. What do you mean you are not sure? Yusin continued. I just want to survive. Hearing that, Fa Lem was stunned. Survive. She suddenly felt she had been a bit rude for pressing him and awkwardly apologized. While Yusin was bewildered, was that it? Fa Lem suddenly had tears in her eyes, then turned away murmuring goodbye. Yusin was shocked because he had not managed to ask anything. Was she crying? I did nothing. Suddenly an angry voice rang out. Wilson felt a chill down his spine with a bad premonition. Gunryang was staring at Yusin with killing intent in his eyes. The aura around that man was extremely terrifying. Without beating around the bush, Gunryang shouted, speak. Why is Flame crying? If you lie, I will not spare you. Seeing him enraged, Yusin panicked and thought. It seemed Gunryang had unrequited love for Flame. This was bad. Causing a misunderstanding would be troublesome. He had to clarify. Wilson firmly said there was nothing between me and Flame. Gunryang frowned and replied, you think I would believe that? Believe it or not, you still have to. What you are thinking does not exist. Yusin forced a smile as he answered, then thought to himself that should be fine. Gunryang fell into deep thought after hearing that. After that, he lowered his head and apologized, saying he had asked unnecessarily. But that attitude only made Yusin feel more uneasy, stammering that it was fine. Gunryang spoke and then turned to leave. Yusin let out a relieved breath, yet felt uneasy inside, because Gunryang was usually cold and rational, but had acted so unpredictably. The scene shifted to the evening. Someone closed a book. That person was Aso. She tiredly thought why she could not concentrate today. In her mind, she involuntarily recalled the conversation with Wilson in the practice room. Wilson, I have something to ask. Yusin replied, what is it? Formula earlier. Did you come up with it on the spot? Wilson thought for a moment, then answered, you could say that. But Iso at that time was truly deeply shocked. He had always believed she was a genius. That alone was enough to surpass everything. But now it seemed not so simple. Thinking of that, Iso was startled. If this continued, how could she avenge her father? It was those people who had framed her father as a traitor and driven him to his death. The filthy and despicable Adol Lovett family. She would not let them go. Revenge could not be achieved with just this much. Thinking that, she lightly slapped her face to calm herself. She could not give up. She had to work even harder. There would definitely be a day she succeeded. She had to become stronger. Her room was the only one still lit in the entire dormitory. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window onto Flame's bed. She was already awake but too lazy to get up, thinking it would have been better to choose a single room in Class S. She recalled her earlier conversation with Yusin. That time he said he was not sure of his purpose. That was proof he had regressed. She remembered that at the end of the original story, and the Thap Nhat and Gaiet once told Yu Xiong that he could grant a chance to turn back time, but the price was almost all of one's memories. After completing the mission, that person would completely disappear, and no one would remember them anymore. Would you accept giving up everything to return and start over? That time, Ma Yu Xiong answered that if it was fate, then he would accept that fate. Yet right after that, the one who stepped in to stop the demon EUC in time was Iser. She rushed forward in panic and urgently shouted for him to stop. I would rather watch this world collapse than exist in a place without you. Let us leave together. Those words shook the icy heart of the demon Yu Xiong, making him abandon the intention to regress. But in the end, the world was still destroyed, and the story concluded in sorrow. Thinking of that, Lim slowly propped herself up. If this world had already deviated from its original course, and EU Sun regressed thanks to the power of the Thap Nhat and Gaia rather than the demon EU Xion, then once he completed his mission, he would immediately vanish and no one would remember his existence anymore. Losing almost all his memories and retaining only a sense of responsibility made him simply say that he wanted to survive, for a regressor courage was likely the only thing that kept him from fearing erasure. If that was the case, then she should not continue doubting him. The two of them seemed to share the same goal, so she would try her best to support him in saving this world. Suddenly hurried footsteps echoed as someone ran over. Jackie pushed the door open and rushed in, flustered as she said, "Flame, Gunriang is looking for you. He said he would wait for you on the first floor of the dormitory." Immediately Lem lay down pretending to be tired and weak, telling Jackie to ask him to go back and say she was not here. Jackie was still hesitating when Flame impatiently cut her off. "No need to ask, just say that. I want to sleep. Do not disturb me." Hearing that, Jackie could only accept helplessly. Yet deep inside, a feeling of jealousy toward Flame rose within her. Someone who never had to hold on yet was always remembered. After speaking, Jackie hurried downstairs. Outside the dormitory, Hae Gunriang stood waiting silently, his eyes carrying the faint sorrow of unrequited love. Jackie quickly ran over and called out, "Sir Gunriang." Hearing someone call him, Gunriang felt a brief flicker of joy, but when he turned around, his expression quickly turned to disappointment. The person he had been longing for day and night did not appear. Instead, it was another girl. Gunriang's cold demeanor made Jackie flustered as he asked in a chilly voice who she was. That question felt like cold water poured over Jackie, pulling her back to reality, her heart aching. Seeing her silent, Gunriang asked where Flame was. Jackie replied that Flame was tired and had gone to sleep. Gunriang thought that perhaps Flame had failed in her confession and was in a bad mood. What did that man have that he did not? Then he coldly said he understood and would come back later. That Gunriang left, leaving Jackie standing there watching his back. Jackie muttered in disappointment, why could he not even remember her name when she loved him so much? No matter where she was, all eyes only focused on Flame with her talent and attention. She always seemed to possess every good thing. Even Gunriang's feelings belonged to Flame. Why was fate so unfair to her? The one who left took half of my soul. The remaining half could only stand there hollow. The pent-up jealousy made Jackie clench her fists and grind her teeth in anger. Scene shifted to the next morning at Stella Academy's first main tower. Inside the room, a man said that Mesentyre had been severely humiliated by a student. Hearing that, she gritted her teeth in apology and blamed herself for being useless. The man turned and said he had placed high expectations on her, and that man was Stellar Academy's vice principal, Hibden. He further asked about the progress of the random spatial exchange spell research with the Moon Shadow cult. Mesentyre smiled confidently and assured him she would not disappoint him. Hibden stepped forward and patted her shoulder, lowering his voice to say he trusted only her. Mesentyre bowed her head to accept the order. Requesting permission to leave, Professor of Alchemy Mesentyre quickly exited the room. Once she was gone, Hibden sneered contemptuously and mocked that fool with a simple mind. She did not even realize she was being used, or even if she knew, she did not care, because what she craved was status and fame. How ridiculous that a mage who opposed dark magic would serve dark magic. Truly despicable. I am very much looking forward to the day when demonic alchemical engineering is perfected. Scene shifted elsewhere. Before them was a towering stack of documents carried tremblingly by a slender girl amid the indifference of those around her. Finally, someone kind stepped forward to help her. That person was Bitch Yusin. He smiled and asked the teaching assistant if she was all right and offered to carry them. With Wilson's help, the stack of documents was quickly delivered to Professor Majan Tylan's office. Placing the papers on the desk, the teaching assistant thanked him, saying without him she would have been scolded by Mesentyre. Yusin just smiled and said it was nothing. Taking the opportunity, Wilson glanced around the entire room. Seeing crumpled scraps of paper scattered all over the floor, he thought the place was truly messy. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He stared at the board and curiously asked what that was. The teaching assistant explained that it was a formula Mesentyre was researching with other doctors. It was said to be called the random spatial exchange spell. Hearing that, Wilson could not help but be startled, thinking this was that formula. The formula, combining alchemical technique and demonic craftsmanship, was the first foundation of demonic alchemical engineering. In the Mesian corruption arc, the Dark Mage would complete it with her. Technological war that followed caused catastrophic losses, enough to drown the entire world in a sea of flames. On that devastated land, the flower of hope named Anterja bloomed. What if she deciphered this formula before the Dark Mage? The thought flashed through his mind. Yusin called out to the teaching assistant Anterja, startling her as she asked if he wanted some coffee. Yusin shook his head and asked whether mesentyre made her uncomfortable. Anterja was surprised by the sudden question. Yusin asked directly if she had a chance for satisfying revenge, what would she do? Would she like to try? Anterja awkwardly said she was just a small assistant. Revenge might cost her job and leave her homeless. Wilson said that did not matter. She could completely become an alchemist far surpassing mesentyre, leaving Anterja stunned. Yusin continued that then no one would dare look down on her anymore. Those words were like added motivation. A small spark of hope began to kindle in Anterja's heart. After thinking for a while, she secretly felt joyful at the thought of it becoming reality. Just as Yusin had predicted, Anterja was already exhausted with her current job and this dusty room. She once harbored the dream of becoming a great alchemist and creating countless inventions. Moreover, she had the talent. In the future, she would be a genius alchemist with outstanding ideas and products. She would become the greatest alchemist of the era. Although she had currently given up her dream due to harsh reality, he would help her return to that path soon. After Stella's first preliminary exam, Becky Yusin still frequently visited Anterja. With just a few hints from Wilson, Anterja quickly understood and excitedly proposed improving the color-changing magic pen. Yusin further suggested attaching an eraser. Anterja happily said that idea was excellent. Wilson stood at a distance observing, satisfied that the inventions were progressing smoothly. However, the current solution still had shortcomings. He needed to guide Anterja to find the answer before mesentyre. It would not be easy. After thinking that Yusin left, suddenly a mocking voice rang out. "Hey, watch where you're going. Wandering around like that you might bump into someone." Fa Lem had just walked past. Wilson crossed his arms and asked in confusion, "Who are you calling that?" Fa Lem replied, "Who else but you? Are you pretending not to understand?" Wilson was speechless and thought how exhausting, but realized she had spoken to him more than before. Then Yusin said he had something important. "Do you remember your roommate, Jackie?" At the mention of the name, Flame's expression immediately turned displeased. Lem turned away and threw out a reckless remark, making Wilson panic and protest that he had not even said anything. "Remember to take good care of her. Her current state is not good." Yusin worried that if she were eroded by dark magic, it would be very dangerous. Lem replied indifferently that she would go hunting this weekend and would consider it. Yusin nodded in request, but inside he thought hunting. The hunting season had arrived and the target was too clear. It was precisely the starting point of Chapter 4, Matewi's Cemetery, the place where the main characters gathered, and a great battle with a 5th-rank necromancer would occur. If they obtained the hidden reward, it would benefit the familiar contract. A few hours later, acting on impulse, Yusin went to Professor Lee to request permission to leave the academy. Lee Hangun read the application and said that in training, it might not be possible to learn swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something. It was Ma Yu Xiang's leave application. It seemed they had already started hunting. Yusin seized the opportunity to persuade the professor. Lee said everyone was heading to Matewi's Cemetery to participate in a treasure hunting club activity. Yusin nodded in confirmation, but was interrupted when the professor said Ma Yu Xiang had returned to his family and was going with Fa Lem. Hearing that, Yusin was startled and thought that without Ma Yu Xiang it would be difficult to fight the necromancer. Clearly, with the current lineup, they could not defeat a 5th-rank necromancer, could not request reinforcements without evidence, and he was bound by the storyline. But he would not allow things to unfold like that. Yusin clenched his fists. There was no other choice. He had to handle it himself. A few days later at Matewi's Cemetery, a male student had just taken down a giant fish that was twitching weakly on the ground. He was a second-year student named Doc Tron Kwong. Cheering that level 2 danger was nothing but a joke. Suddenly from behind came a grumbling voice scolding that idiot not to ruin everything. "You dare disobey the captain's order. Let me briefly introduce. The one blocking the way right now is second-year student Cassip Derek." Doc Tron Kwong only scratched his head and laughed it off. "Hee. All right, let me apologize." But Cassip Derek immediately flared up and shouted, "You idiot. You can still laugh." Another female student standing at a distance interjected, "Forget it. Talking more is just a waste of breath." The one who spoke was second-year student Bandagen. After speaking, Bandagen turned to reassure ISO, "You do not need to mind them, just ignore it." ISO nodded and replied yes. Cassip Derek turned back and called out, Hey, I heard all of that. So what, is there a problem? Speaking like that in front of freshmen is a bit much. You're not leaving?" Oz watched the quarrel and thought she had followed them because she heard the club was short of members. Fortunately, they did not seem like bad people. While she was still lost in thought, the captain's voice rang out, "Ozo, let us go." She quickly replied, "Yes, Senior Bandagen." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar. The whole group startled and turned to look in that direction, muttering, "What is going on? Could there be a fight nearby?" Bandagen turned and said, "If the hunting zone overlaps, then we should go greet them, right, Captain?" Cassip Derek, still dazed, replied, yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire team immediately rushed toward the source of the explosion with surging momentum. Suddenly, Azo widened her eyes in shock. She quickly recognized that the two figures in the distance were Hong Paison and Flame. The two were facing each other, neither looking pleased. From afar came the sound of arguing. Clearly, I defeated that giant fish first. Nonsense, it was in our hunting area, so it is our loot. Before them lay a giant fish already stiff. She was secretly startled. Is that a giant fish? She heard it was an extremely rare level 3 monster. Perhaps they were disputing the spoils, but getting involved would only bring trouble. She did not want to be dragged in. Moreover, ISO glanced toward Hung Bizian. He truly did not want to face the younger sister of the man who killed her father. This is not good. It is best to retreat immediately. Just then someone spoke up. Now, juniors. If there is anything, just tell your senior. The atmosphere is peaceful. Second-year student Cassip Derek joked as he stepped forward. Immediately both shouted in unison, "Shut up and get lost." Cassip Derek replied irritably, "You dare speak to a senior like that?" Hongbazian answered, "If you are a senior, then behave properly." The remark made the confident captain suddenly fluster, stammering what? Suddenly the ground rumbled violently. A strange energy spread everywhere. Azo thought this energy gave her a bad premonition. A skeletal hand suddenly burst up from the ground with terrifying force. Everyone froze in shock. No one had expected this situation. Eyes widened in horror as if about to pop out. Someone cried out in panic, "Impossible." Skeletons had appeared. Before them, a swarm of dried corpses rushed forward, mouths open in ghastly howls. At the same time, elsewhere in the cemetery, there was a warning sign not to go alone. The system announced experience and skills increased. A familiar figure appeared. Wilson sighed and said if only he could use magic as well. Why is it blink? In fact, Yusin had already eliminated quite a few giant fish, their corpses scattered across the ground. Suddenly, Yusin paused and glanced around, muttering, "It is about time." Faint graves loomed in the distance. Wilson quickly recognized what he needed and blurted out, "Ah." He found it. Yusin's expression darkened slightly. He did not have an overpowered skill to wipe out an entire skeleton army like those others, nor overwhelming strength. To survive here, he could only fight in the style of a player. The system displayed Chapter 4. The Necromancer's assault officially begins. Ground shook violently again. Something was rapidly emerging. It was the Bone General, commanding hundreds of skeletons with blazing red eyes, bearing its disgusting jaw toward Becky Yusin. Yusin thought this is the Bone General, one of the 3 bosses. With his current strength, facing it head-on meant certain death. Of course, he had no intention of confronting it in the usual way. Thinking that Yusin grabbed its skull and slammed it down, shouting, "Turn back." According to the unspoken rule of comics, one should stand and watch during a transformation or summoning, but standing still to die was not his choice. Spine-linking spell completed. Now control of the Bone General was in his hands. Then what are we waiting for? This whole world is mine. Let us begin. On the other side, the number of skeletons kept increasing. In a short moment, they had rushed forward and surrounded the entire group. Cold air spread everywhere. Flame thought she had reached her limit. This was indeed a necromancer, but something was very wrong. If she remembered correctly, the one who handled this chapter should have been Yu Xiang. Why was she here with this group? Where was Yu Xiang? Was she really going to face a 5th-ranked necromancer together with these people? Seeing Flame start to panic, Gunriang spoke to reassure her. "I have sent a distress signal to Stellar Academy with my pocket watch. We just need to hold on until they arrive." John Wang, the red-haired second-year, added, "That is right. As long as we delay a bit longer, the Stella professors will come. Even if we cannot defeat the necromancer, we can at least escape." Hong Bizian spoke up. "Now is not the time for comforting words. This is a cemetery. The longer it drags on, the more skeletons multiply. We must return to base immediately." Jackie looked in fear at the grotesque skeleton approaching, muttering, do not come near me." The monster opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow its prey. Suddenly, a powerful force struck the skeleton from behind, preventing it from attacking Jackie. It seemed she had escaped. The one who acted was none other than Ace. She hurriedly asked Jackie, "Are you all right?" Jackie trembled and replied, "Yes, I am fine." John Wang praised her. Not bad for a first year. Aso continued, "It seems this necromancer prepared very thoroughly. Most likely he created an energy vessel. An energy vessel is a technique necromancers use to store mana. Even strong mana has limits. A 3rd to 4th rank necromancer normally summons only about 15 skeletons. Yet he controls such a wide area. He is certainly not ordinary." John Wang continued, "Skeletons are flooding in continuously. Everything was clearly prepared in advance. They probably intend to kill us to create surplus skeletal soldiers." Cassip Derek forced a laugh, telling himself that as captain he had to show something. He would sweep them away with a powerful spell. But reality was cruel. A skeleton suddenly lunged and grabbed Cassip Derek's leg. Turned pale with fear. his limbs trembling. Before he could react, John Wang rushed forward, delivered a decisive blow to take down the skeleton, and shouted, "Do not even think of escaping." That moment, another hand shot out in front of the captain and pushed Derek aside. Tron Kwong immediately sensed something wrong, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, they are chanting. They are counterattacking. Get down." A terrifying energy was forming, heavy pressure spreading as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone was startled, panic evident in their eyes. Bai Xian cried out in horror, "No, if it explodes, we are finished." Before she finished speaking, a loud boom erupted, a dreadful explosion shaking the entire cemetery. After the blast, a huge crater remained and many were injured. Fortunately, Flame was unharmed, but the necromancer's forces kept pressing forward. Flame thought, "This is bad." She had reached her limit, her body exhausted. The situation was extremely dire. Her mana nearly depleted with no time to recover. Everyone had fallen. Most importantly, the enemy was too numerous. Skeletons with gaping jaws shrieked as they advanced. The sight alone could make the faint-hearted dizzy. Flame gripped her staff tightly, forcing herself to observe. Ahead, a skeleton charged toward her. She worried, was she going to die here? Suddenly, the charging skeletons all froze, as if controlled by someone. She could not believe her eyes, widening them in shock and saying, "What is happening?" The skeleton stopped. What in the world is going on? In the distance, a figure could be seen approaching. It was none other than Wilson. He appeared like a timely savior to everyone. Even Flame had not expected Wilson to arrive so perfectly. She regained her composure and wondered why he was here. Only then did Flame notice the skull in Yusin's hand. Was that not the Bone General? The Bone General was far stronger than ordinary skeletal soldiers and was usually escorted by elite skeleton troops. He had faced it alone and even captured it. It was unbelievable, but thanks to him they survived. After a while, everyone gradually recovered. Senior Tron Kwong thanked him. "Thanks to you we escaped." Yusin replied it was nothing. At that moment, ISO asked, "But how did you get the Bone General's skull?" Yusin smiled and replied, I just scooped it out of a bone stew pot." Inwardly, he thought there was no need to say he had ambushed at the summoning site. Wilson's joke left everyone speechless. Yusin said seriously, "In any case, we must come up with a new plan. If the necromancer directly controls the skeletons and abandons the general, it will be troublesome." John Wang heard that and asked Junior, "Do you have a plan?" Yusin replied, "On the way here I saw they have nearly controlled the base area. We cannot break through the encirclement. And there is only one way left. Attack their true body directly." Hearing that, everyone was stunned by Yusin's boldness. Someone said in panic, "Wait, are you still sane?" Yusin calmly replied, "Have we not learned that, although a necromancer is strong at controlling skeletal soldiers, his true body is weak?" Bandagen worried that there must be guards around him. Yusin continued, "His control range is too wide. If we do not strike directly, we cannot escape." Thinking of that, he quickly calculated. The necromancer's guard currently had one Bone General, 6 elite skeletal soldiers, and around 50 ordinary skeletons. The number would increase rapidly, and the only chance was right now. But how could he persuade everyone? While he was deep in thought, someone suddenly spoke up. "That might be possible, even if he looks a bit foolish. In combat and tactics, he is more seasoned than us." Flame voiced her support. Hongbi Xian also nodded in agreement. "Honestly, with the current situation, there is no way to break through the encirclement. Moreover, the necromancer surely would not expect us to dare attack his true body directly." The two seniors exchanged glances, both seeming to understand this was the only path to survival. "I do not know where you get your confidence, but since we cannot split up, I will support you. Let us give it a try." Bandagen smiled and added, "Before the necromancer realizes it, we still have a chance." At the same time, in another area of the cemetery, a figure appeared. He spoke in delight. "Encountering Stella's chicks here is truly fortunate. If I turn them into skeletal mages, even the Dark Magic Alliance will be wary." That man was the 5th-ranked necromancer of the Dark Magic Tower, Sabe Hu. "For 7 years I have stored mana, and this place holds 700 skeletons at rest. From now on, no one will dare look down on me." Suddenly he froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What is happening? I suddenly lost sensory connection. Could it be my general has been defeated?" Before he could recover, a violent tremor echoed. A terrifying force struck directly at the barrier behind him. He stood stunned for a moment, completely unable to understand what was happening. Even the piles of skeletons stacked behind were shaken violently. He thought in horror, the 4th-tier magic barrier cracked. "What is this?" Then roared in fury, "You bastards! I will not let you escape." Everything happened too fast. He could only widen his eyes and stare ahead. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion rang out. The entire heap of bones was destroyed. That flame was the combined effort of Yusin's group. Their strength truly could not be underestimated. When the smoke gradually cleared, only scattered bone fragments remained. Sabi stood frozen in place, his body stiff and unable to move. Bitterness filled him. He trembled with rage, thinking he had underestimated them, never expecting they would attack his true body directly. Though they were merely inexperienced students, Stella truly was not to be underestimated. There is no other choice. If I do not do this, it will be too dangerous. I must summon elite skeletal soldiers. Thinking that he bit his fingertip until it bled. He spread his arms wide and roared an order. The ground instantly shook violently. Ferocious skeletal warriors emerged one by one, bearing grotesque grins. In just a moment, a skeletal army formed around the mage. But the price was not small. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, suffering severe internal injury. Sabi wiped the blood from his mouth and gritted his teeth, thinking though injured from summoning this is enough. Stop them for me, kill them all. After receiving the order, the skeletons roared and charged. He stood behind watching, laughing in satisfaction. Good, keep fighting like that. Just as he thought he was at ease, Wilson activated Blink in an instant and closed in behind the necromancer. Sensing danger, he turned in panic and shouted, "Damn it. Who are you?" Wilson only curled his lips in a cold smile, not bothering to answer. The necromancer trembled in fear. Clearly, he had grasped the positions of all students through skeletal vision. Yet when did this brat approach? His eyes widened in shock. When he saw what Wilson held in his hand, Sabe cried out in disbelief, "Impossible. Is that not my bone general? Why is it in your hands?" Before he could react, Wilson released his grip, letting the skull crash heavily to the ground. Stopping there, Wilson swung his sword and struck again. The destruction of the bone general worsened Sabe's injuries. He coughed blood repeatedly, his face pale. Clutching his wound, he thought in hatred that he had been too careless. This was the true strength of Stella Academy students. On this side, Wilson broke out in sweat, inwardly crying that the plan was not supposed to go like this. Wang and Bandagin were supposed to finish off the bone general and then come support, but they were held back by elite skeletal soldiers. Does he have to fight alone? He is the weakest. Should he retreat? Wilson began to sense this move was problematic. Just then the necromancer coughed blood. Wilson suddenly regained clarity. Only then did he realize the opponent was also heavily injured. It turned out he had exceeded his limit when summoning elite skeletal soldiers and suffered internal damage. Perhaps there is still a chance, thinking that Wilson smiled with renewed confidence. At the same time, Hong Bizian's flames erupted. The group coordinated and unleashed a finishing strike, successfully eliminating 3 elite skeletal soldiers. Hong Bizian gradually exhausted as the remaining ones surrounded her. She thought the situation was worsening, and they had to deal with them quickly to support Wilson. Suddenly, Jackie ran over in panic. "Princess, this is bad. The necromancer is fighting Wilson head-on." Hong Bizian froze and exclaimed, "What?" He looked ahead where the two clashed, terrifying power spreading, the battle extremely intense. Hong Bizian worriedly muttered, "Wilson is only a first-rank mage. How can he fight a 5th rank?" Hong Bizian gritted her teeth. "If you dare die, I will not forgive you, Wilson. You must hold on." On this side, Wilson was attacked by a gigantic skeleton emerging from the ground. He repeatedly used Blink to evade, moving flexibly. His tense gaze searched for a suitable opportunity. Thanks to precise judgment and timely Blink, Wilson temporarily avoided Sabe's attacks. Knowing he could not dodge forever, Wilson took a gamble like in a game, suddenly blinking close to the necromancer. 5th-rank mage gritted his teeth and threatened, "Do not dream of defeating me." After speaking, a cage of bones enveloped him. Wilson sneered, thinking, is that all? For this situation, he had prepared cola potions that counter skeletal soldiers. Now the field is mine. Thinking that, Wilson threw 2 vials toward him. Immediately the bones corroded, and the necromancer widened his eyes in horror. The defense he was proud of quickly collapsed. He screamed madly, "You bastard! How dare you break my bone shield? Kill him!" Countless sharp bone fragments shot toward Wilson under his command. It was useless. Wilson had already blinked behind him. He tightened his grip on the sword, knowing the moment had come. Just as he thought he would finish it, the necromancer suddenly turned back, revealing a grotesque smile as if he had foreseen everything. Wilson cursed inwardly, so he was the one being led by the nose. Suddenly a sharp bone spike burst up from the ground, pierced straight through Wilson's leg, blood splattering. Wilson gritted his teeth in pain and cursed. He was hit. Enduring the pain, he struggled to drag himself backward. Sabe laughed loudly in triumph. "You fool. Caused chaos and now taste the consequence." Feeling the intense pain, Wilson gasped, thinking he had been too careless. Even injured, he was still a genuine 5th-rank mage. But he cannot die here. He gripped his staff tightly. He must be exhausted. Overusing magic is eroding his body. In other words, he is only at this level now. What should he do? Just one more hit would be enough to finish him. The pain prevented him from concentrating. He could not even activate Blink. Suddenly a thought flashed through Wilson's mind. That is it. While Yusin was still lowering his head to calculate, the necromancer closed in, raised his hand, preparing to strike with a confident expression. Die. Yusin instantly sensed the danger. Without another word, he turned and fled. But because of his injury, he stumbled and fell face down. Seeing that miserable sight, the necromancer burst into laughter. You run worse than a dog. But Yusin ignored the insults, inwardly telling himself almost there. He forced himself to drag forward step by step. The necromancer continued to mock. Struggling is useless. I will end you right here. But Wilson smiled and calmly said, I have won. He had calculated the distance between himself and the opponent as 13 meters. That meant he did not need to use blink. The necromancer was still bewildered, unable to understand what he was planning. Suddenly his eyes filled with fear, widening in terror. In less than a second, Wilson appeared right before him with blink. Yusin braced himself against the excruciating pain in his wounded leg. He poured all his remaining strength into the sword and unleashed the decisive strike, the blade piercing straight through the necromancer's heart, blood splattering everywhere. That same moment, on Becky Yusin's group's side, when the necromancer collapsed, all the skeletal soldiers attacking suddenly froze, leaving everyone stunned. Immediately after, the entire skeletal legion scattered like ashes in the wind. Witnessing that scene, Senior Tron Kwong exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Wilson truly defeated the necromancer? As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie dropped to her knees, disbelief filling her eyes as she murmured that Becky Yusin had really defeated a 5th-ranked necromancer. Those words released their pent-up emotions. The whole group erupted as if returning from death, shouting, "We are alive," though they did not understand how a first-year student could achieve that. Knowing they survived was enough. Switching to Wilson's side, after defeating the necromancer, he exhausted himself and collapsed, thinking only that he was too tired and wanted to go home immediately. Not long after, Stella Academy's magic knights arrived at the cemetery, took over the situation, and escorted the group back to school. As soon as he set foot in the academy, Yusin was summoned by Professor Lai and reprimanded. You said you were going to train among green hills and clear waters, yet you ran to a cemetery. The air there must be refreshing. Faced with the sarcasm, Wilson lowered his head and apologized, saying he got off the carriage because he sensed something was wrong. Professor Lai nodded and said he understood, but rules are rules and punishment is unavoidable. However, your courage in fighting to protect your friends despite breaking regulations is commendable. The school will acknowledge it and grant a proper reward. Just wait. Yusin politely thanked him. After that, Professor Lai turned and left, leaving him standing alone. He sighed and told himself he should return. The doctor said it would take several days for his thigh wound to recover, so he needed proper rest. As he walked and thought, light footsteps sounded behind him. Yusin turned around. One standing there was none other than Iso. Seeing Yusin staring at her, Iso thanked him for today. Yusin smiled and replied, next time just treat me to a meal. However, Iso's expression seemed troubled, as if burdened with thoughts. Suddenly she asked, can I become like you, making Yusin turn in surprise. Iso continued, if I try hard, can I become like you? Question truly stunned Yusin. He felt uneasy. The old Ace would never have asked that. Perhaps this change was caused by him. In the original storyline, Ace had to overcome countless trials herself. But because of his interference, she faced trials without truly conquering adversity, leaving her heart fragile. Yusin did not know how to respond. Empty words would only hurt more, so he chose to speak sincerely. You do not need to ask me. You have achieved what others deemed impossible. That alone proves your miracle. Iso asked in surprise, how do you know that? Yusin gently replied, because I have always been watching you. That answer made Iso even more flustered, her cheeks flushing red. Seeing her reaction, Yusin panicked. Wait, that sounds like a stalker. What nonsense did he just say? He hurriedly said goodbye and left, only then daring to breathe in relief. He almost caused a huge misunderstanding. On the other side, Iso silently pondered his words. He said he had always been watching her. No one had ever truly cared about the traitor's daughter like her. If they did, it was only to scrutinize and criticize. No one sincerely paid attention to her. Yet that person had quietly watched over her. Wilson's words pierced the ice in Iso's heart, making it beat fiercely. The fading flame of passion for magic and lost goals reignited. By the time she realized the sun had risen, a new day began at the academy, students bustling through the campus. Professors were also busy with their usual duties. A major event was about to take place. Everyone discussed the Stella student who defeated a 5th-ranked necromancer. Yusin thought it was only an award ceremony, yet mages, reporters, and nobles attended. Truly excessive. Wait, why does Princess Hongbazian look so excited? A radiant smile clearly on her face. Noticing Yusin looking, Hongbazian turned back with her usual coldness and asked, what are you looking at? Yusin quickly replied, nothing. Then Professor Lai looked around. and loudly requested everyone to maintain order. Today, we will award 13 brave students who fought against dark magic remnants. And this time's reward, beside the Professor Edwin appeared. Professor Lai continued, the principal will personally present the awards, causing the 13 students to tremble in shock. Wilson did not expect the 9th rank mage Edwin to present the reward. He often appeared in the game, rumored to be over 300 years old yet looking like a youth, always smiling gently despite being the strongest mage in the world with the title Destroyer. While everyone was stunned, Edwin patted each student's shoulder, encouraging them to continue striving. Finally, he stopped before Wilson. His clear childlike eyes made it hard to believe he was 300. He looked younger than the students. Standing before the principal, Wilson swallowed nervously. Just meeting his gaze made him feel the overwhelming pressure of rank 9, possessed by only 10 in the world. But he knew he could not avoid it, his heart taut like a drawn string. The principal seemed puzzled by his tension. He smiled gently and said, still diligent as before, just as I expected. After speaking, he turned away, leaving Wilson with countless questions about those words. Shortly after, an announcement declared the ceremony ended. Returning to the dormitory, Wilson looked at the reward voucher and certificate in his hand. He exclaimed in shock, 5 million credits. Generous indeed. With that amount, he would not worry about finances for a long time. Additionally, the final reward was the Death Mage's mana vessel, regarded as the necromancer's heart. Wilson rejoiced inwardly. Once Antarctica completed, the private space carrying items would be easier. But first he had to solve the chaos algorithm. Fortunately, everyone yielded the reward. Next came the system reward. Chapter 4, the Necromancer's Assault completed. You receive massive experience due to unique progression. You receive additional rewards from the Constella ETO project, including lower-tier items, lower-tier skills, or experience points. After reading, Wilson was quite surprised by these options. He truly needed to think carefully, but at present skills were most important, so he chose to add to Blink's skill experience. After the battle, he realized how weak he still was. Imitating others was meaningless. He had to advance using prior knowledge. The system announced reward distribution complete. Blink gained enough experience and leveled up. Level 2, maximum range 12 meters, 3 charges, cooldown 3 seconds. Wilson clearly felt the change in his body. He clenched his fist in joy. Finally, Blink charges increased. He could be far more flexible. With free time, he thought about the next task. He decided to meet someone. The scene shifted to a dark meditation class. ISO was also participating. He felt as if floating in a dreamlike world, light and comfortable. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Student ISO." He startled and looked around, seeing others still meditating. ISO wondered if she had fallen asleep. A translucent butterfly flew by, delivering the professor's message asking why she used magic during meditation. Hearing that, she looked up and widened her eyes. Solitary ice pillar floated nearby. ISO realized in shock she had created it unknowingly, without incantation or calculation. Other students not notice. Even level 1 magic required sensing mana. If this was the meditation effect Wilson mentioned, had he anticipated this as well? After a while, meditation ended. Students invited each other to eat. Instead of the cafeteria, ISO chose a red bean cake. While eating, she happily thought, thanks to the reward money, she dared buy the cream-filled cake worth 1,500 credits. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. "Hello, ISO." Before her stood Prince Jeremy Scanlon with a faint smile. Jeremy asked, "Have you joined any club yet?" ISO replied, "No." Jeremy then invited her to join his club. ISO did not easily trust such a sudden invitation. Suspecting hidden motives, she asked directly, "What are the conditions?" Jeremy smiled and replied, "There are no conditions. I simply like you." That answer made ISO even more wary. As the trader's daughter, no one wished to be near. He likely wanted to use her as decoration. Seeing her hesitate, Jeremy stepped closer, saying there truly were no conditions. "Just join my club and stay by my side. I will handle everything. You know who I am." ISO was intelligent, so she understood the implication. Scanlan Empire opposed Adelovit. If she relied on the Crown Prince's power, her miserable life could end. She would not need to rejoice over red bean cake, nor endure humiliation as the traitor's daughter. Though knowing she should not, thinking of that, ISO hesitated to speak. At that moment, Jeremy smiled in satisfaction, his goal nearly achieved. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out. Balem stepped forward without hesitation and slapped ISO hard across the face. That sudden situation left both the girl and the young prince standing frozen, unable to understand what had just happened. Alian was breathing heavily without pause, looking as though she had just run a very long distance. She glared at Jeremy, her eyes clearly filled with anger. Sharp words of reproach poured out from Falu in a rush. She scolded without stopping, as if venting her fury. You said you wanted to be by my side, yet you secretly got involved with someone else. You clearly said you liked me, and now you want to throw me away. Not giving anyone time to react, Flame grabbed her wrist and pulled her away, speaking firmly as he did, "Follow me. We need to talk right now." Immediately after that, the two of them quickly left the scene amid everyone's astonishment. This scene left the prince bewildered, yet at the same time it stirred a bit of curiosity toward that strong-willed girl. A while later, they appeared in the area behind the school grounds. Letting out a relieved sigh, she blurted out that it had almost turned into big trouble, while ISO still looked confused and asked what exactly was going on and why she had dragged him out here. Falem immediately continued, "In any case, you should thank me. If you rejected her without a reasonable excuse, you would have been clung to and teased by that person for the rest of your life. Sorry for hitting you, I am leaving now." After saying that, she waved goodbye and left, leaving ISO standing there dumbfounded and unable to understand what had happened. Vuelen quietly walked away without turning back. She wondered to herself whether what she had done was right. If everything followed the original plot, and she joined the club, then she would be completely destroyed by Jeremy. She had intended not to interfere, but sometimes breaking the rules was not so bad. Suddenly, she halted midway. Falem glanced back, feeling anxious that her lie might be exposed. The scene shifted to Jeremy's room. He was leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea. While deep in thought, he muttered, "Vuelen, she really is quite adorable." The extent that she dared to make up such a ridiculous story, just to snatch ISO away right in front of him. Truly interesting, even more interesting than ISO. He wanted to have her, and just like that, the prince shifted his target to someone else. At school, the teacher stood on the podium announcing that today they would begin the simulated combat practice against monsters. The whole class listened in silence as he explained that this time the target was no longer level 1 monsters like before, but medium-sized level 3 monsters, far more dangerous. With a serious expression, he instructed them on how to proceed. "You will form groups, study the monsters, and eliminate them with appropriate tactics." Although Seo listened attentively, the teacher still emphasized that after choosing a suitable medium-sized monster, they would have time to train in preparation. He continued to announce the rules. Go to the dome to find suitable terrain and hunt monsters corresponding to your attributes. Class A and S will participate together. After 4 days, there will be an evaluation. Each group may have up to 6 members and must submit a list. Hearing this, AI Zila felt a trace of sadness and thought to herself that she hated working in groups the most. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing her attention. "Princess, will you join a group with me?" On the other side, the female students were surrounding Bian and flattering her. "No, you did better. It is my turn now." She stood there like a radiant rose, smiling gently. In complete contrast, AI Zila was almost completely ignored. Her expression darkened as she resentfully thought that before Adon Levitt destroyed her family, she too had once been surrounded by such flattery. The two of them had similar starting points, both from mop families with the ice attribute and princely status. Meanwhile, the Adon Levitt clan possessed the fire attribute and had once fiercely competed to dominate the magical world. Ian and Isel were the two natural-born geniuses who had been born in that context. Thinking back to the past, she unconsciously hugged her arm. Back then, she had believed she was the chosen one. Now she wondered if there was still a chance to take revenge for Adon Levy. Suddenly, someone approached where she was standing. The person spoke first in greeting. "Hey, are you walking alone?" Looking up, she saw it was Bok Duzio. She asked awkwardly, "Is something the matter?" He smiled with interest. He straightforwardly pointed at himself and suggested, "Form a group with me." Their conversation quickly attracted Bian's attention. He turned to glance over, silently repeating the name Bok Duzio. Seeing him take the initiative to invite AI Zila, she could not help but feel puzzled. Why her? Even AI Zila was surprised and asked if he truly meant forming a group. He immediately explained that there was no minimum number requirement, and a 2-person group would even receive bonus points. She protested in alarm. "Are you crazy? How can 2 people handle a level 3 monster?" She widened her eyes at him in disbelief, yet he remained calm and confident, simply asking whether she agreed. AI Zila froze for a moment in thought, then let out a soft sigh. "All right, I agree. In any case, I do not have anyone else to form a group with." Hearing that, Bok Duzio immediately beamed and left. "It is settled then. I will go submit the list." Turned and walked away at once, giving her no chance to change her mind. Another person stepped forward. AI Zila turned to look at that person. It was Abian, standing before her with arms crossed and an irritated expression. She was startled and nervously stammered, "If you intend to compete with me, then." Before she could finish, Abian cut her off. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He narrowed his eyes angrily. "Worry about yourself, you pig in human skin." Being scolded for no reason, AI Zila did not dare to argue and could only stand there wide-eyed in shock. After saying that, he snorted coldly and arrogantly turned his back to leave, leaving AI Zila standing there clenching her fists. Bian thought to herself that she had never competed with her. Her eyes narrowed. All of it was because of Bok Duzio. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. jealousy rising within her. Could it be that she would lose to a failure and an ordinary person? Bien still did not have a group, and began observing her surroundings for a suitable partner. Her gaze stopped on a young man standing in the corner of the classroom. At the very least, she needed a strong knight to gain an advantage. He walked over to him and called out his name, Ma-Du. He cast a sideways glance. Seeing her, he asked, "Princess, what is the matter?" She directly asked whether he already had a group. He replied that he did not and intended to go alone. Bien then suggested forming a group. He did not agree immediately but gave a sly smile. Is it truly necessary? He heard her say that Bok Du Zio and AI Zila had formed a group. His eyes widened in surprise. He immediately turned to look in that direction. She added that she guessed they were not aiming for an ordinary medium-sized monster. Watching the two chatting happily from afar, she speculated that their target was a special medium-sized monster or even a large one, and looked at him coldly and repeated, "Form a group with me." He gave a slight start. At last he understood and burst into laughter. So that is how it is. He no longer refused. Sounds interesting. I also want to compete with Bok Du Zio once. Having achieved her goal, she smiled in satisfaction. Good, then I will rely on you. Her gaze unconsciously shifted again, looking toward Bok Du Zio and AI Zila standing side by side. In her heart, she firmly resolved that this time she would definitely defeat both of them. After 4 days of preparation, the monster combat simulation officially began. A gigantic monster appeared before everyone. The teacher picked up the list and announced, "All right, the evaluation test for Class S and A begins." Each group stepped forward in turn to perform. Each group chose a different monster. The students whispered among themselves. Oh, Group 16 chose GKA. This one seems easy to handle. The lamb stood above, slightly tense as she reassured herself. It is fine, I have trained enough. Although she could not hunt a special monster for bonus points, defeating a medium-sized level 3 monster alone would still earn full marks. Normally 5 level 1 mages working together could handle a medium-sized level 1 monster. If they had attribute and environmental advantages, then a higher level was not impossible. But she had her own difficulty. Light magic did not counter any attribute, so she could only accept it. She looked around the classroom. Her gaze stopped on AI Zila. She silently hoped AI Zila would perform well in this test. Seeing AI Zila chatting with Bok Du Zio, she thought about how earlier Bien had made things difficult and prevented her from forming a group. She had once intended to pull her into her own group. Watching the two looking cheerful, Fa Lam felt more at ease. With Bok Du Zio by her side, AI Zila's future would surely be brighter. Just then a noise rang out, drawing her attention. The match on the field ended. The teacher's voice sounded, "Group 16, you have done very well. Next, Group 17, please come to the field." That was Fa Lam's group. She replied yes, then quickly walked toward the arena. She passed by Bok Du Zio. Suddenly her foot caught on her own shoelace. Her whole body lost balance and she nearly fell. Startled, she cried out. Fortunately, Bok Du Zio grabbed her shirt in time and pulled her back. Thanks to that, she did not fall to the ground. He spoke a little awkwardly. Girl was startled by reflex as well. When she hurriedly straightened up, she realized her shoelace had come undone. Turning to look at him, she politely thanked him. He merely lowered his eyes to her shoes and reminded her, "It is nothing, tie your shoelaces." Only then did she understand. Thinking back to before the test when Zeki had intended to tie her laces for her and said it would be safer, she had hurriedly refused. Now she secretly felt lucky she had noticed in time. Otherwise, it would have been truly dangerous. She quickly tightened her shoelaces and prepared to step onto the field. On the field, there was only her with a staff in her hand. Whispers rose around her. Is she going alone? It seems so. Someone even exclaimed in shock. Does she intend to handle that monster by herself? The monster she chose was a gigantic wild boar, its red eyes filled with ferocity. The lamb stared intently at the monster. It carried no special attribute, so there was no elemental advantage. The boar took an attacking stance, snorting smoke as it lowered its head. The teacher shouted, "Group 17, the test begins." Almost at the same moment, the wild boar roared and charged straight forward. The people around kept talking. Look at that reckless manner. How can she handle it alone? The lamb remained calm, gripping her staff and chanting. Petals swirled in the wind as a golden magic circle appeared around her body. Her resolute gaze rose from the ground upward. Vines burst from the earth and tightly wrapped around the boar's body. In just a moment, it was completely restrained. She did not stop and continued casting a material transformation spell. Instantly, the vines hardened like stone. The boar's body was bound tightly. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. She stared at it coldly. This is not over yet. Another magic circle was formed. The vines tightened layer by layer, were torn apart, and the boar lunged forward violently. Its massive head aimed straight at her and bit down. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted throughout the space. In an instant, a fireball shot straight into the monster's wide-open mouth. A charred hole immediately appeared on its body. Sweat poured down Pho Lam's face, her breathing heavy with exhaustion. The wild boar finally collapsed. Battle officially came to an end. The spectators stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Incredible. Even a 5-person group could not defeat a medium-sized monster. Who is she? Pho Lam let out a relieved breath. Finally it is. Just then someone approached. She turned to look, her eyes widening in shock. Am I seeing things? The teacher's voice rang out next. Now begins the test of Group 31, consisting of Bian and Magusul. 2 of them stood on the field with confident and arrogant expressions. The surrounding students began cheering, "Look, the princess, go princess." Pho Lam watched in confusion, wondering why Bian was with Ma Du Zio instead of someone from her own faction. In the original story, these two had no connection. What kind of lineup is this? Gloomy light spread across the arena. A gigantic monster appeared, its entire body covered in hard scales. Someone cried out in alarm, "Wait, Suga L3. That is a special medium to large monster, truly worthy of the princess. It is astonishing to find such a rare target." Just a glance, Pho Lam knew this monster was far from simple. Bian and Magusul possessed fire, earth, and lightning attributes respectively. Meanwhile, Suga L3 was a water-type monster, highly resistant to fire and capable of flight, completely suppressing both of them. She silently assessed that they were not only targeting a special medium to large monster, but also abandoning elemental advantage, clearly gambling for maximum points. Even she doubted their chances of success. The monster began to move. It soared high into the air, looked down and roared as a terrifying pressure spread outward. Bian gripped her weapon and shouted, "Begin." Ma Du Zio responded enthusiastically, "Understood, princess." He quickly retreated backward, keeping his distance from Bian. The students watched curiously. Why are they not attacking immediately? Everyone was astonished. The knight actually retreated behind the maid. Ma Du Zio's confident gaze was fixed on the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Immediately after, his figure appeared midair. Cheers erupted. "That leap is impressive," someone commented, "but at that level it is hard to reach Suga L3. Some believed a leap could not be used in midair. At this moment, he was already very close to the monster, and everyone wondered what they were planning. At that moment, Ma Du Zio drew his weapon. A solid stone step suddenly appeared, stood upon that stone step, as Bian's flames surged upward fiercely. In an instant, the thrust from the flames propelled Ma Du Zio even higher. Only then did the crowd realize and erupt in excited cheers. Below, the sea of fire continued to churn without end. Bian's eyes followed without blinking. The two exchanged glances, while those around them stood stunned in disbelief. Just as expected, the monster attempted to flee, and Ma Du Zio unleashed a massive punch. Strike from above slammed down, forcing the monster onto the ground. The earth cracked apart under the impact. He immediately drew his sword and delivered a finishing blow. A decisive slash descended. The stone he created pierced through and surrounded the monster. Its entire body trembled violently. The monster widened its eyes and gathered strength to rise, shattering the stone prison. Ma Du Zio had already leaped back to Bian's side. Just as expected, the monster still tried to escape. His gaze was icy and filled with killing intent, but everything was already too late. Looking at the blazing red flames, he knew the princess's magic was complete. A colossal blaze surged forward and directly burned the monster to death. The crowd gaped at the scene before them. Unbelievable. The monster screamed in agony, despite its extremely high fire resistance. They had won. Ma Du Zio laughed with satisfaction. It is over. He had infused magic into Bian's flames before launching the final strike. Combined flames reduced the monster to ashes. Everyone who witnessed it was astonished. Suga L3 was defeated too quickly. This batch of students is truly frightening. Their level rivals the seniors of Class S Batch 53. The crowd kept praising them. Is this what a genius looks like? Having achieved her goal, Bian's lips curved slightly. What do you think, Bak Du Zio? He turned and glanced down at him. No matter what target you choose, you cannot surpass me. The smile at the corner of her lips could not be concealed. Looking at the two below, she thought to herself that this time she had won. Unexpectedly, as soon as Bak Du Zio stepped onto the field, he directly declared that he chose 5. Hearing that, Bian froze stiff. Other students gaped and murmured. 5 people struggle with 1, yet 2 dare to choose 5. All eyes turned toward the field. Even though they had heard rumors, Bak Du Zio was truly too insane. Someone even whispered softly, "Are they really crazy?" A surge of blue light flared up. Dark silhouettes appeared as the summoning was completed. 5 monsters simultaneously surrounded the 2 of them. Even the monsterology researcher, Bicheng, who stood observing with arms crossed, could not help but be startled. A green-skinned horned frog named Hamer Zazan, ferocious black sand wild bull, a Kazan along with a Nambi Slim. The last one was Sensory Bat. Could it be that this lineup is? Suddenly Abian turned and asked Ma Du Zio, "Do you understand?" He shook his head and smiled lightly as he looked down. "Probably not. I am also curious what Du Zio is planning." Watching the 2 below standing back to back, he honestly admitted he was somewhat looking forward to it. Teacher crossed his arms and sternly asked who decided on this monster lineup. Bak Du Zio immediately replied, "I did." He frankly commented that a knight like you can earn points in dangerous situations, but a bishop cannot. This strategy seems excessive. He smiled confidently, not at all. To be frank, this strategy was designed specifically for a bishop. Teacher nodded helplessly, I see. Without saying more, he signaled to begin as the gigantic monsters gradually closed in on the two of them. Broke into a nervous sweat and softly asked, "Are you all right?" Aizila answered firmly, "Of course, just trust me." She retorted tensely that those words were not convincing at all. Unexpectedly, Bok Duzio spoke seriously and clearly, "I trust you." Stood frozen, softly calling his name in her heart, Bitch Duzio. Remembering when she entered the forest with him, he truly was a hard person to predict. Back then she had only quietly followed behind him. The moment she called out to him, he turned around and stopped. She asked in confusion why it was her. With a skilled knight like you, you could choose anyone else. Bok Duzio awkwardly scratched his head and turned his face aside. He admitted there were many talented people. In terms of firepower, no one surpassed Bian. In control ability, Fa Lam was #1. He also mentioned Ma Duxi as the strongest of the cohort, and Ha Zion and Azan Len were all masters of single-target attacks and very suitable. He stepped closer to him, growing even more curious than why. He suddenly walked on but still said that despite that he felt she was the most suitable, then turned back with a confident smile. Honestly, that is all. After saying that, he strode forward. Let us continue. Now it is Kazan. Aizila stood stunned. Her cheeks flushed as she widened her eyes in disbelief. He chose her simply because he felt she was suitable. On the field, she told herself to give it her all, both hands gripping the staff tightly. Closing her eyes, she told herself that, although she did not yet understand his intention, he must have had a reason for choosing her. Blue light began to spread around her. In that case, I will prove it to you. Arms spread wide, the staff hovering as the blue light grew brighter. The surrounding students cried out in alarm, "Wait, is that supernatural resonance? This phenomenon only occurs with high-level mages." Aizila closed her eyes as if asleep, her body floating within the dense blue light, ignoring the shouts even though everyone knew that a single lapse in focus would cause mana backlash. Bok Duzio glanced at her and smiled in satisfaction, indeed worthy of the title Winter Queen. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Then let us begin. He drew his sword and faced the 5 medium-sized monsters. His feet left the ground in an instant. Using Blink to close in on the frog, he delivered a fatal strike. Blood splattered as Bok Duzio's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Just as calculated, the frog was wounded, roared in pain as blood flowed without stopping. He immediately turned toward the black bull. First Hamer Zazan is done. The black sand wild bull roared, its eyes blazing red like fire. The frog's horn glowed red and immediately drew the black bull's attention. Its eyes flared with ferocity. Fixated on that red horn, its entire body lost control and charged forward. Bok Duzio held his dagger and smiled smugly. Good, just as expected. The way to deal with 5 monsters at once was to create chaos. Bull scraped the ground violently, sand spraying toward Slim. Slim immediately became enraged. The plan to turn them into enemies had succeeded. Students cried out in shock. What in the world is happening? Bird and the bat lunged at each other. Monsters slaughtering one another was a rare sight. Bok Duzio could not suppress his smile. He thought that it was exactly as planned, using monsters to kill monsters, exploiting their traits and attributes, a tactic that masters like Arthur Gua had researched through countless trials. Just as he did, first attack Hamer Zazan. When injured, its horn would glow red. That light stimulated the black sand wild bull's attacking instinct. Agitated bull would spray sand everywhere. When the sand stuck to Namasin, that creature would also immediately become enraged. It would generate a large amount of water to keep its skin moist. Seeing the water rising rapidly thanks to the school barrier, he felt even more delighted. He smiled and looked at Kazan. You are next. Kazan sensed high humidity. It would emit high-frequency sound waves. It screamed endlessly as the water rose. And finally it stimulated Sensory Bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound. Bat immediately leaped up and slammed hard into Kazan. Kazan turned to attack Slim. Slim, standing still, was struck as well. Then it turned back to counterattack Kazan. The bat became utterly enraged, its eyes glowing. And so they all plunged into chaotic melee. The teachers above were also stunned. The monsters were all provoked. One professor even praised that this boy understood each species thoroughly. Even an expert like her had never thought of it. Another teacher crossed his arms while watching the field and remarked that ICLE Mob's concentration was even more astonishing. She stood steady within the mana barrier, not wavering despite the chaotic situation. Teachers believed it was because she completely trusted her knight, Bok Duzio, always standing guard in front. Suddenly he jolted and turned. The bird was charging toward her from behind. He immediately blinked and struck it down before it could touch ICLE. Bird was blasted far away. Bok Duzio silently protected her like that. His eyes constantly surveyed the entire battlefield. A massive explosion rang out right above Isel. It had nearly hit her, but AI Zila did not waver and maintained absolute focus. Bok Duzio instantly rushed over to shield her. Suddenly Maduzio spoke, "Hey princess." Bien turned and asked, "What is it?" His gaze softened as he looked down. "What do you think of Bok Duzio?" Bien widened her eyes in surprise. His words sounded exactly like an ideal knight. Like a knight protecting a princess. He gave his all to keep the monsters from touching AI Zila. Only then did she truly resemble a princess. Even with darkness looming, she remained steady because a warrior stood beside her. Alone she sank into her own space, gathering all her strength. Greater her concentration, the greater her power. It succeeded. AI Zila slowly opened her eyes. Behind her crystal flowers bloomed, leaving even her stunned. Ice crystallized and rose into petals. AI Zila stood at the center, surrounded by sharp ice spikes. A massive translucent block of ice radiated blue light. Female students gasped in admiration. Ice flower. A blooming ice flower blossomed in the air, making everyone exclaim how beautiful. The color, purity, and hardness all reached an almost perfect state. AI Zila frowned and shouted, preparing to shatter the offensive stance. That very moment, the entire flower erupted with violent power. Razor-sharp ice spikes instantly shot straight toward the monsters. They had no time to resist at all. The surrounding space seemed to be dragged into an absolute frozen realm. In the blink of an eye, everything fell silent. Whispers rose. Is it over? Did just 2 people truly defeat 5 medium-sized monsters? The monsters were frozen yet did not seem completely dead. Panicked cries rang out. What that cannot be, the ice has not melted. The monsters' eyes suddenly glowed brightly. They are not dead, someone shouted. The monsters are waking up. Someone sighed in confusion. It seems they still cannot be completely finished. The person beside him echoed in regret. Even so, this performance was enough to earn them very high scores. A hand suddenly rose. It was AI Zila. She had not used her full strength. The ice flower was only the first step. Next was summoning the golden sphere. Her eyes shone brilliantly, terrifying everyone. That flow of mana, could it be? A voice rang out, "Bring it down." The moment the sound ended, AI Zila launched a direct strike at the monsters. Light exploded and spread throughout the space. That power was utterly overwhelming. This time the monsters had no ability to resist whatsoever. When the power gradually subsided, AI Zila stood there, her petite gentle figure completely at odds with the lightning-like force from before. Clear eyes revealed astonishment. Is this truly my magic? She raised her hand to catch the floating shards of ice, so she herself could reach this level. Only now did she understand, just as he had once said. She recalled how she had once stared in shock at Bok Duzio, 5 at once. She had even fiercely opposed him. "Are you crazy?" Yet he had calmly replied, "No." He smiled confidently to reassure her. "You can do it, and I believe in you." She could only widen her eyes and follow. "So trust me, the one who believes in you." Now she had truly done it. Her hand clenched as her confidence gradually solidified. In the past, she had nothing, no faith, no one to affirm that the path she chose was right, always bearing everything alone. But now it was different. Bitch Duzio was like a guiding light leading her forward. His back was steadier and more reliable than anything else. From now on, everything had changed. She told herself she would no longer lose her way and would follow the footprints he left behind. The examiner announced that the test of Group 32 ended here. AI Zila smiled in satisfaction. It had been a long time since she had felt this happy. Meanwhile, someone was still suspended midair, hurriedly clinging to the remaining ice fragments, thinking he had almost been swept away and at least should have been warned. Before long, the ranking board was announced. Bok Duzio and AI Zila's group stood at the top. Ma Duzio and Bai Wyon's group stood right behind in second place. Seeing that result, she had to admit she was completely defeated, though she tried to appear calm and lowered her head to accept it. Having chosen monsters that countered them, yet still losing, left no excuse. Seeing her resigned appearance, the person beside her laughed and teased. Accepting it so quickly, she angrily snapped back, "Be quiet." She felt extremely uncomfortable inside, yet still had to swallow it down. Thinking of Bok Duzio, her knight Bok Duzio. At that thought, she jolted and clenched her hand. She too could cast magic no worse than AI Zila. Was she truly dissatisfied with her teammate? The more she thought, the less reconciled she felt. Why would a commoner be so devoted to AI Zila? If a perfect knight existed, he should belong to her. She imagined the day he knelt before her throne. That jealous girl, that knight must belong to the perfect queen. It was unclear who had granted her that title, yet jealousy made her bite her lip until it bled. Her eyes burned with anger. Staring at the results board, admitting defeat was only a lie. She could not accept it. Thinking so, she turned and left, determined to thoroughly investigate Bok Duzio. Suddenly she halted. Before her stood a long-haired, black-haired girl with a cold expression, silent. That person was Sheila Akin. Seeing her, Bien felt no pleasure. She stepped aside to pass and thought she must have come to watch her lose to a commoner and a traitor. truly troublesome. Sheila said nothing, merely silently watching her departing back. Gaze was cold and sharp. In the end, she only uttered one sentence, still too immature. At this moment in the library, Fa Lam was studying. She held a pen in her hand, taking notes. A trace of confusion flashed through her mind. She had not expected AI Zila to bloom the crystal flower so quickly. Thinking of Isil's crystal flower, her signature magic, something that only appeared when she overcame hardship and regained faith in herself. The hand holding the pen paused. By all logic, AI Zila should have been gradually collapsing at this point. That made her think deeply. Then she immediately remembered Bok Duzio. It must have been because of him that she erupted before the crowd. In the original romantic story, Ma Duzio and AI Zila faced the end of the world together. But what if there was a side story? If Bitch Duzio, an unknown nobody, loved AI Zila and chose to regress in place of Ma Duzio at the moment of annihilation, countless variables arose in her mind. She unconsciously rested her chin on her hand and looked around the room, regressing for the one he loved even at the cost of being forgotten by that very person. Would Bitch Duzio regret it? Fa Lam pondered, her mind filled with thoughts of a love willing to trade even existence to turn back time. Bok Duzio at this moment stood with arms crossed, seriously staring ahead. Before him was a system panel, displaying a series of notifications. He looked at them and wondered which reward to choose this time. After careful consideration, his skills had been strengthened enough. It was best to prepare for the next chapter. Quickly said, I choose the leaf key of Ziphinal. After speaking, he waited tensely for the system's response. After a while, the system confirmed that the reward had been granted. Looking at the key, he could not help but exclaim, excellent. Though not an ancient relic, it was still an extremely rare item only high-level players possessed, a key leading to the dwelling of a deity. Having obtained it, there was still something to resolve. To use it, he had to go outside. Yet the conditions for leaving were currently tightened due to the necromancer incident. Suddenly his eyes lit up with excitement. He had an idea: the club. Within the academy grounds, Bitch Duzio sat writing about his own growth process. After finishing, he stretched and yawned, thinking with satisfaction that things were temporarily settled. Smiling confidently, now it was time to find a club. He stood before the bulletin board, covered with recruitment notices. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered which club to choose. After looking through them, none satisfied him. Among them, very few were permitted special external activities he had to consider carefully. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side. Well then, it was AI Zila. He curiously asked if she was also looking for a club and had not joined yet. She started and replied, what so what? Seeing that he found it hard to believe she should have been sought after, AI Zila speechlessly asked if he did not know who she was. He answered that of course he knew, and she had become very famous recently. Bitch Duzio glanced at her standing beside him and thought that after the test, Isil's reputation had changed greatly. He guessed she had noticed it too. AI Zila narrowed her eyes at the clubs and said she had to choose carefully. Just as the two were speaking, someone approached, complaining, buy one get one, and you treat me like this. It was Ma Duzio. He patted his shoulder and greeted him with a smile. Seeing his face, he brusquely brushed that hand away, thinking why had he appeared. Ma Duzio enthusiastically praised the test and the command in hunting the necromancer, but Bitch Duzio only responded casually that it was due to luck. He said nothing more, merely stood staring at him with a smile, and suddenly spoke, indeed you have something. His eyes turned red, his face revealing an unusual hidden meaning. Even he froze and widened his eyes in return, a sense of unease rising within him. He silently swallowed, unable to utter a word. Standing between the two of them, he responded skillfully, saying that he was just an ordinary person, so he always had to find ways to do better, which eased Ma Duzio's suspicion and made him smile comfortably. Therefore you have used your time far more effectively than I have. Trat An asked him what he did on weekends. The other froze, then pointed at himself and asked me. He answered with a single word, study, leaving both him and AI Zila stunned. Laughed and said I was only asking casually, and you answer casually too, thanks. But he hurriedly waved his hand to explain, no, I really do study. He added that besides studying, he also trained more, making him widen his eyes in surprise. What? He asked, half believing and half doubting. You were never the type to do those things. Ma Duzio awkwardly scratched his head. Well yes, I do not know why lately I have been doing it. Hearing that, Bok Duzio did not ask further. He merely looked at him and thought to himself that Ma Duzio starting to train was supposed to happen much later. What exactly was the cause? Suddenly AI Zila cut in. It was about the dungeon practice, right? Unexpectedly, he smiled naturally and admitted it. That is right. If you had not intervened then, I might have been in danger. As soon as he finished, she irritably snapped. Do not call me young lady. Listening to their conversation, he suddenly remembered that according to the original course of events, Ma Du-zio had cooperated with Fa Lam and easily defeated Haigan Jiang. But this time, because he intervened, Fa Lam was held back, leaving that guy to face Haigan Jiang alone. This be the reason Haigan Jiang became different. In any case, it was good. That way, both Haigan Jiang and Ma Du-zio would force themselves to grow more. Thinking of those two, he felt they were far different from himself. Their growth would certainly bring positive influence for a good ending. Lost in thought, he was suddenly asked, "Hey, have you still not joined any club? You have been enrolled for a while." He replied calmly that he had been busy lately. Hearing that, Ma Du-zio smiled brightly and recommended himself. "Then join my club." He turned away coldly with little interest. "We will see. If you meet my conditions, I will consider it." He immediately asked what kind of club he wanted. Bok Du-zio replied calmly, "Quiet, few members, no factions. Full 4 types of insurance, meals with cheese and pork cutlet, freedom to go outside, respect for personal rights and the authority to request special outings." The other two were left speechless. AI Zila confused about pork cutlet and cheese while Ma Du-zio focused on the 4 types of insurance. She could not help reminding him that no such club existed in the world. He nodded, "Of course not. I was just joking," saying that to politely refuse Ma Du-zio's invitation. Unexpectedly, he still refused to give up. "Is that so?" He smiled confidently and pointed at himself. "Then I will establish such a club for you." Both he and Isel were completely speechless. "What?" he asked suspiciously. "Can you really create a club permitted special outings?" He did not joke and answered calmly, "Yes, I can." Only then did he suddenly remember that with Ma Du-zio's connections it was not impossible. It was just that. Bok Du-zio crossed his arms and asked further, "If you establish a club for me, what do you gain?" One must always be wary of things that are free. But Ma Dussel acted like a fervent admirer. He smiled and looked straight into Bok Dussel's eyes. "Of course there is, because you are very special." Those words made him slightly tense. "Do you know something?" Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly fell silent. "Ah, I remember now. One of Ma Du-zio's core issues was that he was extremely afraid of loneliness. Seeing that he no longer showed any strange behavior, he nodded in agreement. "All right, go ahead and establish the club as planned." Ma Du-zio's eyes lit up with joy, really. He calmly replied yes and pointed toward AI Zila, "But she has to join as well." The girl froze in surprise and asked again, "What, you are counting me in too?" In truth, he was thinking differently. Logically, those two really were a well-matched pair. If it was AI Zila, she could take care of Ma Du-zio's emotions. Moreover, that guy clearly had feelings for her. He smiled and invited, "If the beautiful Miss AI Zila is willing to join, I would gladly welcome it." The girl frowned and reminded him, "Do not call me miss. It sounds uncomfortable." The two of them started arguing again, leaving him awkward. Is this not a bit too much? This pair truly made people suspicious. Ma Du-zio excitedly discussed right away, "Then what should we name the club?" He raised his head and answered at once, "I already have an idea about that." An application form to establish the club was quickly completed. After finishing writing, AI Zila pushed it over for the two to see. "Is this all right? To receive a special activity seal, we need a supervising professor and at least 4 members." Ma Du-zio honestly explained, "I can handle the members and the seal. Only the supervising professor is hard to find." Bitch Du-zio asked in surprise, "How did you even manage to get a special permit to go outside?" His expression changed. He smiled meaningfully. "They are just a bunch of trash." In this school, probably only he would dare to say that. He listened and broke into a cold sweat. Truly the type of person who had both money and power. With nothing else to do, he picked up the application and stood to leave. "I will get the seal for the documents." He politely replied, "Yes, I will leave it to you." Watching his back, he thought to himself, a special activity seal is not something just anyone can obtain. But if it is him, then he could also guess it must be someone from the main tower #1. In the vice principal's office, an old man was leisurely admiring an antique vase. As soon as Vuong looked up, he was startled and exclaimed, "Ah!" Ma Du-zio pushed the door open and walked straight in, causing the old man to hurriedly stand up and cry out, "Oh heavens!" Looking at that arrogant face, even the old man had to bow. "Welcome, young master." He smirked and replied, "Yes, it has been a long time, grandfather." Ma Jun-seo casually dropped into the vice principal's chair. He laughed with interest. "Oh, this place is more comfortable than I thought. I like it." The old man could only chuckle submissively. "Haha, is that so?" In his heart, the old man cursed. Why has this brat appeared here? Trying to stay calm, he asked, "What brings you here today?" Ma Du-zio immediately pushed the application in front of him. narrowed his eyes and smiled. A club registration form, stamp it for me. The old man picked up the form. Registering a club. First we must see whether it meets the conditions for establishment. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang from the table rang out. Maduzio slammed his hand down on the application, his cold eyes staring at the old man. The old man's eyes widened in panic. He bent down to listen as he said, "No need to check the content, just stamp it." His eyes turned red as he stared threateningly. "You will do it for me." The old man's whole body trembled lightly. Sweat poured out as he swallowed without being able to say a word. In his heart, he understood clearly that he could not resist. If this child was the heir of that man, then he must never offend him. With support behind Maduzio, he feared no one. With no other choice, he nodded, "Yes, I will do it." Then he obediently signed and stamped the application. After saying a few more words, he loosened his collar and said coldly, "I understand." Once finished, he turned to leave. "Thank you, I am going back." Only the old man remained standing in the room, silently watching him leave. Furious to the point of madness, yet unable to do anything. Ground his teeth and thought, like father, like son, equally arrogant, but it will not be long now. Holding a scheme in his heart, he sat with his chin propped on the table. One day I will sever that arrogant neck. An ordinary school day passed. The teacher's voice rang out, "All right, class is over." As soon as the teacher left, the students sighed in relief. Finally finished. That professor was always nitpicking, especially strict with commoners. A girl stood there dressed and styled exactly like Fa Lam. In her hands, she held a thick stack of papers. She stared ahead, her heart tense. I should have performed better in front of everyone. Just because I was nervous, I made mistakes. I could have done better than Fa Lam. Just then Fa Lam walked over with a smile and praised. "Zekia, your presentation today was very good." She even encouraged cheerfully, "Do not mind the professor's words, you did well." Before she could finish, Zekia turned away irritably and interrupted, "Enough." Fa Lam sighed and looked after her in confusion. "I worry about her, yet she does not understand my heart." Another voice sounded, "That is true." She turned abruptly and cried out in surprise, "Ah, you startled me. Is something wrong?" It was Bok Duzio. He had been standing beside her at some point, nothing much. "You know many professors, right? I want to establish a club. Could you ask for me?" He asked in surprise, "Why do you not ask yourself?" He awkwardly explained, "The professors dislike me, so I do not dare to ask." She nodded. "That is true. One can tell from their attitude." She added, "You always argue with professors. You even fall asleep in class. It is already lucky you have not been expelled." Hearing that, he only laughed dryly. "Haha, it is not that bad." The lamb did not refuse, only hesitated. But who would be willing to help with such troublesome matters? Suddenly her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Ah." Looking at him, she immediately suggested, "That reminds me. Are you not close with teaching assistant Antizissa?" Bitch Duzio walked out of the classroom, thinking to himself, "So a teaching assistant can also supervise. I only played games before, so I did not know this." Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. In front of him stood a professor. Her expression was unpleasant as she walked out of the classroom. He wondered, what the hell is going on? That room was Antizissa's private research room. Bitch Duzio smiled brightly and opened the door to step in. "Hello." Suddenly froze in shock. In front of him, the girl stood there, looking aggrieved as if about to cry. He softly called, "Teaching assistant Antizissa." Only then did she look up in surprise. "Ah." She wiped her tears, her voice trembling. "You have come." Seeing that, he hurriedly asked, "Teaching assistant, what exactly happened?" She cried as she recounted all the injustices she had suffered. It happened like this. At that time, there were only 2 people in the room. He asked directly, "Teaching assistant, the thesis you said you prepared earlier, how is it now?" Her hand clenched tightly. She forced a smile. "Yes, I already submitted it to the professor. There is an academic conference coming up. He said he will use my paper. I should feel grateful." He was still talking about the gathering place of outstanding alchemists when he could not endure it and interrupted. "Teaching assistant," he seriously said, "is that not having your credit stolen? Was your name even mentioned?" Though she knew it was unfair, she still endured timidly. "It is all right. Consider it life experience." Hearing that, he was speechless, scratching his head and thinking, heavens, I should not have only asked her to supervise the club. His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. Soon Professor Mizzen will also solve that formula, although he wanted Antizissa to complete it herself before that happened. But he reminded her, "Teaching assistant, there is still another thesis prepared. Last time you and I solved it together." Only then did she remember, the paper on random number interference technique combined with chi manipulation. Thinking about those algorithms, she felt somewhat embarrassed. "I tried applying your idea but got no result. After all, it is a problem unsolved for 300 years. He turned to look at the blackboard. As long as one bottleneck is cleared, the next direction will appear. Before she could finish speaking, he said, "I already solved that part." Antizissa was startled and asked again, "What did you just say? You truly solved it?" He stepped forward and affirmed, yes, but it was only by chance using a trick, so I do not fully understand it. After saying that, he picked up the chalk and began writing continuously on the board. He silently continued writing amid the girl's astonishment. Antizissa stood wide-eyed, her mouth open in shock. After finishing, he turned back and smiled. But if it is you, you will surely do even better. She hurried over to examine it carefully. Just a glance, she realized that is right. If scattering and reflection are added into the Chinny coefficient in this formula, 3 additional node flows will appear. Seeing her fully focused, he smiled and thought, in such a short time she is already completely immersed. Her concentration is truly astonishing. Unlike him who only knows how to imitate, she is the real genius, a genius capable of changing humanity's future. Quietly turned and left. His role ends here. The rest can only rely on her talent and wait. A place shrouded in dense fog. Bitch Duzio let out a long breath, finally arrived. Afterwards, with Antizissa's help, I successfully established the culinary club. As the leader, I obtained permission to go outside. Yawning and stretching my neck, my body sore. Although during the process there were doubts, the teacher holding the application asked why I trained yet requested to go out. It sounded unbelievable, but there was no other way. I laughed and scratched my head. Haha, it is true. Fortunately, in the end, the permit was still granted easily. As I walked, I reminded myself, as long as I do not cause trouble, it will be fine. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he froze. In front of him was a gigantic ancient tree. Could this be the third world tree? Nam Hoa Lin Ian. Beneath the canopy were large and beautiful houses. He stepped inside, looking around in amazement. Wow, this scene truly cannot compare to the graphics in the game. The girl smiled warmly and greeted, very pleased to meet the mage bearing a name. Another person added, may your sincere heart be heard by Mother Earth. Bitch Ducio thought, perhaps because long ago the Ottoman people once saved them from the collapsing Second World Tree. He smiled in return. May you always receive blessings from the world tree that granted this garden. He knew they recognized the Tenla uniform, so they were friendly. Looking at the people around him, he could not help but marvel, exactly like in the game. Many handsome men and beautiful women, but among them there was truly one exceptionally beautiful person. The king of the F tribe named Hoa Seo Jin, possessing the beauty of a goddess, once captivated countless male gamers and was the character with the largest fan base in the world of the game Arthur. In truth, the F tribe is born without a fixed gender. Only after experiencing true love does their gender transform according to the one they love. Hoa Seo Jin was originally designed as female, but because no true love had ever been felt, according to the setting there was still no gender. Later, after falling in love with Fa Lam, Hoa Seo Jin chose to become male. As he walked through the forest, he thought, no matter which storyline is chosen, Hoa Seo Jin never has the option to return to being female. This once drove countless male gamers to despair. A tragicomic tale, even he once liked that character. After walking for a while, he finally arrived, his eyes shining as he shouted in excitement, found it. Before him lay a breathtaking jungle scene. This place was the mysterious Mekong, the garden of the celestial spirit Lepnel. Thinking it over, his current skills had improved considerably. It was best to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming events. He opened the system panel to check. The reward obtained was the item Leaf Radiance key of Lepnel. Taking out the key, he smiled, truly fortunate. It can be used earlier than expected. Inserted the key into the lock. The system immediately displayed a warning. If this gate is open, others holding the corresponding key may also detect it. Looking at the familiar notification, he knew he had seen it in the game. Thinking that among players it had been confirmed that no special event would occur. Having come this far, there was nothing to hesitate about. He decided to unlock it. A brilliant burst of light flared up. The gate leading to the garden of the celestial spirit Lepnel slowly opened. In the kingdom of the F tribe, the cradle of the wood celestial spirits. Inside the towering and magnificent castles, a member of the F tribe was fast asleep on a large bed. Suddenly she opened her eyes and awoke. She stepped down from the bed, walking to the window and opening it. Her gaze turned toward the gigantic tree in the distance. It was the king of the F tribe, Hoa Seo Jin, looking at the scene outside and softly saying, today the world is truly peaceful. Birds freely spread their wings across the blue sky. Raising her head to watch with admiration, she wondered when she would be free like that. She smiled self-mockingly, just looking at birds yet already feeling envious. At that moment he stepped through the gate. He suddenly stiffened in shock and exclaimed, this aura is. He quickly realized someone had intruded into the secret garden where Lepnel slept, a place no one could enter. Who could it be? She hurriedly calmed herself. Now was not the time to think too deeply. She hastily picked up an object, then quickly walked toward the door. Touching the object tightly, no, must restrain myself. I have endured for decades, cannot act rashly now. She anxiously hugged her arm. What if the vow is triggered and drives someone insane? Her face darkened, fear in her eyes yet still enduring. Wait until the day of descent and investigate later. On Bichduzeo's side, while walking he suddenly sneezed hard. He frowned at the dense pollen beneath his feet, cursing irritably, this damned pollen. Just then tree roots suddenly attacked. Fortunately, he dodged in time, muttering, "Damn it." He ran back and forth, avoiding the continuous strikes. The roots were guarding a giant flower. He knew continuing to fight was useless, but he took out a potion bottle and grinned slyly. Should have brought alchemy bombs from the start. He threw it toward them. An explosion resounded. Flames blazed fiercely, burning all the flowers and roots. Without hesitation, he resolved to use Flash Step to dash forward. Suddenly he froze, eyes filled with astonishment. Before him appeared a rift. Gathering all his strength, he thrust the sword down fiercely. Everything around instantly vanished. The system announced experience points. He looked around and sighed in relief. These monsters are handled. His gaze shifted to the side. That is the place. Time to carry out the true objective. Stepping through the gate, a field of flowers appeared. The system notified that you are entering the labyrinth boss room. Stepping on the soft carpet of flowers, he blurted out, "Flowers." His gaze stopped at one point, a stone statue leaning against a pillar. He wondered, celestial spirit Lepnel. That was the most mysterious being in the world. A celestial spirit, pure soul cultivating for hundreds of years before attaining enlightenment and manifesting. Even in the world of Arthur, extremely rare. Yet before him was only a half-celestial spirit. That woman had her heart stolen just before completion, causing her body to freeze forever. Sweat poured from him, breathing difficult. His steps grew heavy, dragging forward bit by bit. He suddenly groaned. His body felt tightly bound by something. He collapsed in panic. This is magic suppression. As expected, even in death, a celestial spirit remains a celestial spirit. He struggled to push himself up, heavy but cannot stop here. After a long while, he finally managed to stand steadily. Trembling, he moved step by step toward the statue. He knelt before it. Only then did everything gradually stabilize. The system notified experience of the freedom trait. Magic power increased. His body gradually returned to normal. He leaned back and exhaled. Feels better now. Attributes have increased. Observing this place, he became more certain. This is the supreme natural monastery, the last place a celestial spirit appeared, the magic vein coveted by mages worldwide. Training here is 100 times more effective by absorbing the aura of a celestial spirit, natural affinity soaring. In his mind, Bichduzeo mocked himself. Simply put, I endured all this just to find the best gym. In real life, I do not even exercise. He saw a piece of purple glowing wood in the statue's hand, but first, the system reported he had obtained the artifact branch, soaked in resentment. Looking at the glowing branch, he thought with it he could confront my Gentizen. Volume 8 ends. The artifact is obtained, so it is time to train seriously. A few weeks passed. All his stats increased sharply. Sweat poured like rain. He looked at the system panel. Current stats likely reached intermediate 2-star. He swung his sword continuously. The road ahead still long. The protagonist even possesses over 4-star stats. In this world, no one teaches swordsmanship. Thus, the only way is to thrust and slash endlessly, training until striking the opponent's weak point. Bichduzeo gritted his teeth and endured, must try harder. He kept slashing forward, exchanging flesh and blood and effort until bleeding. Suddenly his body changed. He paused to feel it. The sword fell from his hand. He coughed violently, breathing with difficulty, wiping sweat, wheezing. He had comprehended part of a special magic breathing method. The breath of the celestial spirit skill had been acquired. Everything around seemed to spin, his head dizzy beyond control. His vision blurred as if about to faint. Suddenly a loud, urgent voice rang out. "What are you doing? Can you hear me?" Answer quickly, making his skin crawl. Frightened, clutching himself tightly, he looked around. What is this? Where is that voice coming from? The voice softened and sounded again. "Oh, you can hear me now." He turned to look at the stone statue. "You are looking at the statue?" he asked in confusion. "Celestial spirit Lepnel." The celestial spirit Lepnel was just speaking to me. Covered his mouth in shock. "What is this? A corpse can speak." The statue immediately shouted back, "I am not dead, wretched human." He stood dumbfounded. "How can you speak?" The statue replied, "I have been speaking all along. Your ears simply could not hear." He asked again, "Why can I hear now?" He answered, "Perhaps because you have become like me." She explained, "Because you just breathed in my rhythm, you can hear me." Only then did he recall the system notification about acquiring a skill. Looking at the dense skill panel, he was astonished. This skill lasts briefly but can raise stats to 4-star level. Wait, the penalty is Divine Beast Invasion. This is no different from trading away a human body. Divine beasts maintain form with magic power, but for me, a person with weak magic losing the body means death. He clearly understood the risk. The more the skill is used, the more lifespan is reduced. Frowned and thought carefully, no, must be more optimistic. After all, this is still a life-saving skill in emergencies. The statue remained silent, waiting for his decision. He seemed to read his thoughts. How strange. This is the second time a human can breathe like a celestial spirit. You resemble that person. Your existence is so faint it is as if you have no magic power. These words startled him as he asked, who was that person? She replied, a swordsman like you, the one who slashed both magic and celestial spirits. Hearing this, he could not help but shudder. What? Thinking back, the game had never mentioned such a swordsman. If he was strong enough to slash a celestial spirit, then he must have been an exceedingly rare master. Curiosity stirring. I asked directly whether I could meet that person. But Lepnell dropped a thunderbolt of news. Impossible. He was killed by the 12 disciples of the founding Grand Mage. I was stunned. The founding Grand Mage, does that mean he died long ago? Suddenly she took the initiative to propose. Then let me teach you. She added that she had once been very close to him and had recorded all his breathing techniques and swordsmanship. I blurted out in shock, truly. There is no free meal, Lepnell said bluntly, but with conditions. I cannot leave here nor speak with anyone, no different from being dead. Condition for exchange is find me a heart, save me. This was not beyond Bok Duzio's expectations. He had anticipated the answer and decisively refused. Sorry, that is impossible. Explained clearly. With my current ability, I cannot find the heart of another celestial spirit. She fell silent, the corners of her eyes seeming moist. No need for a celestial spirit's heart. Just a pure divine beast heart will suffice. He said plainly, if you use a divine beast heart, you will lose nearly all your power. Lepnell accepted. It is fine. Better than being imprisoned here forever in solitude. If that is the case, then he could agree. Indeed, if it is only an ordinary divine beast heart, then it may not be impossible. She asked again in delight, truly. In any case, I am training to prepare for the upcoming summoning contract ceremony. Then I will encounter many divine beasts. Bok Duzio smiled brightly and said, compared to a celestial spirit heart, this is much easier. I will try to bring back as many as possible. Lepnell sincerely thanked him and said she would wait, then added, good morning, I have something to give you. I asked in surprise, give me. She pointed toward the pillar behind her. Check that place, there is something there, I asked curiously. What is this? She said it is a rather beautiful wreath, proof that you are my friend, the wreath of Lepnell. This item was completely unfamiliar. The game had never mentioned it. Well, if anything goes wrong, it can be used as firewood. Thinking so, I put it away. Then suddenly remembering she was a celestial spirit, I smiled smugly. A certificate of friendship from a celestial spirit. Perhaps it will be useful. Moonlight streamed through the window. Hands holding chalk continuously filled the board with writing. It was Antizissa. She sat down on the floor looking at the board full of words, joyfully thinking she had done it, and immediately lowered her head to remind herself, no, not the time to be proud. She continued rapidly copying onto paper. Pen never stopped moving. Her radiant face seemed to glow. Tomorrow a new era will begin. Looking at the report, she murmured, if Duzio sees this, he will surely be happy. She had added his name to the report. Dwarf Kingdom, the capital Kim Kong Man Thiad of the Black Iron Empire. Countless people were gathering here. Bok Duzio said excitedly, we have arrived. Antizissa, walking beside him, nodded softly. That is right. Today was the annual academic conference, held in a different place each year. This year at the Kim Ha Kwong Academy of the Dwarf Kingdom, the leading center of alchemy, so the scale was certainly extraordinary. The system even reported that the golden alchemist Haseo Kozin would attend, knowing that he smiled inwardly. This is the perfect time to announce Antizissa's research. Antizissa was somewhat flustered, anxiously asking Duzio, is this truly all right? She lowered her head sadly. This is the achievement the professor pursued for half her life. Hearing that he was speechless, thinking whether she was too kind or too foolish to speak so after having her work stolen. He could only reassure her, do not worry. He smiled and explained, this is not stealing Professor Naizen's research. Antizissa widened her eyes listening. As he said, it is merely that the assistant surpassed the professor. Only then did she feel relieved and smile in thanks. The two walked together. He asked quietly, should we go inside or use the back entrance to reduce pressure? She nodded at once, good idea. The hall important figures were all present. The host's voice rang out welcoming the doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Association. He stood on stage holding a paper and declared the 87th Academic Conference officially begins. According to the program, the first session was to present a new pharmaceutical product. A woman stepped onto the stage. First, please welcome Professor Mygentizin from the Academy to present. She stood there pointing at the screen, introduced herself, then began presenting the alpha version of Red Potion, inviting everyone to look at this section first. She went on eloquently about research that was not hers. Her smooth voice even astonished those below. Finishing, she declared she would end the presentation here. Bok Duzio folded his arms, observing from below. The host stepped up, praising the professor's improvement idea for Red Potion as outstanding. Hearing the flattery and seeing her detestable face, he angrily thought she dared to publicly claim Antizissa's work as her own. In his mind, he calculated various countermeasures, but the main course was just beginning. Voices below sounded again, then next. Antizissa was introduced and stepped onto the stage under attentive gazes. She nervously began, "Greetings, everyone. I am Antizissa from So 10 Law Academy." As soon as she finished speaking, murmurs arose below. She was mentioned in the regenerative cell extraction project, and the staff coding the professor spoke up. Bakduzio stood below listening carefully to the opening. He displayed a confident smile, looking toward the audience. On stage, Antizissa went straight to the topic of synthesizing and fully explaining the combined alchemy and magic technique formula. The entire hall was instantly stunned. Even renowned experts could hardly believe it. Someone asked in confusion whether she knew where she was to dare say such things. Antizissa anxiously replied, "Of course. Such a prestigious place is truly beyond me." That humility only led to further questioning. "Then how should we interpret your statement?" She clenched her hand, tightly striving to stay calm. She raised her head and looked straight ahead. "Please understand it from the perspective of an alchemist." The audience stirred again. The combined alchemy and magic technique formula contradicts principles. The two fields cannot be reconciled. Only one person remained silent from beginning to end. He also heard clearly the murmurs about the 300-year unsolved problem. He slammed the table, demanding silence. It was the golden alchemist Haseo Kozen. He said, "If one concludes impossibility due to failure, then one is unworthy of being called an alchemist." His eyes shone as he frankly said this was highly anticipated. A young girl daring to seek truth from a nearly impossible formula. He looked at her encouragingly. "Continue presenting the truth you have found." Antizissa's cheeks flushed in astonishment. She hurriedly thanked him and prepared to continue when Maizen suddenly shouted, interrupting, "I have an objection." She glared and gritted her teeth, declaring, "Before Assistant Antizissa publishes the thesis, I have doubts about that thesis." The old man turned and asked, "What doubts? What do you mean?" Sweat beaded on her face, eyes wide, a crafty smile appearing. She stated plainly before everyone, "Suspicion of plagiarism." Antizissa froze in fear. The entire hall erupted, "Plagiarism." Only Haseo Kozen remained calm and laughed. "Interesting indeed." He looked at her and asked, "Do you know the consequences of accusing plagiarism without proof?" She placed a hand on her chest, confidently replying, "Of course." Having said that, she strode straight onto the stage. For everyone, she spread her arms, declaring this formula has 5 difficult problems. Only by solving all 5 can alchemy and magic technique merge. Bakduzi folded his arms, coldly listening as she said that. Until now, academia has solved only 2, and still not completely. She clenched her fist, smiling triumphantly, "But I have solved 4 of the 5. Then she turned, targeting Antizissa, saying she is merely my alchemy assistant. People around looked at each other in confusion. If so, then this thesis. She glared with a sinister smile. "Indeed, that thesis is mine." She even threatened that even if Antizissa solved the 5th problem. Antizissa stood trembling, silently letting her question whether she truly solved those 4 problems herself. After speaking, she laughed in extreme triumph. In her heart, she cursed Antizissa, "I admit your talent, but your career ends here. That talent will belong to me." Ami Jane stepped forward a few more paces to pressure her. She stared and asked, "Well, Assistant Antizissa, what do you think?" Antizissa was frightened stiff, hands clenched, trembling, mind blank, not knowing what to do. In her most desperate moment, she suddenly remembered Bakduzio's words, "When it is too much, call me." Remembering that, she calmed down. Her hands stopped trembling. Gathering all her courage, she raised her hand, stammering, "I would like to invite someone to assist with this presentation." Haseo Kozen immediately asked, "Who is it?" Sweat seeped from Antizissa. She softly said, "The co-author of this thesis." Trembling hand pointed forward. She pointed directly to where Bakduzio was sitting, saying, "That is my classmate." Bakduzio was startled and confused. "I am the co-author." Maidin also turned to look at him. Others looked at him doubtfully. Impossible for such a young student. Yet even so, it would be hard to change the situation. The old man Haseo Kozen folded his arms and laughed heartily in delight. "Oh ho." Seeing Bakduzio step onto the stage, he exclaimed with emotion, "Finally, I have waited for this." He lowered his head, his face revealing no emotion at all. Coldly, he cast a glance toward Maizen, passing by her without even bothering to say a single word. He quietly pulled out the wooden branch, secretly activating magic to awaken the special effect of the resentment-soaked branch. Seeing him remain silent, she clicked her tongue and cursed inwardly, truly ill-mannered. Noticing her displeased look, he smiled inwardly. "Good, everything is going according to plan." He stood upright seriously at the center of the stage, his gaze lowered toward the audience below. He spoke, "First, I have fully listened to Professor Maizen's argument." Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. As the saying goes, hearing 100 times is not equal to seeing once. His eyes shone with confidence. "Then why do we not try solving the combined formula right here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately responded, A showdown between professor and assistant sounded thrilling. Antizissa cried out in panic, Duzio. I. Not letting her continue, he cut in decisively. Assistant Antizissa, do you not trust me? She froze in surprise. Ah, no, I do trust you. Duzio looked straight into her eyes and smiled sincerely. I have always been watching you, do not worry. Assistant Antizissa will surely succeed. Believe in the one who believes in you. Her cheeks flushed red. Her eyes widened, wondering whether she truly could. Clenched her fists before her chest, making up her mind. Adjusting her glasses, she told herself that is right. Duzio is not wrong. She tied her hair neatly, ready to step forward. She must trust the efforts she has made until now. She turned decisively, directly facing Amazon. She spoke up, then let us begin. She removed her glasses entirely, determined to take the risk against Professor Maizen. Chaotic interference formula was created 300 years ago. An alchemist once claimed to have discovered a brilliant solution, but later died slipping in the bathroom, making the formula infamous for being unsolvable. Since then, countless alchemists attempted it and failed. Gradually, no one dared to touch it. The formula was deemed impossible. Even the captain of the assassination squad 13 of Lang and Guyot Tower, Khan, holding medicine in his mouth with folded arms, thought inwardly, and now someone dares claim to have solved it. Interesting indeed. The girl standing beside him yawned lazily. What is interesting about it? It is boring to death. That was Hizen Makazan, the vice captain. This moment both were in an invisible state. No one saw them speaking, yet that KN still smoked, causing a few people to faintly catch the unfamiliar scent of tobacco. Watching the two women on stage with boards filled with writing, they inwardly thought this mission was truly unlucky. Makazan glanced sideways at Kane beside him. He sighed and scratched his head, turning away. In the end, it was because the captain trusted that old man too much. Suddenly she startled and exclaimed, ah. Both widened their eyes, astonished as they looked around the hall. Sensing something unusual, wait, has the atmosphere changed? The host's voice rang out, yes, the lecture for the first problem has ended. The old man Haseo Kozan stared wide-eyed in shock, that is. Comparing the two boards, he realized the approaches were similar, yet the perspectives slightly different. AN also noticed, compared to Professor Maizen's solution, the assistant's method was simpler and clearer. Moreover, the final answer differed slightly. The two women continued writing, moving on to solve the second problem. Those seated below folded their arms, watching in amazement. The girl beside nodded in agreement. I have seen many solutions before, but this style is a first. A problem that normally required at least 200 lines of explanation was now completed in merely 12. Duzi folded his arms, looking down, smiling inwardly at the positive reaction of the audience. He also noticed something else, but now it was truly just the beginning, the host's voice echoed. We are currently proceeding to solve the third problem. Will the unsolved puzzle be conquered today? Antizissa looked visibly tense, yet still forced herself to complete it. In contrast, Amazon appeared even more pressured than she was. The old man Haseo Kozan gaped in shock. Impossible, she truly solved it. Professor Maizen solving the third impossible problem was already a miracle, yet the assistant seemed to have gone further, making her also turn in shock. Her face darkened, teeth grinding in fury. What kind of damned solution is this? The audience erupted in discussion. How could one conceive such an approach? Even seeing it with their own eyes, it was hard to believe. Previously, the Golden Lion elders always treated the 5 problems as separate, yet Antizissa regarded them as a unified system to resolve comprehensively. That was the difference between Maizen and Antizissa, and the solving process continued. Suddenly, Maizen trembled, confused as she wondered, wait, what is the formula in the latter part? On her side, there was no more space to write. Growing flustered, damn it, not enough board. She spun toward the host, shouting loudly, bring more blackboards in. Sweat poured down, she screamed in panic, hurry, I am done already. Suddenly she froze. Her eyes widened in terror. Her lifeless gaze locked onto Antizissa. She turned toward the audience and declared, this is the complete synthesis and analysis of the chaotic interference formula. Her whole being seemed to radiate light. Someone drenched in sweat stood stunned like stone. Insane. Shouted excitedly, truly insane, completely insane. I am witnessing a historic moment, overwhelmed with emotion. Antizissa stood there smiling shyly in satisfaction, secretly proud that she had succeeded. She looked toward him, seeing Betch Duzio applauding with a smile. Thank you, Duzio. All thanks to you. Gaze then shifted slightly toward Amazon. At this moment she seemed to go mad, a dark aura rising, repeatedly calling Antizissa's name. She approached worriedly, calling softly, Professor. Sensing the unstable situation, Bitch Duzio immediately stepped forward. Maizen seemed to lose all reason, approaching the two, her mouth continuously calling Antizissa. Feeling intent burst forth violently. She ground her teeth and growled, How long will you humiliate me, daring to alter the stolen thesis? Bechduzio stood before Antizissa protecting her. You have lost your mind and still shift blame, pretending it was yours, are you pleased? His eyes were icy as he stared, inwardly thinking, are you about to fall into a dark demon state, sooner than expected but also good? He observed her darkening transformation, secretly pleased if she transforms before everyone. Suddenly her eyes widened, no longer calling Antizissa. Antizissa's whole body trembled in fear at the sight. Driven to the brink, she clenched her fists and shouted loudly before everyone admitted. All her grievances erupted. She no longer needed to respect Amazon. My thesis is even better than yours. Was the presentation just now not enough? How long will you keep stealing? Crowd below stared at each other in shock. Even the previous red potion thesis was the assistant's. No wonder. Antizissa bit her lip hard, her whole body trembling. Professor, professor. No one expected someone gentle like her to dare shout to her face. The professor is even more foolish than I am. Bechduzio gaped and turned to look. Even he was surprised. Khan and Macazin were also stunned in place. Maizen completely withdrew from the darkened state, standing stiff, unable to utter a word. Laughter rang out, ha. The old man Haseo Kozin held his stomach, laughing loudly. Ha ha. His words made Maizen ashamed beyond measure. Truly interesting. Today's report was exceedingly captivating. She seemed to awaken from a dream, looking down at her trembling hands. What have I done? How dangerous. She ground her teeth, glaring toward the two. She fiercely lunged forward. Antizissa, how dare you? But before she could act, Bechduzio stepped forward, blocking her. His gaze was cold. Professor Maizen, now please face reality. Her body stiffened, her eyes lowering downward. The entire audience looked at her with contempt. Old Haseo Kozin, to ordinary people. She hurriedly defended herself. No, I said no. Her mouth still shouting lies that girl had stolen my thesis. The old man Haseo Kozin impatiently ordered, take her outside. The guards immediately replied yes. Two men dragged her off the stage despite her screaming and crying. No, I did nothing wrong. She struggled and cursed, let go, release me. When she was dragged away, Antizissa collapsed to her knees, gasping, only now daring to breathe deeply, feeling relieved. A hand extended before her. Bechduzio smiled brightly. Assistant, today you have worked very hard. She suddenly lifted her face to look at him, a trace of scrutiny flashing in her eyes. Then at last a bright, natural smile bloomed on her lips. Joy overflowed beyond concealment. Khan and Macazin saw there was nothing left to stay for, so they slung arms over each other's shoulders and left. In the end, they had gained nothing. Khan glanced at his colleague. Such an intense emotional surge should have shown signs, yet the dark demon detection sensor remained completely silent. Macazin paid little attention, replying casually, understandable. The tower detection system can never be absolutely perfect. Looking at Bechduzio, standing out among the crowd, she suddenly thought, that kid is only in his third year of high school and already listed as co-author. Even commented with interest, he looks quite cute, does he not? Khan narrowed his eyes and asked sternly, have you investigated thoroughly? She widened her eyes and nodded, yes, just received a report from Machar. The investigation showed that before coming to Tenla, his hometown was destroyed by dark demons. Born a commoner, lowest grades yet entered Class S. Studying at the top magic academy despite being unable to use magic, and even requested his name not be listed on the paper. Too many irregularities. Khan maintained his cold expression, replying indifferently, understood, take note. Suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. Bechduzio was staring directly toward him, though they were clearly in an invisible state. His gaze seemed to peer straight through the two of them, yet his face showed no expression. Then he turned away as if having seen nothing, continuing to converse with others. However, KN was not one to ignore it. Wait, just now our eyes clearly met, Macazin asked blankly. What, impossible? He thought inwardly, with the captain's perception concealment magic combined with my shadow barrier, being detected is nearly impossible. It must have been an illusion. Even so, KN's gaze remained fixed on Bechduzio. The more he looked at him, the stranger he seemed. After a while, he was about to say something but held back. In the end, both left the room. Let us go, the job is done. Macazin stepped forward excitedly. I am sick of this dull place anyway. Outside, a carriage was parked by the roadside. Inside the carriage, Amazon was so tense she kept biting her nails. She still could not calm down, cursing repeatedly, damn it. If not for Bechduzio, I would not have suffered such humiliation. Thinking this far, she became even more determined to deal with Bechduzio. Just then, a deep, cold male voice interrupted. Calm down, Maizen. She saw that person, her eyes widened. You are Zajan. He sat in the dark corner, his dark red eyes staring at her coldly in warning. You have caused serious trouble.